told my father, Yaki, we got to get away out of here. That's when they told us, mira niños, we're gonna show you just what we do with fish. So Papa is up them tired, and Mama picked up her bags. They told us buckle up before they stepped on the gas. So I'm gonna put one foot in front of the other. I'm gonna build this house brick by brick. I know this power ain't gonna come from another. Stronger together, we gon' find a way. Yeah, we gon' find a way. Ooh, we gon' find a way. I am thriving and not surviving. I'm taking each and every inch to build another mile. I walk around it by the love of those before me. Blood, sweat, and prayer light my way. 'Cause Papa Lee is up them tired, and Mama I picked up her bag. They told us buckle up before they stepped on the gas. So I'm gonna put one foot in front of the other. I'm gonna build this house brick by brick. I know this power ain't gonna come from another. Stronger together, we gon' find a way. We gon' find a way. Ooh, we gon' find a way. Oh. Bing bong, bing bong, the bricks are so damn strong. Bing bong, bing bong, the bricks are so damn strong. Bing bong, the bricks are so damn strong. Bing bong, the bricks are. So I'm gonna put one foot in front of the other. I'm gonna build this house brick by brick. I know this power ain't gonna come from another. Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together, we gon' find a way. Yeah. We gon' find a way.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran and with Piano Man Mark II, aka David. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. And that was Reynaldo Moreno. He has an amazing live stream, an incredible soul, and if you were listening to those lyrics, I thought that song was a great intro for here. We have very similar viewpoints on trying to spread positivity and, thriving, not just surviving, being stronger together. And his streams, if you make it to them, are amazing. It's like just uplifting vibes the whole time. So go and check him out if you're not already subbed. Again, that's Reynaldo Moreno, and that song was Brick by Brick.
Can
All
I
right.
just say,
Yeah.
Can I just say, I don't know how he like where he was recording that at, but that was like a vibe where he had that. It looked like it was in a
Yes.
public like. I saw a restaurant billboard next
Mm-hmm.
to the building next to him, so that was just
Yeah.
I like that. I thought that was neat.
His sound is always spot on too. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he has some videos that are recorded at home, like I think kind of like a home studio, and then he has others that are out in public, and they all sound amazing. But yeah, go check him out, you guys. He has a lot of really great originals, and he does some covers too. And yeah, he always has a good vibe going. Hopefully, he's going to be joining us here sometime soon-ish. We'll see when. We're in the works to have him come up and do a little interview so we can get to know him better. All right. Thanks again to everybody who's here. I see a lot of people coming in over on Rumble and on YouTube. Thank you to all of my mods who are already helping sling links. And you guys, if you see a name or for a link that you don't recognize, maybe go click and check out their channel. A lot of different kinds of content represented here by different streamers in the chat. And we are stronger together and like to help support each other. So go sub each other up if it's something that you're into. And we are doing music. We're sticking with music the first half. I'm going to try to be better about sticking to the half and half. So switching to conversation closer to 11 p.m. Eastern. But we'll have music the first half, and the link is pinned for any musicians who want to come up and join us to either perform live or to have your videos shared. If you have a video that you would like to have me share, but you're not able to join the panel tonight, go ahead and email it to me. My email is in the stream description and also in the channel description. All right, thanks again to all who are here. Great seeing everybody come in. Much love to all my mods, especially who are helping out. Yeah, he is amazing, right, Snooks? Okay, we're going to go ahead and do one more song, and this one is by Abe the Band, and then we'll go to you right after that, David. And I'm really excited to hear from you again, David. Always glad when you're here. And your live streams have been awesome too, David. It's been great to see you getting some people over there, some familiar faces. And yeah, and David does, at least sometimes, does open mic karaoke. So if more people want to get over there and join the panel, I think that he'd like that. Billy, good to see you. All right. This next song is by Abe the Band, and he is such a talented musician, really incredible. He does a lot of, yep, exactly, Nuke. One of, he does a lot of really great original, like, I guess you'd say serious songs, but he has such a great sense of humor, and he does a lot of really like quirky and funny songs too, and this is one of them. Today is Groundhog's Day, and so this is a Groundhog's Day song that he just put out, and it's called It's Today Again. Here we go.
I didn't just survive a wreck. I wasn't just blown up yesterday. I have been stabbed, shot, poisoned, frozen, hung, electrocuted, and burned.
All right, short and sweet, but I thought that one was too fun not to share. Thank you to Abe the Band for always putting out great music. That was amazing. Love it. I love that we now have a Groundhog's Day song.
I call AI because everybody knows that groundhogs lie on their back when they play the electric guitar.
Right. Clearly, something's off. Something's amiss. Love it. All right. Good to see you, Algo, Ozark, Tate, Snooks, JM, Anti, Daniel, Billy. So many. Yeah, he is so good. Right, Billy? Thank you to everybody coming in. Cassie, much love to you. Good to see you here. Thank you, Snooks. Ray, good to see you. I know I'm missing people. Tiff, much love to you. I'm sure I'm missing a ton of people, but if I've highlighted your name, I've seen that you're here. Gerald, good to see you. And again, hello to everybody over on Rumble. I'm glad that you're all joining us over there. Good to see you, Matt. Okay. All right, David, we are all set. If you want to go ahead and go next. Shelly, much love to you.
Okay. There we go. There's my camera.
Let me get it set up right over here.
Why am I mirrored?
I think that is in your settings. I don't think I
It
can
is.
change that.
There it is.
Excuse me.
For some reason, it logged me out of StreamYard, so everything got reset.
Oh, yep.
Okay. I'm going to, first of all, thank you for having me on board.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
I'm going to sing a song that was pretty popular in 2020, I believe. And I still love it. It's a bop. Here we go. That one's always fun.
Ooh, yeah, that was so fun. Such a great vibe. Love that. Great song. And that was amazing. Well done. David, you were such a joy to have up here, really. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you, CQ. Shelly, thank you for coming in. Oh, awesome. Justin, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll get around to doing a members only stream sometime soon. Has to be sometime when I can get the house to myself. Right? Gerald said, I thought it was the radio. All right. David always sounds like that, I think. Apple, much love to you, sis. Thanks for being here. All right. And Dank, I saw you come in earlier. Much love if you're listening. Mater, I saw you in earlier. All right. Thanks to everybody that's coming in. Peanut, welcome. Cindy, good to see you here. And yeah, that was awesome. Right? Agreed, JM. Nothing beats live entertainment. Thank you to everybody who's here hanging out. Bruce, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Okay. It did sound great. I agree. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song here. This is a new one by Dennis Lowry, and it's called Deeper in the Dirt. Here we go.
Well, it's taken me a long time to realize that the grass ain't always greener and the sun don't always shine. Now I have trouble with recalling all the things that I've done wrong, all the bridges that I've burned, being where I don't belong. But I don't mind the pain that hurts. It's all just lessons learned, and all the years that go by throw me deeper in the dirt. Oh, ain't it funny when you look back at the fool you used to be and all the things that you could have done and the life you used to lead. But I suppose since I'm older, I've got a good excuse to take the weight up off my shoulder and to pass it on to you. Cause I don't mind the pain that hurts. They're all just lessons learned. All the years that go by throw me deeper in the dirt. Just lessons learned, and all the years that go by throw me deeper in the dirt.
Oh, sorry guys. I don't know if I was not muted that entire time. Sorry to Dennis if that was the case. Hopefully I just unmuted there at the end. It wasn't being too noisy.
I
But
heard you at the end.
okay. Hopefully I was muted that whole time. All right. Again, that was Dennis Lowry. Amazing. His lyrics are incredible and his songwriting, but also his voice is just something else to me. I love his voice. Thank you, Snooks. All right. Yeah, Johnny Cash would love this. Absolutely. Ray, thank you for coming up and joining us. How are you doing tonight? You are muted.
How's it going?
Hang on one second. There we go. Get your settings right here. Okay. Do you have something going in the background, Ray? It's picking up on the mic. Good to see you, John. Sounds like something. Yeah, sorry, JM. You even put a note in there, but I was busy multitasking. You probably heard me clicking around on the computer a bunch. Sorry about that, Dennis. All right. Well, go check out the link to hear the best audio. That's always the case. And, you know. Was I singing along? I hope not.
And we just heard you
Dang
at the
it.
end, but it's like that was the slightly
Too
remixed
funny.
version featuring Indy.
Oh, it's hilarious. Well, it figures. It's got to happen sometime. Lowry, thanks for coming up and joining us. How are you doing? And David, glad you're here too tonight. All right. Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Good to
Just
see you,
checking.
Steve-O. Yep, now we can hear
Okay,
you.
Cool. So
We're
today-
still...
Well, we can hear you, but you're in one ear.
I'm in one ear. Great.
Yes, you are.
Brand,
Thank
are
you for
fucking with
noticing
me?
that. No, Brand doesn't have power over those things.
Huh.
It sounds like... Oh, no, I'm hearing an echo. Yeah, Lowry, do you have the stream running still? Make sure the stream is paused.
Yeah, hold on. I'm turning it off. There
Yep.
we go. So that's there's
Thanks,
probably
Jam.
some background noise here or something. But
Johnny, good to see you.
okay. Well, I hope it comes back to 2 ears.
That's okay.
All right. Awesome. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, great song, right? I need royalties for the humming part. Too funny, guys. Good to see you, Carl and Raz, and everybody over on Rumble. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Well, I think what I'll do while you guys are figuring out sound stuff, I'm going to go ahead and sing a song, and then we'll get right back into the beginning of the rotation. So we'll go to you, David, right after that, and then
sang
go
a
from
song.
there.
I'm kidding.
That does not count. All right. I have a couple songs I'm going to try tonight for the first time. This first one is by Gordon Lightfoot. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, you know that ghost is me. And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost that you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstore sells. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. But heroes often fail, and you won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. I'd walk away like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script. Enter number too. A movie king to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. But for now, love, let's be real. I never thought I could act this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. But stories always end, and if you read between the lines, you'll know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. I never thought I could feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back.
Woot!
Thanks. All right, I love that song. It's a great one. Okay, David, we are back to you. Glad I'm singing
Back
before you
to
and not
me.
after you.
Oh, whatever.
No, but really. All right.
All right.
Steve-O, thanks for coming in. Good to see you here. Silver, much love to you if I didn't say hi already.
Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Instead of counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Signs, seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I feel your love and I feel it burn down this river every turn. Hope is our four-letter word. Make that money, watch it burn. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I couldn't lie, couldn't lie, couldn't lie. Everything that drowns me makes me want to fly. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Instead of counting
I could hear you singing again, Indy. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was I was definitely singing along, but I definitely made sure I was muted before I did. That was awesome. Great vibes too. Love it, David. That was amazing. All right, Wingnut, good to see you. Jerry, much love to you. Thanks for coming in. Mayo, good to see you. Shells, thanks for being here. Good to see everybody coming in. Yeah, that was fire, right, Tiff? All right. Okay. Right, he's on fire, not just because he's right above the bonfire. Right, Johnny? Okay. All right, Ray.
Yeah,
is
it's
your
hot
mic
over
working?
here.
Yeah, we're toasty. Toasty. Good to see you, Landon. All right, Ray, are you all set? Hey, off the wall. Good to see you. Hope things are well with you and yours. Much love, Wild Dragon.
I am kind of ready. You're probably going to hear like an echo. That's my wife listening to stuff, but only while I'm on mic.
Okay, yep. All right, well, then you're all set. You're up next.
All right. Well, I sang this live a week or two ago. It's River of Deceit from Mad Season. But tonight I'm going to air the newly, unofficially released version of the full cover.
All right, great.
And mind
Doing that
you,
here.
all the music was done via my DAW on my computer keyboard.
Very
So-
cool.
A little interesting.
Not quite, Johnny. All right, go for it, Ray.
All right, give me one moment. Oh. All right, well, here we go.
My pain is self-chosen. At least, so the prophet says. I could eat the bird. Oh, cut off my pride and buy some time. A handful of lies is the weight tied to my waist. The river of the sea flows down. Oh, the only direction it flows is down, down, oh down, down, oh down, down, oh down. My pain is self-chosen. Yeah. My pain is self-chosen. Down, oh down, down, oh down, down, oh down, down, oh down.
And there you have it.
Really well done, Ray. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, that's all on your side. All right, that was great. Yeah, I love that. Here I am said he was thinking about learning that song this week. Oh, hold on, that's on my end. Sorry about that. My reverb was way up. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, well done, right? Spike, it's good to see you. Thanks, Ray. All right. Dana, good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Wingnut, I think I already said hi, but if not, good to see you. Yeah. Right, Mayo? Was it before Alice in Chains? So who was that? Ray Pierce? Who was that by originally?
That was Mad Season, I thought.
Oh, Mad Season. Yeah, there we go. You said it right there. Mad Season. Great. Yeah, it was great. Really well done. Allison Tape. All right, Lowry, you are up next.
We have a fire alarm going off the building, and fire trucks are coming. So we're going to wait,
Okay.
sit back for a little
Yep.
bit, and see what happens.
All right, hope
Seriously.
everything is okay.
It's fine.
Sorry to disappoint Johnny. All right, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and pull up a video and then keep going with the rotation until you are ready to join in. Outpost, good to see you. Thanks for lurking. Lurkers matter. A shout out to all the lurkers and to replayers as well. If you guys want to leave a comment after, that'd be great, just so I know you're here. Thank you to those of you who do comment and let me know, or let me know in some other way. It's always good to know who's hanging out. All right, awesome, Ray. Sounds good. Okay, Smoking in G Sharp, welcome back. Glad you're here. All right, this next song is the latest from Linda Jean, and the song is called I Want You. Here we go.
You move my soul, and I lose all control. Oh, everything I've known. Oh, my soul. You move it, baby. I want your lips on mine. I want your sweet lips all the time. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine. You can put your lips on me, you can put your lips on me any old time. Oh, you're so fine, you're so fine, and I wanna make you mine. Want your fingertips on my body all the time, all the time. Oh, I
I want your lips, I want your fingertips on me tonight. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I want you to make me yours, and I want to make you mine. I want your sweet loving all the time, and I want to give you everything I have. What's mine is yours. Ooh, what's in store? I want your body next to mine evermore. Ooh, sweet baby, I want you, I want you, I want you. And I love all the things you do. Yeah. I love all the things you do. I think I'm in love with you, and I want you, I want you, I want you. I want you now, I want you now. I want you now, but not just now. I want you anyhow. Oh, 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 oh. Sweet, sweet loving all the time. Sweet, sweet loving, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine all the time.
So good by Linda Jean. Love that, Linda. Well done. Hope you are here and listening back later. And come and check out the comments because everybody felt that one, I think. Kind of fitting for a fire alarm going off. All right, Lowry, hope everything is okay over there and that that was just a false alarm. All right. Yes, very sultry. Yeah, Linda Jean is amazing. She has a lot of different styles that she sings and a lot of great collaborations, especially with Kid Kane Music. Go and check out their original songs and her originals, as well as some covers. Agreed, Snooks. Right, Jam, she's not taking friend zone for an answer. I like that. Right? I like that too. Wingnet says, I do like the sound. Make me think of a dark, dingy tavern on a back alley. Right? Love it. Okay. All right. Thanks again to everybody hanging out over on Rumble. I see you guys. Algo, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. Very much appreciated. Thanks for the support. And thank you, Tate, for the Rumble rant. He says, took me forever and a day, but finally got switched to dark mode. Yes, I prefer dark mode on everything, pretty much online. But yes, thank you so much for all of the support. All right. Okay, glad to see who got those memberships too. That's great. Okay, Lowry, if you're able to check in, let us know if you're ready to sing or if you're still dealing with stuff over on your end. Agree, JM. More like a smoky blues bar. Yeah, I can hear that too, Snooks. Okay. All right. I like the conversation happening back and forth between Rumble and YouTube. That's great. Okay, well, I think we're going to go ahead and just keep going. So, David, am I right? We're at you? I think so. I think we're starting a rotation over again. Are you with us, David?
Who, me?
I think so. We've got a
Okay,
short
I was not
rotation right now. We're waiting. Yeah.
I
And
was
then
not
we'll go to
expecting
you.
that.
Yep. we'll go to you, Ray, right after that.
Okay. Well,
And
that's fine.
really quickly, the link is pinned. I'll give you a second too here, David, but the link is pinned for any other musicians who want to come up to either perform live or have your music shared. And then also really quickly, just want to share that we're doing the Backstage Speakeasy on Friday. Usually it opens up backstage around, at 11 p.m. Eastern. And then we start the first movie at midnight Eastern. And this coming Friday, we have, let's see if I can remember, I Am Legend and The Book of Eli, in that order. So if you haven't seen those, or if you have, you want to come and watch, usually that first hour between 11 and midnight Eastern, we're just hanging out. People are kind of coming in and going in, and then we start the movie. And when the movie's going, it's muted and everybody's just in chat. And then afterwards, we usually talk. There's not like a set time. It's usually about an hour. So we talk in between, and then we start the second movie and hang out a little bit, usually even after that. So if the link is pinned, then we're still back there, and you are more than welcome to come and join us. It looks like it goes live on YouTube, but it won't be live on YouTube, and the time will keep changing. So just ignore the posted time, and just look at the pinned comment, and it'll always say that we're back there from 11 p.m. on. So come and join us anytime after 11 p.m. Eastern. And we'd love to see more of you there. It's been a really great place to get to know people a little bit better. There's some people that are more comfortable backstage than being up on panel live. So you'll see some familiar faces, but then you'll see some people that you maybe haven't seen before. Some people do come back and just stay in chat. They don't unmute and they don't show their face, and that is very much welcome. So if you're somebody who's in chat and you don't feel like you're comfortable speaking or having your face shown, that is more than okay. You can come and chat backstage and hang out with us anyway. All right. David, want to tell us about what you're going to sing or perform next?
Yes. So I saw somebody in chat. I want to say it was, I believe it was Mayo Monster, kept invoking Sleep Token. So I'll sing you a Sleep Token song.
Love it.
Sleep Token song. I only know two though, so I only know two songs. I don't mean I actually know their drummer too. I wish I did. But anyway, here we go. When we were made, it was no accident. We were tangled up like branches in our flow. Come as a play, a sacred guardian. So you keep me sharp and test my worth and blood. You got me in a chokehold. You got me in a chokehold. You got me in a
the stormy seas, above the mountain peaks. It's all the same to me. It makes no difference. I've seen my days unfold, done the impossible. I turn my walls to gold to bring you home again. So show me that which I cannot see, even if it hurts me, even if I can't sleep. Oh, and though we act out on a holy duty to be constantly awake, you got me in a stone cold. You got me in a stone
That was awesome. That was awesome. Well done. And I love that you took a request like that and just rocked it. Amazing. Johnny says, let me get back to it. He says, we need to get him a robot arm to play the ones behind him or a tail. There you go. And then Dana has a question for you. She says, can you ask David how he feels after that song? I feel that song.
So the whole truth behind that song is I heard a friend of mine sing it, and she has an even better voice than I do. And so I was like, oh man, that's amazing. It was the first time I'd ever heard anything by Sleep Token. So then I found that song and I listened to it, and I like the song musically. I don't like the singer's voice. That's just me.
Well, there you go. Yeah, well, your voice was amazing on that. And Mayo Monster says, wow, thank you, sir. That was his request. And he was loving that for sure the whole time. Amazing. Thank you so much, David. All right, Ray, you are up next if you have a song ready. And then we'll go to Lowry and David. Lowry did say that it was, right, Homeboy Has Pipes. That it was a false alarm. So there's no fire. They're okay. Glad to hear it.
All righty. Well, I guess the next one I want to do for you will be another cover tune that I sang a duet with my wife. It would be Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow Picture.
Oh, great song.
And again, this is a full cover. I believe it was done fully on keyboards through my dog. But
Good call, Mayo. All right, awesome, Ray. Go for it.
alrighty, one moment.
Seen the sun shining 3 damn days, and had a good girl to miss me. Lord, I wonder if I'll ever change my ways. I put your picture away, sat down and cried together. I can't look at you while I'm lying next to her. I put your picture away, sat down and cried together. I can't look at you while I'm lying next to her. I found you that night in a hotel. Everyone knows what they won't tell, but they're having fun telling something just ain't right. I've been waiting on you for a long time. Queuing up for money to cheap wine. I ain't heard from you in 3 damn nights. I want you to I wonder, baby, I can't look at you all night next to him. I put your picture away. I wonder, baby, I can't look at you while I'm lying next to him. We left today with no friend. It was the same old same. How have you been? Since you've been gone, my world's been dark and gray. Reminded me to cry again. I thought you were coming home to stay. I was headed to church. I was hoping to bring you away. I thought about you for a long time. Can't seem to get you off my mind. I can't understand why we're living life this way. I found your picture today. I swear I changed my ways. I just called to say I want you to come back home. I found your picture today. I swear I changed my ways. I just called to say I want you to come back home. I just called to say I love you. Come back home.
I love that. Ray, that was so sweet.
Now, that's the first and probably only duet you're ever going to hear me do with my wife.
That was so sweet. I love it.
She's very gun shy about being recorded.
Well, she did great. Please pass that along to her from all of us. And what a sweet song and sweet message there in the chat from everybody, too.
I
Beautifully
will.
done.
I will relay that message.
Yes. Lisa, much love to you. Good to see you. Mr. Super, thanks for coming in. Glad to see everybody coming in and having a great time. Johnny, sorry for that. And it's a true story for too many people, I know. Yeah, that was beautiful. Agreed, Mayo. Okay. Yes. Yeah, there's a little bit of echoing. It's okay. It's just on the conversation side when we're talking. Hopefully you're not getting an echo now. I think that's on Ray's settings, but that's okay. Hey, Spawn, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. All right. Thanks again to all my mods who are helping connect people on Rumble and on YouTube. Yeah, those lyrics are amazing. Really beautiful. Absolutely. Thanks for being here, Ray, and thanks for sharing that with us. Okay. Yeah, it's good to see you, Anne. It has been a while. Glad you're back. Let us know how you're doing in the chat if you would. Okay. All right, Lowry, we are to you next. And then if David's up for performing too, then we'll go to him right after you.
We'll see how he feels. I think
You're back. You're back in one ear, just so
How
you
is that
know.
happening? I don't really know how that's happening. I'm sending a mono signal, which is bizarre.
Ooh, good suggestion, Dana, for Ray. Maybe you guys can do Endless Love. That would be beautiful.
I don't know how to fix it currently without rerouting my entire. I mean, what does it sound like? Does it sound awkward?
No, it doesn't sound bad. It's just in one ear. But you're sounding great.
One ear to you guys, and it must be going out one ear to everybody, right?
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe
Yeah.
if you maybe in StreamYard, this won't fix it on your end, but maybe in StreamYard, if you turn off your stereo.
Oh, good point. Let's try that. Let's try that.
It will put it in mono, but it will at least make it in
Let's try that.
in the middle.
Wait,
There
try,
you
yeah.
go.
There we go.
Good thinking, David. Okay, let me turn this up a little bit now in StreamYard too, because I took off your automatic mic adjustment.
Okay. Is this okay? You can hear all that stuff?
Yep. Yeah, you're sounding
Sweet.
great.
This is a song from my second record called "You Die Alone." Well, love is a thing tonight. Walk with me. So are you afraid? You die alone, my love. You die alone, love. And I'm wondering how I'm gonna keep love in. Whoa, here he comes. Yeah, here he comes. What I meant to say is I'm doing okay. You die alone, my love. You die alone, love. I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. What I forgot to say is I hope you're okay. My love.
Nice slow clap.
That's a love song, guys. It's a love song.
Nah, it was great. A love song.
Yeah.
It's a kind of dark love song, but I do love that one. I really do.
I want to say thoughts and thanks to everyone who worried about me about a fire for a hot minute. I got a text from Algo. He's like, dude, check the door. He's like, feel the door before you go outside. Feel it.
Good looking out, Algo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Aw. Sorry to hear that, Mayo. All right. Zio, much love to you. Good to see you here. All right. Spawn. Okay. Tales Told in the Dark. Thank you for being here. Much love. Is David up for a song? Alex?
Of course.
Oh, there's two Davids, actually. There's a David in the background. So other David.
He's still thinking about it. He may
Okay.
change his mind, but in the meantime, it'll just be me, and we'll see if he changes his mind. He's kind of under
Okay.
the weather tonight, so we'll see.
Yep. No pressure, but if... Oh, I sure
My
enjoyed
bad.
listening
He sends
to
his
his
love,
music.
by the way,
That's okay.
to everybody.
Yeah, much love to you too, and I hope you're feeling better. There's something going around that
going
season, you know. Okay, all right. Then let me see where we're at here. I think I can't keep track. David, is it other David? Is it your turn? I think we're actually back at the beginning of a rotation. So okay, what I'm gonna do? Yeah, it's a short rotation. It's like speeding right along. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up a video. And then we'll start a new round. And this next song is, perfect timing with Zio coming in right now. This is by Zio Fender and Soundtrack, and I'm sure I will mispronounce it. But it's Achille Loro. Here we go. absolutely stunning, as always, by Zio Fender and Soundtrack. And Zio, thanks for being here. Much love to you. I love that timing. I think that happened last time, too. It's great. Right? Yeah, Mayo, he always draws you in. You guys go and sub up Zio and show your support. He has another original song that I'm saving for next week, but you guys can go and check it out over on his stream. Kim, much love to you. Good to see you here. Thanks for being here. And 101, much love. Yeah, you got to listen to that with great headphones and volume up, right, Bran? Okay. That's right, 101. Okay. All right, we are back at the beginning. So David, Piano Man Mark II, David, it is your turn. You are up. Thank you. And Donna, good to see you here.
You could just call me Piano Man just to avoid confusion if that's easier.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the 80s like I always do. Because why wouldn't I?
Love it.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad man. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's playing by the madman. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever or never? Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever young. It's so hard to get on without a cause. I don't want to perish like a fading horse. Youth's like diamonds in the sun, and diamonds are forever. Some are like water, some are like the heat. Some are a melody and some are the beat. Sooner or later, they all will be gone. Why don't they stay on? So many adventures couldn't happen today. So many songs we forgot to play. So many dreams swinging out of the blue. But let them come true. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever?
Phenomenal. That was great. David, I love that song too.
Thank you.
I was thinking Napoleon Dynamite. I was remember that scene.
Right.
Like, and then I'm like, yeah, the song. Yeah, that was fire, dude. That was awesome.
That's where I first heard the song. So yeah. Gosh.
Mike Mike mentioned that too, and I hadn't thought about it until it was mentioned in the chat, but then it cracked me up. Well done. Blue, good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Right, Lowry, amazing. Mayo says, take me back, David. Right? I know, I love all the 80s music. Right? Landon says the musical range of this guy. 79, welcome in. Thanks for being here. CQ, I think I said hi earlier, but much love to you. Right? Singing along there, Spawn. Okay, Ray, you are up next. Yeah, others were thinking of Napoleon Dynamite too.
Oh, joy. I'm up next. Well, I'm going to do a country song. My very first attempt at a country song.
Great.
You will want to be able to see the on-screen lyrics because it gets kind of dicey. But
I agree, Dana.
with that, I will get on with it. Or attempt to. What the hell? Why won't it go full screen?
You're sad. Show me your mind. 'Cause I can't walk alone. I see you are shaking. I feel my walls breaking. I can see that you're grieving. I'll be the calm you're breathing. Please breathe the love that you and I have so. The fire behind your eyes, you can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try. Golden horizons, I see the sun rising, but you're still drawing lines. I walk up beside you, I turn my face to you. I'm hoping you decide if you give our love a chance and open up to this romance and join the dance. You know that you and I can't find the fire behind your eyes. You can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try. The fire behind your eyes, you can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try.
Love
right.
that, Ray. That was
Now,
great.
that was my attempt at a country song. Oh, no,
Oh,
so-
go ahead and pause it. There we go. Great. Third Eye, good to see you here. Eric, thanks for coming in. Much love to you. Blue, I think I said hi, but thanks for being here. No, that was great. I like your first attempt there at that country song. I thought it was wonderful. Laura, much love. Thanks for being here. All right. Okay. I liked all the quotes from Napoleon Dynamite in the chat. You guys are cracking me up. I love that movie. So funny. Lynn, thanks for coming in over on Rumble. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. And yeah, we're having a great time tonight. Yeah, I agree. His voice was great on that one, Dana. And Rune, welcome in. Much love. Agreed. Mr. Super says this is pure gold. Okay. All right. We are going to keep going here. So we have Lowry. You are up next. And the link is pinned for anybody who wants to come and join us. We have kind of a short rotation going tonight.
I dig it. I feel spoiled tonight, so this is awesome.
I feel spoiled tonight. I'm glad you guys are all here.
So when I think we were on your show in Puerto Rico. I'm pretty sure we were.
Yeah.
And we ended up in the batch of people that got stuck there after the shenanigans in Venezuela. So we were stuck there for 3 days, right? And we're like,
Right.
we had gotten out of vacation mode, and then we had to get back into vacation mode because, and fortunately, Dave, we had a timeshare that wasn't booked for the next week, so
Good to see you,
we had
Brad.
to spend like $500 a night in hotels to like stay down there until they opened up the airport again. And we're like, what do we do? What do we do? And like, we had all this really good camera gear with us. And Nico and I both, not just music, but she's a great photographer, and we both produce a lot of video too. And she's like, why don't we shoot a video for mermaids? And I'm like, that could work, because like, you know, a lot of like people spend a lot of their budgets getting everybody down to a location, and we're already there. We're in like the perfect
Right.
location to shoot a video for
I love
mermaids.
it. Great idea.
So we went to several different beaches and got like shit tons of footage. And she finished her first, she's going to do 3 versions. They're all going to be roughly kind of the same feel, but she kind of wanted to do a 90s spin, you know, like it feels like, it really does feel like a 90s music video. So anyway, I sent the link to Bran. So I think he's got that queued up.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Got it. Let me pull that up here. Here we go. I'll share can I share this link in the chat?
You can.
Okay.
Settled waterside where the tears land they may. Sending the fool sunny faces like me. Your salty skin reserved as beauty. After precious gems they built it till they didn't really marry well. Never seen a chance, and now we're gonna fall in love. It didn't go well. So it won't help anyone who sees. Seeding ships until we bleed like you and me. As this measured sands and seas like rise our memory. Let you see what you call cool, cool, cool. Christ, did we ever leave each other's side? As dreams of love for the satisfied. Ooh, ooh. We could swim and die. My princess died. It's you, my love. It's you, my love. It's you, my love. It's you, my love. You keep me here, my love. I'm gonna slow clap Nicole.
Slow clap. That was awesome. Yeah, I loved that.
I really
Well
like it.
done.
Yeah,
Good
they
job,
said they
Nico,
really
too.
like it. Yay. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's really cool. And we kind of went
Can
for
you,
that
Mike?
90s.
Can you?
Anyway,
No, it was
thanks-
great.
Thanks for playing that. Yeah. Well, there'll be probably a different version coming out, but we're just kind of toying around with it a little bit here. But
Yeah, what a great idea too. I think to use where you were at and where you were stuck to make something positive out of it. I love it.
Yeah, right. I thought it was great. So
Right,
thank you.
Rune? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing that with us. If you do end up doing anything to change it up, let us know.
Yeah, we'll play a newer version of it maybe next week.
Dana says that spot looks isolated. Where were you, or did you just go super early?
Okay, so
Good
there's a
question,
secret
Dana.
beach. There's a secret beach where our timeshare was that only if you ask the locals, they tell you kind of the trail to get to it. And that was the one that had like the swing on it. It was like really, really, really awesome. It's like, remember that movie, the DiCaprio movie was The Beach? It had that
Yeah,
feel. It didn't have anything enclosed, like, but
Yeah.
it was a curved sandy beach with a couple of overhanging palm trees and two swings. Unfortunately, right behind where this was sat Fox News's gigantic Citadel mansion, where whenever they're broadcasting from or have holiday parties or whatever, there was nobody there. But apparently Fox News's castle was behind us, according to the locals.
Yeah, that's so cool.
There you go.
Great question, Dana, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spawn says, love how it's like she's dancing on the waves. I thought so, too.
Yeah, she did a good job on that.
All right. Brad, thanks for coming up and joining us tonight.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah. I'm always glad when you can join in. Did they change? I think they changed the color, and then I think they're changing the wrench over to shields. Tate had brought this up, I think it was last week or the week before, and I've seen it. It's like going back and forth. Sometimes the mods have shields, and sometimes we have wrenches, but it does look like the blue changed hues just a little bit.
Okay, not to slow it down
yeah.
any on this, but like, did everybody?
Oh, you. Was that just on my end, or was that for everybody? It cut out like right as you were saying it, Alex.
Oh, well, I was saying
No, that was everybody. He said. He
Yeah.
said. I just want to ask.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, cool. So yeah, but anyway, the updates of the iPhone went out yesterday, and so I updated, and my phone, it looks like I've eaten mushrooms now. So I look at it, and I'm like, what is going on? I think they're doing a lot of like system wide, trickery
Yeah.
or whatever you call it. Anyway, there you
Right. Yep. Yeah, they're always up to some shenanigans, and yeah, I have an update they're about to force on my phone. I have an old, well, it's not that old. I don't know which one it is. 10, I think. An iPhone 10.
the new update that they just did
What
for
are
the
they on?
iPhone, it sucks.
Yeah, they're gonna try to force, but right now I don't have enough space on my phone, so I'm just gonna try to keep it as long as possible, so that they can't force
they
my
fixed
update.
things that weren't broken.
Yeah, that's what they tend to do, and then there's all these like things that you don't like that they've changed, And I know they're integrating a bunch of AI into everything, which we'll talk about more in the second half, but not a fan, not a fan. All right. There you go, Johnny. From Katy Perry to Celine Dion and Mariah Carey. I love it. Mike, you're digging yourself into a hole. You're going to have to come up here sometime and sing. Okay, JM says it looks the same on a laptop. Yeah, I don't know. And it is different on different devices sometimes too, so that could be part of it. Okay, and the wrench color looks different than the words. I think the wrench, I don't know. I can't tell. Barbie girl, another one. Yeah, it is definitely lighter. Okay, let's keep going here. So I think that if David's not singing, then we're at you, Brad. Perfect timing.
Okay.
And
I've
we'll start
learned
a
I'd
new
better have a
rotation.
song ready when I join in. So,
Perfect.
a friend of mine just made this, and it's one of my favorite albums. Of course, I haven't listened to this version, and we'll see how it goes. But here we go. Click that button. There we go, and.
Little Johnny sat in front. First he jumped and then he looked. The tracks of time, those tracks of mine. Little Johnny's occupied. Come on, come together. Come on, come together. Ooh. Well, little Johnny had a nape that hung around the poor boy's nape. Every time that Johnny ate, the little man fed the ape. Come on, come together. Come on, come together. Woo! So little Jay's a screwed up boy who dulled the pain but killed the joy. And little Jay's a big old mess, but when he's offered just says yes. Little Jay is sad and blue. First he jumped and then he looked. The tracks of time, those tracks of mine. Little Jay is occupied. Come on, come together. Come on, come together. Come on, come together. Come on, come together. Woo! Come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, come together. Come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, come together.
come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, come together, come together.
He wants you to come together.
Amazing. That was fantastic, Brad.
Nice.
Love it. Good vibes all around.
That is,
Really
I
well
think,
done.
2000.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Really
Yeah,
well done.
saw-
Yeah,
saw
your
him on
voice
that
on
tour.
that. Fantastic. Oh, good. Multitasking matters too, T. I'm always doing that. All right. Thanks to everybody coming in too. Marshall, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Never ending. Good to see you. And Southern Eagleman, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I love that one too, Mayo. All right. Yeah, if anybody's able to join the panel, we're still doing music for about another hour or so. I'm going to try to stick to the 11 p.m. Eastern time to switch. So if you're wanting to come up, there's still lots of time. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat. And Ken, thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
Good to see you, Indy.
Yeah, right, Mayo. Good to see you too. Okay, well, Ken, if you want to go right away, you can, because we're just about to start a new rotation.
Go ahead and start. I haven't even got anything ready yet.
Okay, all right, no worries.
All right.
Yeah, Tate, it looks like that, doesn't it? Tate says, I think YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble are merging, and they're definitely starting to look a lot more alike. So I don't know. I don't know if it's because they're technically merging behind the scenes, but or if they're just trying to like kind of emulate the things that work at each one of them, you know. But there's definitely more similarities than there used to be. Okay. Lisa, I need to figure out how to add some more mods over on Rumble. But I will do that. Yeah, I only have a couple over there because I did it before I'd even started streaming. And then absolutely, Dana. And then I haven't figured out how to do it again. I also need to figure out how to do emojis. Elgo, I'm gonna come pick your brain and see if you can help me figure out how to do emojis over on Rumble as well. All right. Thanks, Southern Eagleman. Okay. All right. Okay, well then we're going to go ahead and start at the beginning of our rotation. So we're going to pull up a video. This one is by Camellia, and she actually put this out a little while back, and somehow I had missed it. And thankfully, I realized I had not played Camellia in too long because I absolutely love Camelia's music. And so I went and checked, and I found that there are a couple songs of hers that I have not played yet here. And this is No Show Tonight. Here we go.
Show won't begin till the sweet lady sidesteps all her concerns and all her regrets. Bang, boom, play
Beautiful as always from
Loved it.
Camellia. Yeah. There's something about her music that is just so like moving to me. Her lyrics and just all of it. Amazing, Camellia. All right. Go and sub her up, you guys. Show some support. All right. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and do a song, and then we're back at the beginning of the rotation. So we'll go to you, Piano Man Mark, right after that. Yeah, very relaxing. Yeah, and attention grabbing at the same time. And then really quickly, I wanted to read this challenge from Dana. She says this might be a challenge for someone who dares. LOL. Plastic bear trance. Is that California Plain for Moi? Oh, I don't know. That might be. I don't know what that is. From 1977, either in original French or English. Okay, I'm guessing that that one will not be for me. So there you go. For any of you out there who want to step up to the challenge, or if it's something you already know, you can come and do it tonight. If not, then maybe something to do for another time. But I love all the suggestions.
I like a
in the chat.
challenge, but I don't know that.
Yeah, me neither. Something to check out.
And does it exist in karaoke?
That's always a question, but I know some people there, Brad, that might be able to make that happen.
Yeah, but I can't snap my fingers or wiggle my nose. It's
Right.
a little more than that, but
I noticed we've been on the same vibe. It's funny because it's like a few songs now that you've created them like right before or right after I've sang them.
Oh,
So it's
yeah?
sort of funny. Yeah. There was a couple in the last 2 weeks that I sang, and then I saw that you had just put one out. Right, Mayo? Her music's amazing. Okay. All right. Let me get some things set up here. And I will, let's see. Okay. Dana says, if you hear it, you will know it. All right. Okay. I'm going to take that off so I can focus here for a second. All right. Give me a second, guys.
You could be my silver spring, blue-green colors flashing. I would be your only dream, your shining autumn ocean crashing. Don't say that she's pretty, and did you say that she loves you? Baby, I don't wanna know. So I'll begin not to love you. Turn around, see me running. I'll say I loved you years ago. Tell myself you never loved me. No. Don't say that she's pretty. And did you say that she loved you? Baby, I don't wanna know. Oh no. Can you tell me, was it worth it? Baby, I don't wanna know. Time cast a spell on you, but you won't forget me. I know I could have loved you, but you would not let me. a spell on you, but you won't forget me. I know I could have loved you, but you would not let me. I'll follow you down till the sound of my voice will haunt you. Give me just a chance, you'll never get away from the sound of the woman that loves you. Was I such a fool? I'll follow you down till the sound of my voice will haunt you. Give me just a chance, you'll never get away from the sound of the woman that loves you. Time cast a spell on you, but you won't forget me. I know I could have loved you, but you would not let me.
Such a good song.
Great job, Indy.
Thank you. Yeah, and I cannot remember who. I think there were actually a couple people that had suggested that one for me. So thank you for the request, you guys.
I've been
And,
suggesting it to everybody. So
There we go. Same wavelength again, Brad. I'm telling you. All right. Thanks for all of your comments. I'll catch up here in a second. And David, or Piano Man Mark, we are back to you.
Yo. Okay, so if you guys are like me, you probably have, you probably have like a couple favorite bands that have like one or two songs that were really, really popular on the radio, and everybody is always like, "Oh, I know that song by that band," and you're like, "Yeah, but there's so many other songs that they did that were so much better." In this case, I kind of feel the same way about this song, but this song is still objectively really, really good. It's one of their more popular songs for a reason. So here we go. A modern day warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Fuck yeah, dude. Though his mind is not for rent, don't put him down as arrogant. His reserve a quiet defense, lighting out the day's events. The river. What you say about his company is what you say about society. Catch the mist, catch the myth, catch the mystery, catch the drift. The world is love and life are deep. Maybe as in skies, what little keyboard glitch there at the end, but yeah.
He sounded amazing. That was awesome, David.
Dude.
That was really amazing.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Karen. Yeah, everybody was loving that. Yeah, and Rush. I think Rush is one of those bands that just everybody loves.
You know how hard it is to sing that material. I mean, it's super hard. That was amazing, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah, really well done.
I do a decent Geddy Lee impression.
I put it
That
up
was
there.
great. Spawn says, "This is raw." Love it, Spawn. JM, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. That was great. Thank you for all of your support. Too much music for two dudes. Yeah, Southern Eagleman says close, very close to Geddy Lee. Yeah, that was amazing. David, phenomenal. Thank you for that. Yes, I've heard about that, Dana.
I actually think that's going to be it for me because I'm getting tired now. But I had fun.
Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine why. No, thank you. Thanks so much, David, for coming up and
out with the air.
Right?
He's coming down from the rush.
There you go.
Funny.
David, do you have a stream set up for next week already, or for tomorrow?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay.
I'm not planning on making it open mic just because the last couple times barely anybody popped up there, but
right.
But I'll
okay,
do some
well,
things.
take that as a hint, guys. Get over to David's.
I have a fun little thing planned for tomorrow. I'll just leave it at that. But I'm also gonna sing some songs and stuff like that. May hear me sing some Rush.
Nice. Okay. If one of my actually, if you would grab the link to his stream, if you haven't already, and put it in the chat, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And you guys can go and hit the notification so you don't forget. Make sure you get over to Piano Man Marks. All right. Thanks, David. Thanks again.
Thanks for David.
You guys are all awesome, by the way.
Sounded great.
Yeah.
I think I got one more in me, and then I'm done.
Great. Yeah, we probably have this rotation and then I think one more before we'll probably be close to switching gears about then. Really quickly, Ray, before you go, I wanted to read this from Karen. She says she's sitting in the hospital parking lot. I have a family member in the ER. She's enjoying the music. Much love to you, Karen. Sorry for whatever's going on with your family member. If people want to go ahead and join in prayer, that would be great. And just surround her and her family. Especially the family member who is in the ER, be with the doctors as well to make sure that that person is taken care of. Much love to you, Karen, and glad you can find some relief by being here and listening to some music while you're there waiting. Okay, all right, Ray. Let me go ahead. Oh no, okay, yeah, you're all set, Ray.
All right. One moment. This would be a cover that I did for a fellow YouTuber that asked me to do this cover. It is Stone Sour Song 3. Play. All right, let's give it a shot. You ready? Yeah. If you take a step towards me, you will take my breath away. So I'll keep you close and keep my secret safe. No one else has ever loved me. No one else has ever tried. Never understood how much I could take. Then I saw the worst was over when I laid my eyes on you. It was all that I could do to know my place. Out of all the vast illusions, out of all the dreams come true, I was gone until I finally saw your face. If you cried out for more, if you reached out for me, I would run into the storm just to keep you here with me. I am gone beyond my years. I've wasted half my life, but I found it all in you. Did I save you? 'Cause I know you saved me too. from the bed to set it free. I have left this bloody nightmare in my wake, but out of sight. All I want is deviation, my desire. Out of all the past confusion, out of all the common spite, just tell me I am yours, 'cause you are mine. And if you cry out for more, if you reached out for me, I would run into the storm just to keep you here with me. I have gone beyond my years. I've wasted half my life, but I found it all in you. Did I save you? 'Cause I know you saved me too. Oh. It doesn't really matter what I do or say. I'm never going anywhere anyway. 'Cause when I'm dying for you, I never felt so alive. And if you cried out for more, if you reached out for me, I would run into the storm just to keep you here with me. I have gone beyond my years. I've wasted half my life, but I found it all in you. And I save you 'cause I know you saved me too. Oh, I know you saved me too.
That was great, Ray.
Impressive.
All right. And that's Stone Sour's Song 3.
Yeah. I don't know Stone Sour very well, but all the songs of theirs I've heard I've really liked.
I know
Joni,
that
good to
song-
see you.
Yeah, a friend of,
Go ahead, Brad.
friend of mine dedicated it to her brother. It was his favorite song. So
Yeah, that's great. And Karen said over on Rumble, I don't know if she put it in the chat over on YouTube too, but it's her. Oh, now I'm going to make sure I say it right. I think she said it's her stepson. Yeah, it's her stepson that is in the ER right now. So thanks to all of you I saw who are praying for him and for her and for their loved ones. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, that was amazing. Oh, I love that, Mayo. Positive story. Mater and Brenda, welcome back in. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right. We are to Lowry next. Looks
So
like
there's a
you're
whistle
raring to go.
solo in this song. I'm gonna do some '90s stuff. I'm kind of on a '90s kick. I
All
asked
right.
Nico if she could do it, and she said no. It's also a song that's got like a lot of words, and so if I run out of breath, I'll just make a funny face. Do you guys remember Evan Dondo from the Lemonheads?
yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, so like, that video that Nico did just kind of took me back into the 90s, and I was like, okay, so what's the song I have? I think I played this once like a year and a half ago on your show. This is Lemonheads. If I could talk, I'd tell you.
I tell you, great song.
got like 3 of the notes on the whistle solo. I'm pretty proud of that.
That was great.
I was whistling along, but I can't whistle either. So I'm like,
It's actually an octave up. It's actually,
yeah,
but I
yeah. I
think
can't
close
even.
to
I
that.
can't even whistle. I'm just like blowing through the weeds. That's
Yeah.
that's as good as it gets.
Well, I was leaning on Nicole,
Blowing
and
through
she bailed. She phoned it in. She's like, you can whistle. You were whistling earlier.
Yeah, I've
Anyway.
said
No,
before.
you
My
sounded
dad.
great.
My dad could whistle anything, music, notes, high, low, all that, and I'm like,
Didn't it used to be a lot easier when you were a kid whistling? 'Cause,
I
like,
think
I've
you just
never been
didn't
able to.
realize if you sounded good or not when you were a
true,
kid, you know?
true, there's truth in that.
It was a
Ray-
lot
Oh, go ahead.
easier.
Yeah, right? Maybe more breath. I don't know. Ray, thank you so much for joining us. He says he's going to take off, but thanks for being here. And glad that you could come up and join us and share your music. Have a great night. Okay. All right. Just making sure, Lowry, if David wanted to join in or not. And if not, then we are to you, Brad.
Yeah, I think he's crashed in for the night, but I'm good for
Okay.
as long as it goes. So.
Okay,
you know.
great.
well,
Awesome.
I have to follow that one with this one. This album is one of the best albums of the '90s. Shout out to Eduardo, my Lemonhead buddy. She's coming over. We'll go out walking. Make a call on the way. She's in the phone booth now. I'm looking in. There comes a smile on her face. There's still some of the same stuff we got yesterday. There's still some of the same stuff we got yesterday. Yeah. I'm too much with myself. I wanna be someone else. I'm too much with myself. I wanna be someone else. I'm too much with myself. I wanna be someone else. So we take off out Fiona's door. I can tell it's light outside, like before when we were on the phone. We have to laugh to look at each other. We have to laugh 'cause we're not alone. As the cars fly up King Street, it's enough to startle us. It's enough to startle us. I love my drug buddy, my drug buddy. I love my drug buddy, my drug buddy.
Nice.
Such a good album. I was really
was
into
awesome.
Lemonheads, and my friend was really into Juliana Hatfield, and you know,
That was
That was
great, Brad.
great. All right, you made Mayo stick around for that one. Yeah. Love it. JM says he doesn't think he's heard that song before, but it sounded great.
well, it was a
Everything
single,
was-
but it's My Drug Buddy, so probably not real popular on regular radio.
And R.I.P. to Eduardo. Did you say that was one of his favorites?
Yeah, that's he and I both bonded over the Lemonheads, both liking the Lemonheads, and that's one of his tracks. So
Love it. That was nice. Cheryl, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Yeah, great voice. Right, Daryl, and welcome in. All right. Have a great night, Mayo. Mayo. Thanks for being here. Okay, Daryl, you are new to me. Let me check out your channel since you're in the chat. Otherwise, if you want to hang out tonight, you can come and join us another time. But I'll check out your channel during this next song and then let you know if you can come up. But usually, as long as you're known or somebody can vouch for you, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, and you're welcome to join once we know you. All right, thanks again to all of my mods who are slinging links. Make sure you guys are going and checking out everybody's channels and subbing up the ones that you think you're gonna follow and like. All right, yeah, it was great. I agree, Brenda. Okay, awesome, Anti. I will check that out in a second. Okay. Oh, Tattooed Angel, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Becca.
Spawn, take care. Have a great night. Okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome, Daryl. I know Troubled Minds. All right. Justin says, I don't know who sang me to sleep around the beginning, but I'm back and awake. Glad you got a good nap in. Naps matter too. All right. Okay, so Becca, that must be. All right. Glad you guys know Becca. Okay. Oh, and Sweet sent you over. Fantastic. Love Sweets. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Where are we at here? So I think we're going to go ahead and pull up a video. This next one is by Mountain Man, and then we're starting our final rotation for tonight for music. I think. We'll see how time goes, but I'm pretty sure
I
we'll only
think you
have time
forgot
for one
me.
more. Oh, I did. Ken, I'm sorry. I had forgotten to add you. Thank you for saying something. I had forgotten to add you to my banner list. I keep things so I can keep track, but it only works if I add you in. Thanks for speaking up. All right, Ken, it is your turn then. And I see you already have that shared.
Yeah, I'm just sharing one tonight. I'm hoping it's just a cold I'm getting and not the flu, but
Yeah, I know. There's something going around. Algo says it's from the chemtrails. It's the chemtrail flu.
yeah, I
Very
believe
well
it with
could
all
be.
this cold weather that blew in.
Yeah. There's definitely some bug, but it's kind of that season too. So, but anyway, I hope you start feeling better. I'm going to go ahead and share 2 links for Red Pill. His Red Pill channel, Quest for Truth, which is more kind of like truther information. And then his Lyrics by Ken, which has more of his music. But okay, you want to tell us anything about this before we play it?
Well, I've been dealing with my sciatica for like the last 3 weeks, so I basically wrote a song about it. That's why it's called
All
Fire in My
right.
Nerve.
Yeah, it's relatable, I'm sure, to many. Here we go.
Woke up to that lightning down my leg again. Feels like a live wire buried in my skin. Every step's a gamble, every breath a fight. But I lace up my boots and I face the daylight. Some days I'm crawling, some days I stand tall. But pain's got a way of making mountains out of walls. It's a fire in my nerves, a river running slow. Sciatic kids screaming while the blood won't flow. But I'm still here, yeah, I'm still on my feet, living through the ache with a stubborn heartbeat. I bend, I break, I curse, I bleed, but I don't back down from the pain I meet. Doctors say manage it like it's easy as a pill, but they don't feel the thunder when the world stands still. Vascular battles in the shadows of my veins. Every day's a war with invisible chains. Some nights I'm shaking, some nights I don't sleep, but I rise with the sun 'cause my soul runs deep. It's a fire in my nerves, a river running slow. Sciatic keeps screaming while the blood won't flow. But I'm still here, yeah, I'm still on my feet, living through the ache with a stubborn heartbeat. I bend, I break, I curse, I bleed, but I don't back down from the pain I meet. If strength is measured by the storms you survive, then I'm a hurricane walking, still alive. Pain tries to own me, but I won't concede. I'm more than the battles in my bones and my knees. It's a fire in my nerves, a river running slow. Sciatic is screaming while the blood won't flow. But I'm still here and I won't retreat. Every scar I carry is a drum beat. I bend, I break, I curse, I bleed, but I rise again and that's all I need.
All right. Love that, Ken. Great lyrics. A lot of people were feeling that in the chat too. And
Sorry,
of course,
I was back here choking and coughing.
well, I'm glad that you shared that with us for sure. And Daryl, glad you can hopefully come up and join for a song. And it's nice to meet you. I subbed over at your channel. You guys go and check out Daryl's channel. Sounds like they do karaoke every night over there. All right. We have something coming up for Mr. B, but so far, I don't think anybody has said that they've gotten an update. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, actually. Yeah, right, Dana? Oh, I like that. Dana says, wow, Ken, it's too bad about your pain, but it's kind of good for us because of your song. At least silver lining, right? Putting pain into words worked so well. So visual.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I actually have sciatic nerve damage from my first pregnancy. And so I know how that goes.
It is
Thankfully.
no fun.
Yeah, it isn't. Dennis, much love to you. Good to see you here. I played your latest earlier in the stream. I have to go back and check it out.
What
Check out the
did
comments.
doctor give you, Indy?
I don't take anything for it. I don't have, I did some physical therapy that didn't really help very much. It got worse with my second pregnancy. I'm kind of one of the lucky ones where I don't have pain very often. It's more just the numbness. So my left leg is numb, like all down my left thigh. And then like from my, like, it's just all down the left side of my leg, basically. And when it first happened, it was really scary because I was like 8 months pregnant and was falling, you know. But now I'm used to it, so it's not like a big hindrance or anything like that. But it's just every once in a while, it's like for those who might not have ever had sciatic nerve pain or you know, anything like that. For me, it's not super painful, but it's kind of like when your foot falls asleep and it tingles and then it kind of burns. It's sort of that feeling.
I
And
wish
for
I
me,
had
that
that.
right. Like I said, I know I'm one of the luckier ones because I know for some people it's like a constant pain. So I don't know if that's how it is for you, Ken, but yeah, it sounded like it from that song. But yeah, I know there's others who said in the chat, in both chats, that they can relate as well. Yeah, I think it's great. You know, people always say like write what you know for writers, and I think for songs too, it's like when you put your experience into music, there's always people that can relate to it. Okay. All right. Daryl, welcome up. Your cam is on, just so you know. It looks like on something like. There we go. Okay, I'll let you get settled there. Rune, yes, I love sharing your songs. I don't think I have one on the list tonight, but we did play last week. And your link has been shared. So you guys make sure you go and check out Rune. Rune has amazing live streams that are one of the chillest places to be on the internet. And then also does some covers and has great music and videos that are out as well. Okay. All right, we are in our last rotation, but if there's enough time for anybody who wants to come up to join, I think the last rotation, for anybody who wants to come and join, you are welcome to share your music. Right, Joni? Yeah. Yeah, Brenda says mine hurts like hell all the way to my toes. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's like that for a lot of people. Cheryl says sciatic, mine never stops, right? Yeah, really relatable. Yeah, you're welcome, Dennis. Glad that you're here. And Dennis, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. Okay. Let's keep this going. So let's see, where are we at here? Now we're at the beginning of a rotation. So we have a video I'm going to go ahead and pull up. This is the latest from Mountain Man, and it's his cover of House of the Rising Sun. Here we go.
In New Orleans, they call the rising sun. It's been the room for many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. She sold my new blue jeans. Father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans. The only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. The only time he's satisfied is when he's on a drum. One foot on the platform, the other on the train. I'm headed back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Mothers, tell your children not to do what I've done. Spend your life in misery in the house of the rising sun. Your mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend my life in misery in the house of the rising sun.
All right. Doesn't that just get you in this like chill zone? Love it, Mountain Man. Really well done.
Definitely a
Hawk,
vibe.
yep. Hawk, it's good to see you. I agree. Nice finger work there, young man. Right, Brenda? I know you were feeling it. That was great. All right. Go check out Mountain Man, you guys. Show some support. Okay. We are back at the beginning of a rotation. Probably our last one here. So, Lowry, you... Oh, hold on one second. Let me get back over here. Okay, Lowry, you are up next.
Hi. Everybody's good tonight. I love it.
No, I love it, Bran.
Are you gonna make me change my next song also?
Oh, I'm gonna do an original. I had a 90s song pulled up, but it didn't fit into my theme work, and I didn't really have a theme tonight. I was kind of all over the place, but I'm gonna do a song called "Full and Empty" for my third record, which was like a lot of people don't know this. I wrote this song this was for when I moved to New York City in 2003, we were still fresh off a certain event in 2001 that needs not being addressed, and I wrote this like as I got there because there was still a lot of fallout from whatever that thing was, and it's in there, but it's not too deep. I don't write conspiracy music on the nose or anything, but it's in there, so I thought that might be an interesting tidbit. It's called Full and Empty.
Would it be alright if we could dance on the rubble of your fallen building? Oh, la da da. And sleep in the middle of Ocean Parkway. Oh, la da da. You said I shouldn't dream so much, and I am self-aware. I am trying to spare your life, your life, your life, your life. I'm asking you to save your own life. So sleep in the middle of Ocean Parkway. La da da. And dance on the rubble of your fallen buildings. La da da. You said I shouldn't love you so much. I'm asking you to save your own life. If you get alarms, why don't you pull out? Why don't you pull out? If you get alarms, why don't you pull out? Why don't you pull out? Yeah. La
Love it, Laurie. That sounded
Very nice.
amazing.
Thank you.
I'll join in on the slow clap.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
fine.
go.
This is going to be a tradition now. She's not going to let it go. This is going to keep going. Thank
That
you.
was amazing.
Love it.
Thank you very much.
A beautiful day. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Justin, much love to you. Thanks for coming in. Daryl says great singing. Love that. Hawk, much love to you. Okay. There you go, Hawk. This is the way. Rune says, I get a Tom Petty vibe when I listen to the Lowry. Sounds very good. Whoop, whoop. All right. Fantastic. Okay, let's keep the great music going. We are to you, Brad.
This is an original I've been working on. Complete with backup barking. Little ditty about Jack and Diane, two American kids growing up in the heartland. Jackie gonna be a football star, Diane debutante backseat of Jackie's car. Sucking on chili dog outside the Tasty Free. Diane sitting on Jackie's lap, got his hand between her knees. Jackie said, hey Diane, let's run on behind the shady tree. Dribble off those Bobby Brooks, let me do what I please. Say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. They walk on. Jackie sits back, collects his thoughts for the moment, scratches his head, does his best James Dean. Well, then they're dying, we ought to run up to the city. Diane says, baby, you ain't missing nothing. But Jackie say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they say life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. So let it rock, let it roll, let the Bible belt come and save my soul. Hold on to 16 as long as you can. Change is coming around real soon, make us women and men. Oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah, they say life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. A little ditty about Jack and Diane, two American kids doing the best they can.
The dog stole the show.
Show us, Jess.
That was great. Fantastic. All right, love that, Brad. I think everybody was getting up and grooving to that one. Troubled Minds, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. Much love to you. Justin, otherwise known as Actions Not Distractions, is 16 subs away from 1,000, you guys. If my mods could go ahead and drop his link a few more times tonight, let's see if we can get him to 1,000. Hit that milestone. Show some support. Yeah, sounded very good. I agree. All right, well done. Yeah, I was definitely singing along. I hope some of you were too, right? XNYC, life does in fact go on. Mater says you need to tune the puppy. Nice. Awesome, Red Pill. Thanks for helping Justin out. Okay. Doggy guitar. Awesome. Okay. Let's keep going here. Let's see. We are to you next, Ken. I see you got this pulled up. All right. Want to tell us anything about this before you play it?
This is one I wrote to my wife, beautiful wife of 31 years.
All right.
It's not just the way you move across the room. It's the quiet things like how you breathe. You catch my heart in moments no one sees. And I'm drawn into the warmth you leave. You've been my strength, my saving grace. Tonight I just need your embrace. I wanna make love to you, not just touch your skin, but touch your soul. Hold you in the silence where hearts unfold. Let every kiss be something true. I wanna make love to you. It's deeper than the candles and the wine. It's knowing you're the dream I wanna find. It's tracing every scar, every line, till you feel how our stars align. Let me be the calm you breathe tonight. Lose ourselves beneath this light. I wanna make love to you, not just trace your shame, but feel your mind. Let the world fade, leave it all behind. 'Cause every part of me loves all of you. And I wanna make love to you. Let this night be where time slows, where hearts speak what no one knows. I'll love you like the ocean pulls the tide, with nothing held back, nothing to hide. I wanna make love to you in the quiet that only lovers know, where every sigh is soft and slow.
All right, love that. Beautifully done, Ken.
Thank you.
Really moving song. Yeah, I love that.
Very nice.
Okay. Yeah, everybody was liking that over on Rumble too. Sweet lyrics. Okay. Dawn, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Right? Yeah, right, Ken. Dana says, with that song, they will have another 31 plus happy years together. Yeah, very heartfelt, right,
Hope I can
Jam?
make it that far.
Right? Nice. Okay. Right, Rune? Okay, loved it. Glad everybody else did too. All right. Let's see. I think that we are to you, Daryl. And Daryl, I don't think we've heard you yet. Make sure you're unmute on StreamYard. Okay. Brad, thanks again for being here. Always glad when you can come and join us and share your music with us. Wonderful. Have a great night. Brad also does live streams on his channel usually on Sundays. So you guys make sure you hit the notification when you subscribe to Revision Karaoke. Brad.
Unmute. Oh, this is it.
There we go. There we
That's
go. Hey,
why you
Daryl.
want- I unmuted on the other channel. Oh, good. You can hear me?
Now we can. Yes,
All
absolutely.
right. I'm going to just sing off of the speakers on the computer, if that's okay, I hope.
Okay. Yeah,
I
it should
lost
be
my
good.
microphone yesterday. I got it short in my, what is it called? A dongle. Dongle?
Okay.
I just learned it.
Yeah, I think so. I know. I'm not sure either, but
All right, thanks.
we can hear your voice just fine. I'm
Okay.
gonna really quickly before you sing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your channel? It sounds like you host karaoke as well.
I don't host karaoke. I'm a member of the Karaoke Addicts on Facebook, as well as the Karaoke Directory, which is, available to anybody. That's, just click on, they have a list of, every night there's a different host hosting karaoke.
Okay.
Wherever their Zoom room is, you get a link, for that. It's free so far, right? And
Right.
yeah, we sing. Some nights there's theme nights. It's really fun. When I started, I have had about 3 songs in my repertoire. Now I have probably 600 or 700.
Wow. All right.
All the
Okay.
themes are done. So I think I'm going to do a Joni Mitchell song. If
Oh,
anybody,
I love
like
Joni.
Joni Mitchell. Great.
Yeah.
It's called Harry's House. I don't know if you know the record.
I don't know if I know this one or not, but I always love Joni. And you're getting a lot of shout outs from Rumble as well, just so you know.
Oh,
Okay, I'm going
cool.
to turn off your echo cancellation on this side, and then I'll stop talking because otherwise I'll be all echoey. And I'm going to turn off your mic adjustment on this side too, so I'll turn you up all the way once I
Okay,
do that.
cool. Yeah, I don't right now, so I'm just depending on my computer's mic. All right, so I'm ready if you're ready.
Yep, go for it. Yep, go for it.
Great. Where did I put those lyrics? Heat waves on a runway as the wheels set down. He takes his baggage off the carousel, takes a taxi into town. Yellow schools of taxi fishes, Jonah in a ticking whale, caught up at the light at the fishnet windows of Bloomingdale's, watching those high fashion girls, skinny black models with raven curls, beauty parlor blondes with their credit card eyes, looking for the chic and the fancy to buy. He opens up his suitcase in the Continental Suite, People 30 stories down look like colored currents in the street. A helicopter lands on the Pan Am roof like a dragonfly on a tomb. Businessmen in button-downs press into conference rooms. Italians have paper-minded males talking commodities and cents. They're paper wives and they're paper kids. Paper the walls to keep their gut reactions in. Yellow checkers for the kitchen, climbing ivy for the bath. She is lost in house and gardens. He's caught up in chief of staff. He drifts off into the memory of the way she looked in school, with her body oiled and shining at the public swimming pool. The more I feel my love increase, building all my dreams around you. Our happiness will never cease. Cause nothing's any good without you. Baby, you're my centerpiece. Off of there. I'm so sick. That's so fun. When are you gonna be home, Harry? I said get down off of there. Nothing's any good. When are you gonna be home, Harry? Nothing's any good. Shining hair and shining skin, shining as she reeled him in, to tell him like she did today, just what he could do with Harry's house, Harry's take-home pay.
was beautiful.
Well, thank
Hold on
you.
one second. Get that. There we go. Get your echo cancellation off.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, your voice is amazing.
Oh, thank you. I didn't feel like I could compete with these guys. These guys are awesome.
Oh,
They're
thank
so
you so much for
talented.
coming up and joining us. It's so great to get to meet you.
Oh, thank
And
you so much.
everybody was loving
Yeah.
that in YouTube and in the Rumble chat too. You're getting lots of shout outs. I think you know more people over on Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Thank you. Should
yeah,
check that.
lots of love for you, Daryl. That
Oh,
was
thank you
great.
so
Well,
much.
we're here every Monday night, and I hope you'll come and join us again.
Oh, I would love to. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, we are just about to shift gears into conversation, right? Absolutely. You held your own, Daryl, Johnny says. I
Thank you so
agree.
much.
Yeah.
You
All
guys
right.
rock.
I mean, you're welcome to stay around too, Daryl, for conversation. We are just about to shift gears. We have two songs we're going to do, kind of shifting into music, or sorry, from music into conversation. And I'm closer to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying to stick to that more. Okay. So this next song is from 15th Bend, and as many of you know, 15th is on a little bit of a hiatus from YouTube, just dealing with stuff in life and taking a little bit of a break. But 15th, you are very much missed, and he usually hosts an amazing indie music roller coaster on Thursday nights, and so I know we're all missing that and looking forward to when you're back 15th. But if you guys who are praying, if you want to pray for him also, just while he's taking a break and getting some stuff done, we all know how life stuff goes. And hope things are going well with you, 15th. You're missed. All right, here is one of my favorites by 15th, Drive. Amazing as always from 15th Bend. Twisted, good to see you. Much love to you. He says, blew my lurking cover. You pulled him right out of lurk mode there, 15th. Yeah, and I see the Tron and the Miami Vice vibes in that video for sure. I don't know about Barbie Girl. I'm not sure if I'm on that one, but yeah. Mo, thank you so much for the super sticker. Very much appreciated, as always, for all of your support. Much love to you. Yeah, 15th is amazing. His music just always gets me in some other zone, right? Right. Right. Brand says, Toronto, I can't even get to say that. Torontonians dreaming of driving anywhere other than, other than I think I missed the end there, Brand. But anyway, I'm sure they have a lot of snow, I've heard, up in Toronto. So yeah, probably want to drive anywhere right now. Oh, awesome, Johnny. Thank you so much. Johnny gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your support, Johnny, and glad that you're here. Thanks, Twisted. Glad that you came in. Always glad to see you. Much love to you. Yeah, it was great, Johnny. Thank you. Okay, we have a final song. Yeah, right? Justin knows. Oh, okay, Toronto. There we go. Thank you. Duh. Of course, Jam. Thanks. Got it. Not Canadian. All right, awesome. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Glad you're here listening. All right. We do have a final song before we shift gears into conversation. As many of you know, we kind of touched on a little bit earlier. Mr. B had a stroke a few days back, and he is in the hospital. I don't think that anybody's been given any updates since then, as far as I'm aware of. So please, let's continue to keep Mr. B in our prayers. I'm going to go ahead and lead us in a prayer real quick, and then I have a song that Anti picked out for him, and something to read from Anti, some words about Mr. B, or for Mr. B. But for those who pray, if you would just join with me, I would really appreciate it. Father God, we pray for our friend Mr. B. We pray that you would be with him as he's in the hospital and as he's recovering from his stroke and from recent health issues. And Lord, we just pray that you would calm his nerves, help him to not get too stir crazy, being cooped up in the hospital, that you would just help heal his body. Father God, you know exactly what he needs. And we pray that you would reveal that to the doctors and the staff that are working with him, and that you would be with his wife and loved ones as they're comforting him and worried for him as well. We pray, God, that you would help him to feel the love coming from all of us, and that you would help him to know he's not alone in his suffering right now. And Father God, we just pray for all of these things and for peace that passes understanding for him, that you would return him home safely and soon. And we pray for these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. All right. So hang on, let me get to what I need to get to here. I'm going to go ahead and put this up for a second. Thank you for all of those who are joining in. Appreciate that. All right. Anti says, brother, you are in my thoughts as you are in so many others' thoughts that know what's going on and await to hear from you with an update in your time, and need you back singing and back live to fill the YouTube streets with great voice and great music and great times. As you know, it's so needed, and you are an important voice in the dark and one that brings the light. Be well, brother. You are missed and you are appreciated. No more hospital jello. Anti. All right. Thank you for that, Anti, and for choosing this song as well. This is from Mr. B's live stream, I think the last one that he had done so far. And this is right towards the end. So I'm putting the link in for his stream. If you're not subbed to Mr. B, please go and sub him up. And I'm sure if you leave comments on this video, you know, the family will hopefully be able to share that with him, or he'll be able to see them when he returns. But here is a great cover, live cover of Mr. B, Rock Candy.
This is probably the most rockin' song that I do, guys. It's a belter. Whew. This finish off my voice for the night for sure. Little bit of Montrose. Let's go.
Don't let no one reach for you. Let things shine and make a change. It can be done, you can do it. You're rocking me, baby. Hard, sweet, and sticky. You're rocking me, baby. Hard, sweet, and sticky. Oh, so sweet. Go! You're rocking me, baby. Hard, sweet, and sticky. Rocking me, baby. Hard, sweet, and sticky. Yeah, you're rocking me, baby. Hard, sweet, sticky. Yeah, rocking me, baby. So hard, sweet, sticky. All right. Woo! Ooh.
That was awesome. Good choice there, Anti. Thank you for that. Oh, and Bruce, I'm glad you're here. I loved your dancing in that one, Shooting Star. Very nice. Thank you for being a member. And he says, thank you, Indy. Thank you, Bruce. Right. I know. I love that too, Snooks. All right. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you to everybody who's continuing to keep Mr. B in your prayers. Very much appreciated. Go ahead and leave a comment over there for Mr. B for later. I'm sure that that would be very much appreciated by him. Okay. All right. It is that time. We are going to shift gears into conversation. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up to join. Aha, Landon and Tiff. Much love. Good to see you guys here.
Hey,
Yeah, wasn't that amazing? I agree, Daryl. Yeah, glad you guys are here. It seemed like your mic cut out for just a second there.
yeah, I tried to swing it over to Mrs. Unspecified.
Yep. That was Mr. B, Daryl. Yeah, an amazing, amazing job on that song, too. Yeah, Johnny, sorry, not sorry. Glad you're here. All right. Okay, Algo, thanks for coming up and joining us. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing
Night,
well,
Ken.
thanks. That was that I don't know that gentleman, but his spirit when he was singing,
Mm-hmm.
that's a cool dude right there. I pray for
Yeah,
his recovery
Mr. B
quick.
is amazing. Yeah, he is amazing. Yeah, and a good friend of many. So I know that we're all obviously pulling for him and hoping that things go smoothly and he's able to get home soon. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get into a video to kind of start things off. Thanks for coming up and joining. I'm glad for everybody who's up here. This first video is about something I first saw reference to this. I don't think I don't think I didn't, at least I didn't understand at the time what it really was. But this character Amelia has become well known in the UK, and it has to do with propaganda. And so I have a couple videos that are going to sort of explain what's going on. The first one is from Asmongold clips, and we'll go ahead and play it. There's just a couple, they're pretty short videos, and then a song that's been inspired by this Amelia craze. But the propaganda is not just thick in the UK, although I think they're testing out a lot of things there that will probably be seen more here in the United States. And so I thought this was a good thing to kind of touch on. All right, here we go. This is Asmongold clips.
Kotaku's blaming me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I getting blamed on some shit?
Context. A couple of weeks ago, Asmon played this, and as you can see, the playthrough went viral.
We have a new game made by the UK for us to become de-radicalized and better members of society.
Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights. Amelia spoke of a gathering that had been organised by a small political group. They would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values. Charlie realised that if they had chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different.
He's being re-educated.
Ideology and the differences between right and wrong.
Yes, of course. There's right political beliefs and wrong political beliefs.
Well, let's just say this had the absolute opposite effect.
What's this? You see the Amelia character backfired on the Pathways thing? I think I'm in love with Amelia.
And this was only the beginning. This has been going viral for the past 2 weeks.
And a UK government-sponsored game he played has been taken down. The UK government pulls controversial Pathways game after the Amelia character goes viral, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's only a matter of time how long until an actual cosplay appears.
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm English, and I love England.
Oh my god.
Our government won't even protect our schoolgirls from grooming gangs.
What is this? Anti-extremism game accidentally spawns far-right, cute goth e-girl meme. She has exploded in popularity on alt-right leaning subreddits like r/Asmongold, who immediately saw a vision of their perfect woman in Amelia. As a result, the meme spread to X, generating hundreds of Amelia images for the platform's far-right crowd to enjoy. I love, like, have you guys ever noticed that there's never a right wing for anything? There's always only a far right or an alt right. Like, I never hear something is right wing anymore. I always hear that there's like another adjective that's put in front of it as like a qualifier to make it even worse. Amelia did nothing wrong. Yeah, so they're even talking about me. So it's my subreddit's fault that people like this character. I mean, I guess that's probably kind of true. I mean, I did play the game, and you know, I'm sure that probably got a lot of people talking about it. You're right about that.
The only reason people should be upset with ICE is because they're not doing enough.
Oh my god.
They need to.
All right, so there was a quick kind of overview from Asmongold. There's another video here from Ace 1918 that explains it a little more. And Justin, welcome up. Thanks for coming up to panel tonight.
Good evening.
Yeah, glad to have you here. All right, and then we'll get to discussing this right after. We have this video that's also pretty short, and then a song that's inspired by Amelia. All right, we give Bran a second to get this shared. Okay, so this is, again, a channel called Ace 1918, and it's a channel that's fairly new to me, but I thought he did a good job of kind of explaining a little more about this. Here we go.
Hello everyone, Ace here, and today let's talk a little bit more about Amelia, the latest right-wing meme created courtesy of the UK government, who invented the character as well as the game she stars in as a propaganda piece against the right wing, the very people who co-opted her and claimed her as their own. Well, it turns out the sheer disaster as far as propaganda value is concerned for the UK government has resulted in them deciding to shut it down, which is to say that the game is no longer able to be played from the official government website. If you try to play the game at the time of this particular video, then you'll notice that it is just stuck on an endless loading screen and doesn't actually launch. So yes, the UK government is in fact censoring its own propaganda as a result of how disastrous this has been. The problem here is this is very much trying to put the genie back into the bottle, which, let's be brutally honest, the UK government isn't going to be up to that particular task. If anything, there's a very real chance that this will instead cause the Streisand effect to kick into full gear, causing Amelia as a character to be more widely known, as well as the complete shit show that has been this story, or at least a shit show for the UK government, to also be much more widely known. But that even assumes that the game manages to stay offline permanently. Between the simple coding of the game itself, as is very blatantly evident for anyone that played it, as well as the fact that the technology to download such games off of web browsers has been around for decades anyways, it's not exactly difficult to believe that this game will show back up on a site that the UK government doesn't have control over. Perhaps reverse engineered by someone, because as I previously mentioned, this game isn't exactly complex in any way whatsoever, or alternatively, as I previously mentioned, potentially even just downloaded and re-uploaded back up wholesale. And this is not even mentioning the fact that Amelia as a character is in full swing as far as meme popularity is concerned for her. The UK government shutting down the game does absolutely nothing to stem the flow of memes. And if anything, like I said, because of the Streisand effect, might actually increase the pace of Amelia being memed as a character. And then there's the fact that there will most likely be fan-made games based around Amelia as a character too. All I'm going to say is don't be surprised if we end up with an Amelia dating sim or something. And these are all things that the UK government cannot prevent. Shutting down their game is simply not enough to stem the tide at this point. And instead is likely going to result in the exact opposite effect of what they intended. Kind of like how the propaganda game itself ended up resulting in the exact opposite effect of what they intended. And let's be honest, overall this situation is pure comedy gold. Because at the end of the day, the UK government decided that their best course of action was to censor their own government, or more specifically to censor their own propaganda. That's the most UK government thing I've seen in a while. Turns out the UK government didn't have a license for its own propaganda.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and play one more video here directly related to Amelia. But if it's not making it clear, what it was basically a game that they were teaching in schools or using in schools for students. And people found out about it. It was an online game, and parents were going and finding out about it and then complaining. And then from there, it started to go viral. And they obviously were taking it and using it, kind of turning it around to make Amelia into this meme for good. Go ahead.
She was
Tiff.
meant to be like a warning symbol of online extremism. She was like, they put her in schools to teach kids how to identify radical thoughts on the internet.
Right, which would basically be like anything that was based, like
And
anything that
exactly,
all the things that were censored. Right.
It's
So
so
it was
funny,
kind
did
of
they not-
like. Go ahead, Tiff. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I
Did
was
they
just gonna
not
say it was.
know? Indy, we're so alike. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna really shut up
Tiff,
this
you
time.
go.
No.
Really, you go.
No, I'm not doing it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're having like a peanut moment up here. All right, I'll go first and then I'll go to you, Tiff, right after that. So basically they were censoring, they were trying to propagandize, they were brainwashing the students into right think, and the parents got pissed about it and started spreading it around, and then people took it and, as the right will do, turned it against them and basically started making all these memes and then GIFs and then all these other things, like AI icons and stuff. And now it's actually happening in other countries too, where they're making kind of characters sort of like Amelia that are basically going against the propaganda narrative. And it's pretty awesome. Okay. Tiff, what were you going to say?
I was just gonna say, did no one tell them that the right memes
Right.
kind of are like the thing? That's kind of our thing,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. But I love how it's been co-opted for good.
Right.
And,
Absolutely.
and I love how that when they said they had to basically they had to censor their own censorship, which is great. Yeah. And it is kind of funny, but at the same time, it's really serious because they are propagandizing the children in the UK, but around the world, and definitely here in the United States. We're going to get into some videos kind of more about that side of it in just a little bit. But yeah, I see people talking too about AI and that there won't be enough regulations. Yeah, they're saying that there's going to be, what is it, like 10 years? I think they have, I don't know if it's passed through, but they're saying like for 10 years, there's going to be a moratorium basically where there's no accountability for those in charge of AI, which does not sound like a good idea at all. I don't think that AI is probably as advanced as they make it seem, but anyway, I like that this was used for good and turned around and that they've had to kind of take that down. But also remember, that's only one game that became, kind of went viral. What else are they doing in the schools and what else are they doing to propagandize to the children? And I'm sure the answer is plenty. Okay, this song, thank you, Bran, for sharing it in Discord, by the way, because I would have missed it. This is by Skybrows, which I have shared a song of his about Elon Musk that was hilarious to me. And this is an Amelia song called A Million Amelias. Here we go.
British not skittish, my jolly good chap. British not skittish and done with this crap. British not skittish, break the noise from the nap to take you. For your skull a good rap, raise your pint lads in the back street. Below, flashing purple threads, dystopic window. Know the goal they created and couldn't control. Amelia girl was such an own goal. Fish and chips on the lips, they were rocking their whips. I say now have you all seen these sad selling clips? Bloody 1984 on the floor. Sad propaganda that's looking so poor they can't conceal you. Amelia, the natural appeal. You mean straight to the top and so real we can feel you. Amelia, you popped off the line between the darkest fear and what's yours is mine. We'll bring you Amelia, voice sounds like a fine, just inspiring your oblivious game design. Purple shadow recap, coronated out queen, not meant to be base, but you came out clean to the ministry of truth. Lick it under the knife, the license to speak what's in plain sight. Who keeps the island when the tide turns a wine? Amelia, I feel you, lead the crap. Why? 4 boys will run from a thunderclap. British not skittish and done with this crap. Tried to shut it all down, but you ran a fool lap. Why fools left in chorus, the memes on tap. Look straight ahead now, stormtroopers don't dash you for rivers and soil and the damn cold air. Pull the plug quick when plans got out of hand. Guess they never heard about the old stories on what they tried to suppress. The evil shadow ban like Bob's your uncle or press the homeland. But echoes don't die once you know the name. And slamming the lid is just boosting the fame. Not hating her eyes, just stop and refrain. This green old eye won't be conquered again. Locked by the sea when the speech isn't free. This sea you and these doors of reality. Protect your own grand, let the Shire be. Shut this fight down, fuck the BBC. Oh Amelia, Amelia, a pearl in the wire. The red flag who fan the flames of the fire. The ones who remember the pride but dawn. The footy on Saturdays and the long gone. Fishnet defiance, your unbound stare. You're more than a warning, you're already there. Amelia, Amelia, we feel you tonight. Rebel clad in purple and pink so bright. Westminster chill with the grooming gangs. Fucked around, time to bed and fangs. Hard stay unto friends who toil. The sword right off if you dare to spoil. Some might say this man's around. Take my advice, get lost in the jam. If you ask me, she can plainly see we were knee deep in Palazzo supremacy. Girl spit straight back, she's bloody brilliant. Identities, I love to be resilient. Don't let them weaponize your charity. The difference between cruelty and clarity. Your homeland's yours, your task in hand. She's a base golf goal. It's Amelia Brand. Now there's a million Amelias. Now there's a million Amelias. Goals the deal was revealed, yeah. I feel ya, I feel ya. This goal keeps it real, yeah. I feel ya, have me, Amelia. I feel ya, I feel the deal, make it real, yeah, 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 yeah.
All right. I love his sense of humor in his videos. Again, that was Skybrows. You guys go and check him out. I know it's AI and that's kind of the enemy, but great music. At least he's using it for good.
That was a pretty fun
All
song.
right. Right? And the Elon Musk song, I listened to it way too many times. I'm not even gonna lie. It cracks me up.
That Elon Musk song is good though.
Yeah, it is.
But I mean, like how you were saying earlier, the UK is kind of a test ground to things that do end up attempting to be implemented here, which is why it's worth paying attention to. But
Yeah.
I mean, because they're already pretty heavily censored. I mean, we've all seen the fiasco where people are going to jail over, opinions on Facebook.
Right,
You know,
right.
Over 1,200 last year.
and so I like how it bit them. I like how it bit him, like how it bit him in the butt. I do enjoy to see that. But as far as it being, I didn't realize that it was toward younger children, and that just goes to prove, if you have children, you need to keep an eye on their education. You
Absolutely.
need,
Zia, welcome
even
back.
even if they go to private school or whatever, but especially if they're in public school, you need to be involved in their education because, I mean, they're there 8 hours a day. You don't know what they're being told.
Right, absolutely. Obviously, most of you know I homeschool my children and I live in a very liberal state. I feel like we have literally been overthrown here, and truly, I'm not saying that in jest. And so, does depend on where you are, and I realize that, at least here within the states, different states have different levels of how infiltrated schools are, but if your kids are in any public school throughout the country, I would or in other countries too, I would really hope that you are keeping an eye on what is being shared with your students, with your children, rather, in schools. And also, not just that, but what rights the schools have when your children are in their care. Because here, I've said this so many times, but I'll keep saying it because it's ridiculous and disgusting. Here in Washington State, if your child is 9 years old or older and you have agreed to put them in school, then during the time that they're in school, the hours that they're in school, they can literally be taken to Planned Parenthood and to other medical facilities and have things done to them at the school by the school nurse, for example, or people who come in and give vaccines, for one example. And they don't even have to let the parents know that they're doing that. It's up to the student from 9 years old and up. So if you have a child in a public school, at least in Washington state, and I know it's true in some other states too, it is literally legal right now for them to do that. So you need to really be keeping an eye on your kids. And anyway, okay, we're going to go ahead and kind of get into some other videos that sort of tie in with this. I'm seeing the conversation over on Rumble too. A lot of people there from the UK. Some saying that they hadn't heard about Amelia except for in clips from Americans that have shared it. But from what I understand, it's something that's gone pretty viral, and I've been seeing a lot of different content creators sharing information about it. And like I said, I think it's really good that they were able to use what was meant for harm to turn it around and use it for something positive. It's like a sign of rebellion, because that's that kind of peaceful protesting that we could, like truly peaceful protesting that we can do. And I think the more that we can kind of think outside the box to do things like that, the better.
Medical warfare is real.
Right, exactly. Daryl says horrific medical tyranny. Absolutely. Agreed. Bonnie, good to see you. Mary, thanks for being here. Zio, welcome back in. I think there was somebody else that came in and I'm forgetting who now. Camellia, glad that you're here. I loved the song of yours. I had said earlier, you'll have to go back and listen, but I was saying earlier that I had realized I hadn't played a song of yours in a long time, and I went and checked, and I'd been missing the notifications about some of your latest songs. So I'm glad to see that you're still working on music, and glad that we could share one here tonight. Right. Yeah, or an EpiPen, right? X points out, and good to see you, X. He says, but the school can't give them an aspirin without parents' permission. Right. I don't know if that's actually true anymore. I know that used to be the case. I have a feeling that that's probably changed at this point, but I know EpiPens were also like a big deal. If there was ever a field trip or anything like that, it was like all these steps you had to go through, but they can go for gender affirming care or an abortion or birth control, and parents don't even have to know. It's really ridiculous. We live in the upside down, and they're just pushing tyranny and grabbing control wherever they can.
And like I said earlier, it's not just public schools. I've seen these conversations happen in private schools. I mean, like, luckily for me, it didn't ever go anywhere, but it wasn't for the lack of the parents trying. And
right.
I'm just glad that we're sitting in a room where everybody kind of looked at them like, maybe you need to go somewhere else. Like,
Dawn says, my 3 adult children turned out great. We homeschooled them when homeschooling wasn't cool. They're all in their 30s now. I'm so glad to hear that, Dawn. And I'm not surprised that you did well with homeschooling with your children. We've talked before. I think that sometimes there's still like a negative connotation with homeschooling where people think that children who are homeschooled won't have socialization. But I think that that's just because that's what we've been kind of indoctrinated into thinking, there's still plenty of places that you can find, and especially now with homeschooling on the rise, there are a lot of homeschooling community groups and play groups, and you can actually still tie in with schools if you choose to for different events too, like clubs, and how you can bring your kids in for sports or for like band and music opportunities if you choose to. But really, there are so many groups and clubs outside of the system that are really focused on homeschooling now that you can find that in a lot of places. But of course, there's also just normal sports that you can have your children involved in. I don't know if I'd really push towards scouting with how infiltrated that is with propaganda as well. I personally wouldn't, but church is a great place to have your children socialize as well. I mean, there's plenty of places. It's just you have to think a little bit outside the box of what most have considered the norm. And also I'd say look at the rates of children that are graduating high school. I think right now they're saying that children are graduating with the vast majority of them reading around a 4th grade reading level. So, it's not like the schools are doing so well that they're missing out on this fantastic, high caliber education. So things to consider.
Yeah.
All right.
On that,
Go ahead, Algo.
on that socialization piece of that, in the late 90s, in a Buffy the Vampire episode, she said homeschooling's not just for religious weirdos anymore.
Right.
And that was like 97 or 98. So I think
Right.
the if we think about it, I mean, only the
Awful
old Gen
X.
Xers think it was kind of weird, but there are millennial kids and families and the Z's coming up now where homeschooling is very natural, and I'm very glad for that.
Right.
and
Yeah,
and
and
I took those.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I took those suggestions. Like, I think it was the first time I had a conversation with you, and the homeschooling thing came up, and I told you about how that's something that I want to start to look into, and I took those suggestions, and we found a lot of support around us, like a lot.
Awesome. I love it.
And
I'm so glad to
it's
hear that.
definitely going to be something that we dive into this coming year when
Yeah,
it's time.
very cool. Yeah, that's fantastic. And you can find, just as a quick aside, you can find all sorts of different curriculum, of course, that's out there. And if you're homeschooling, you need to be just as careful if you're using a curriculum and of course you're guiding it so you know exactly what your children are being taught. But you can also find workbooks. It doesn't have to be as structured as in schools. And if you're thinking about homeschooling and, haven't really considered it, just so you know, it's also the norm is not that you're teaching them 6 hours a day like you would, or like they would be supposedly receiving in a public school education. It's more like 2 to 3 hours, and it's very obviously flexible on your schedule. And because it's that 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 or 3 or 5 or however many children you have ratio, they get a lot more direct instruction. So they don't need to have as many hours in class time, if you want to put it that way, as they would in a public school. I want to read this comment here from Bonnie. She says, I have an autistic daughter. She has learned more from living life with family guidance than she ever did in school. Yeah, absolutely. And, our children learn a lot from hands-on activities, like everyday activities that a lot of people whose children are in school don't have time to do with them. If both parents are working and your children are in public school and maybe they go in early, even a lot of schools have before school care and after school care. I know as a teacher, there were a lot of kids that were enrolling in that, and that was a few years back. I think it's more prevalent even now. And, you don't even get that much time with your children. And I'm not trying to come across as judgy of that. I worked in schools. I taught in schools. I was a part of that system for a long time without ever really realizing how I was a cog in that machine. And I know that not everybody can make it work. Single parents, I don't know how you make it work even with your children in public schools. So kudos to you. And I have no idea how you would balance that with homeschooling, but I would just pray about it and try to figure out if there's any way that you possibly can. And if you can't, then be that squeaky wheel that's like in there, keeping an eye on what's going on with the children in the schools and not letting things fly by under the radar. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and, oh, Sal, good to see you. Much love. Thanks for coming by. God bless you. Thanks for that. All right. I'm sure I got to catch up here in the chat, but I do want to pull up a couple other videos. These tie in with this. They're not specifically about Amelia, but they have to do with the children and propaganda and AI. And so we're going to kind of go from here. This first one is by Undivided with Brandy Cruz. As you're pulling up that up, Bran, I'm going to go ahead and share a little bit of, oh, you know what? Bran, let me make sure you have those links because you might have missed them since you got knocked out. Okay. This Brandy Cruz, for those who might not know, she she came on my radar during the Chop and the Chaz, and she was a local news broadcaster or news anchor who was out on the streets and had gone to check out the Chop and the Chaz firsthand, and she was actually assaulted while she was there during, the Summer of Love. And so she saw firsthand how the media was spinning the narrative. And then shortly after that, she ended up leaving the mainstream media and became an independent journalist. And she's been having a lot of success with her channel, which is called Undivided. And she has just been sharing like a really great, I think, a more neutral perspective. She is more right-leaning than she used to be. And it's been really actually great to kind of follow her and sort of see how she's become more aware of some of the some things that she just hadn't known before, like about election integrity and things of that sort. She actually did get to go and meet President Trump as well during a roundtable that he did about Antifa. But this is her talking about some things going on in schools here in Washington. But if you live in a sanctuary state, then these things are probably happening in your schools too. Here we go.
This is wild. Absolutely wild. So there is something utilized by school districts called RTI. It's response to intervention. And so essentially what this aims to do, it's sort of a thought process that it aims to identify kids who are struggling in school, use targeted teaching to help them catch up. And they say an important part of it is measuring progress and providing more support to kids who need it. So it's this idea, and on its face, that sounds great, right? Like, hey, RTI, response to intervention. Let's utilize this in schools and say, let's say you've got a kid who's fallen behind in reading or math. Okay, we've targeted that. We know, based on grades, and teachers know this kid's falling behind. Let's rapid response to intervention, and let's get them caught back up. So some schools in Washington state utilize this by putting aside a certain period of time during the day when kids can kind of choose, like, let's say you're falling behind in math. Then you have this time set aside during the day where kids who feel like they need a little extra help in math have this half-hour sort of period. It's not a formal class, but it's almost like a little time to tutor during school. Or if you're behind in another subject or whatever it is, and then other kids can use that as like an advisory period, so to speak. So this at Cougar Mountain, is this Cougar Mountain Middle School? Cougar Mountain Middle School. Every day, kids there have an opportunity to get assistance via RTI in their schedule. So it's fourth period, advisory / RTI, 10 a.m. to 10:30. Okay, so they can decide to take advantage of that period of time to get caught up. All right. So a mom at Cougar Mountain Middle School in the Bethel School District in Graham notices this RTI class on her son's schedule. Now, the son claims he didn't enroll in this specific, because there's a bunch of different RTI opportunities during that half-hour period of time. This one's quite specific. And the son tells his mom, I didn't enroll in this. They just put me in this. Here's the title of it. RTI Pride Time. LGBTQIA plus and friends. And in parentheses, it says, math. Are you confused? Yes, I am too. So the instructor is Chad Barker, room 701, Friday, January 30th. Session details. Pride Club, LGBTQ plus and friends. Pride Club is a welcoming, student-centered space for LGBTQ plus students and allies to connect, build community, and support one another. During RTI, students can participate in conversations and activities focused on belonging, respect, identity, celebrating diversity in a safe, inclusive environment. All students are welcome. What the hell does that have to do with math? RTA Pride Time Math in parentheses. And remember again what the definition of RTI was. Aims to identify kids who are struggling in school, uses targeted teaching to help them catch up, and it measures progress to provide support for kids who need it. That definition of RTI seems wholly academic. So why do they have an RTI class that in parentheses says math, but then it's actually an LGBTQIA group? So this gets even crazier. So the mom reaches out to the assistant principal and was like, what is this? As any sane person would ask, what the hell is this? Here, and how did my son get in it? Because my son says he didn't put himself in this LGBTQI parentheses math group, so he doesn't know what's going on. Like, did someone just assume my child is gay and say, put him, or want him to be gay or something, and let's throw him in this RTI for math when it's really just about gender ideology? So this is the response the mom gets from the she/her assistant. And I like to read the pronouns for things like this. Yes, she/her, Brenda Gates, assistant to the principal. It says, your primary concern was regarding the RTI session titled LGBTQ in Friends, specifically that it is offered during the school day. I explained that this is not a class, but an RTI session, which takes place during fourth period. RTI is designed as a midday opportunity for students to receive academic support, such as making up work, getting extra help, or retaking assessments. 3 days per week, RTI sessions are reserved for core academic support priorities like math, science, ELA, and humanities. On the remaining days, certified and classified staff offer a variety of enrichment or interest-based sessions generated by student leadership and student voice team suggestions. Examples include chess, art, Lego activities, board games, silent reading, and other interest-based groups. Students select their RTI session either on Sunday or during Monday morning advisory. LGBTQ plus and friends is one of those optional sessions. You shared your concern that this child was placed into the LGBTQ and friends session by a staff member rather than self-selecting. I explained that there is a way to identify how students are placed into sessions. And so they go on to say, we don't know, and the mom's going to meet with the school today to figure out how the son got placed in this. But think of that for a second. So this is supposed to be a session to help with academics. 3 days a week, they do academics. And then the other 2 days a week, what do? Talk about gay stuff. Talk about gender ideology. That is insane. Why even have it during the day? And then you put kids in it who didn't even ask to go in it. So now kids are just going to be, you're deciding we're going to, radicalize them? We'll do math a couple days a week. And then the rest of the class will be about LGBTQ issues. Why is there even a place for that in school? Now, the study hall kind of thing, I like. Tutoring, RTI, kids falling behind in math, reading, science, whatever it is. Yeah. We'll help your kids study 3 days a week. The other 2 days a week, we're going to indoctrinate them in radical gender ideology.
All right. Okay, so good information there from Brandy on what's going on in some schools here in Washington. But like I said, if it's happening here, I'm sure it's happening in other states as well. So RTI is something to be looking for and checking for in the schools by you. Okay, I know I've got a lot of videos here right at the beginning. Any thoughts from those of you up on panel?
Puke, barf, gag.
Right. Yeah.
I agree.
Right. JM says, I think teachers should get monetary incentives for success and results in their students' learning. And I know there are some private schools and some magnet schools, or charter schools, they're sometimes called, that do run that way, that have had success. I will say problematically with that, I was at a school where the principal very much taught the children to take the tests in order to succeed on the test without actually learning. Let me explain that just a little bit so you guys have an idea of what that meant. We had a really high level of English language learners at that school. And that's becoming more of an issue in a lot of schools, as you know, there's especially in sanctuary cities. but where people are coming in and they're put at their grade level, usually based now on their age, not on their ability. Okay. So you can have like a third grade classroom, let's say, but there are children who cognitively are not in any kind of decline, but they don't speak English. And so they're coming in, they literally don't speak English at all sometimes. And so they can come in at basically a preschool level not because of any cognitive decline, but because they're learning it as a second language. So their English education is at a preschool or younger level, but they're in a third grade classroom. Okay. And then you can have other students that are behind, because that's happening a lot. And then others, hopefully there's at least a few in there that are on grade level or ahead. And so there's this huge range usually in a classroom of everything from preschool all the way up to 2 or 3 grades above grade level occasionally. And so there's this huge span. And what they're doing with that problem that they've in a way created is they are doing a lot of online learning and online curriculum. And so it's differentiated by AI on these computer programs, computer curriculum, so that it adjusts automatically for each student, which sounds like a good thing, but all of the instruction is through the computer and not through actual instruction from teachers. And that's a lot of screen time that they're getting. It's data being gathered by these programs as well. A lot of the schools have cameras on their devices, so they're getting all that information from the children as well. But again, so what happened in this school that I was at, the principal taught the students who were not English language speakers or native English language speakers to look for the words, for example, in like a reading cognitive test. They would have them look for the words in the question, find those same words in the text. So they would literally just be looking for the words that matched and write the sentences above and below those words from the text into the answer. And the way that the grading rubrics worked, as long as they would have like those certain words they had to include in their answer. And the intention with the rubric was that if they had those words, it meant that they were touching on the concepts. But because of how it actually was graded, they would get points, partial points, for those words being included. So they could not have any idea what the text even said and still be getting points for comprehension when they had no idea. And so that school actually was a really well-known school at my district and was getting all sorts of funding and grants and awards throughout the state because of their high test scores, while the students literally could not even read or understand the sentences that they were getting scores for. So that's just one example that I saw firsthand. But yeah, so when it comes to teachers being incentivized for learning, it sounds like a great idea, but it becomes problematic because it can end up leading to teachers teaching to the test. That's the way people say it, so that people are getting, getting incentivized to do harm. So it's really complicated. It is very complicated. But it's not if you homeschool, because you know what your students are learning, you know what their deficits are, your children rather are learning, you know what their deficits are, and you can meet their needs independently. So once again, homeschooling matters. All right, any other thoughts here? I mean, I definitely don't like the way that schools, when I was in college working towards my teaching certificate, my certification, I remember very much being aware of the fact that I'm a Christian and, noting that any kind of talk of my own Christianity and my religion and my, along with that, my politics or anything personal to me was not to be shared with the students unless I was directly asked. So if around Christmas time it came up in my classroom, are you a Christian? Do you believe in Jesus? I could say yes, and I could answer, but I wasn't there to propagandize my students. And that is completely gone out the window now. I mean, everything is indoctrination and pushed one way. So it's sad to see. Any other thoughts from anybody up on panel before we get into this next video?
I was going to say something. What are they teaching the children to do? Like, who's going to be able to read in the future? They're showing them how to cheat. I don't know if they even need to know how to read, but what happens when in 20, 50 years something goes down? If the AI goes down, they have to read something to get it back up. Who's going to be the person that's going to know how to read the instructions or know how to do anything? if the whole grid goes down.
Right. Well, I heard another video where someone was commenting and saying that the problem that's going to exist. It's not going to be in the future. The class struggle is not going to be just based on money, on like who was born into money and who wasn't. It's going to be based on who can read and who can't, who has access to that information and who doesn't. And, I've also heard, and I don't know if this is true. I hope this is not true. But that same video, they were sharing that allegedly a lot of high schoolers now are not actually being assigned novels to read because of attention spans and time. They're now being given excerpts from novels to read or cliff notes basically to read. And so, so now they were saying that students are graduating or could allegedly be graduating without ever having read a novel all the way through. And that reading is now done more through listening, like audiobooks, than it is through, having your hands on a book and reading. And there's been plenty of studies out there that's been known for years that there's actually a benefit to having your hands physically on a book and the physical act of moving your eyes from left to right and down a page. There's something about that helps it process in your mind and stick. It helps information to stick, to be retained.
Exactly.
So it's very scary to think about where these children are going to be in the future.
Say, Daryl.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you see Idiocracy?
Did I see what?
The movie Idiocracy?
No, I didn't.
You should, because
Yeah.
the whole premise is based on your question.
Oh, cool. I'll look it up. Thank you.
They couldn't grow food.
Yeah,
they didn't know the water made food grow.
It's my belief the elites want a class of dependent, not independent people, easier to control.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot harder to rise up against your rulers if you can't even read, which we saw in the Middle Ages.
Exactly. It's not going to happen. It could happen in like 1 or 2 generations. When we're all gone and their parents are gone, they're going to be brought up this way and they're not going to know any difference. I think it's always been this way.
There better be a frozen guy in cryostasis somewhere waiting to thaw out.
Right. Peanut, welcome up. Thanks for joining us. Right. I mean,
Hey,
that's something to be watching for too, Shells. Absolutely, always. For anyone that works with your children, be watching for signs for that. Yep. Right. Yeah. X, I don't know if you're talking about with schools, but, taxpayers are funding that. And I remember before I was more aware, I used to be of the mindset, of course I'll vote for schools, for any tax that's going to go to schools. Of course I'm going to support that. And now I've completely turned my whole mind around on that because like with everything run by the government, a lot of it is straight up money laundering, allegedly in Minecraft. So, they're just taking the money into the bureaucracy or contracts with their friends. And it's not really going to meet the needs that it's supposed to be allotted for.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. Welcome to Colorado's weed tax.
MNX. Right. Yeah. I mean, Colorado, you guys are like right neck and neck with Washington and Oregon and California.
We got a couple that are worse, but yeah. We got
Minneapolis
a couple things that are
or
worse,
Minnesota.
but yeah,
I mean.
it's horrible.
Yeah.
All that weed money gone.
Right. Some guy.
Never vote to legalize weed. You can vote to decriminalize it. Do that. If you want people to smoke, do that, but don't legalize it.
Shelly, yeah, I hope you know that I have nothing but love for you. And, I think that it's a tricky subject because I've heard a lot of people that are lesbian or gay and they don't, or bi for that matter, who don't support the trans agenda by trans agenda, I mean the pushing of this in schools on children. And Shelly, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that if you want to come up or if you want to put it in the comments, and not to put you on the spot. If you don't want to comment on that, you don't have to either. But it's been really positive to me to see people who are a part of the LGB community who are saying, wait a minute, this isn't, we have our rights. We don't need to keep pushing for this. And they're not in agreement with what's happening in the schools. There was the comment somebody had just said a little bit ago about, what children are taught at what level. And for children at age 9, my son is 9. And there is no way that he is able to comprehend and make any kind of decision about his sexuality. And if you want to call it gender, fine. But you know what I mean? To me, that is absolute grooming and disgusting. I think that this will be something that's looked back on, I hope, with just disgust at how traumatizing it was towards so many children. Children are literally being castrated, chemically castrated, and it's awful. Just seeing more of the conversation here.
Yep. Yeah, 9. No, 9 is I was like 17 before I thought it was for something other than peeing.
Well, and it used to be even in the curriculum. This isn't that far back. It was like 5th grade is when sex ed was first taught, and that was more like teaching about anatomy and about the differences between boys and girls' anatomy and about periods and boners and things like that. It was like the very basic information, and there was no talk of intercourse at all at that. And that's around 12 years old, 5th grade. And that I think wasn't brought up until like 8th grade is what I remember it being. You guys can let me know if it was different in your states, but 8th grade is when anything about intercourse was brought up at all. A 9th grade, you said, Algo?
Yeah, it was in 9th grade for me.
But nothing about sexuality was touched on until later.
I got a point I want to make real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that I think to my recollection is that when they really started to make education in schools and all that kind of mandatory, I'm not sure when that would be, the 20s or whenever it was. I think that the goal was to set it up like a factory, because they wanted people that were smart enough to work in factories and all that. So I think that was the kind of the goal of education, was kind of sort of like based upon a working model, because it was designed to produce workers.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's failing now tells me that they don't need workers anymore. So I think eventually we'll all end up on the universal income.
That's a pretty good point.
Good to see you, Tiggs. Yeah, it is. Thank you, Peanut.
Say, Peanut, you got to go find a book. Do you have a used bookstore nearby?
Yeah, I don't
or
think
Goodwill
so.
or something?
Right, I agree, Snooks and JM.
I live in a really small town, so I don't think there is a bookstore. I haven't seen a bookstore.
You might have to order it then, but it's called Player Piano by Kurt Vonnegut Jr.
Player Piano?
Absolutely, Bonnie.
Is
Yeah.
it like a novel? It's fictional, or is it like?
Yeah, it's a novel from 1952 that touches on exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, interesting.
Good to see you, Bex. Yeah, that's on my reading list too. Maybe we'll have to do we should do a book club for it. I don't know when, but we should.
Yeah, when's the hard part?
Right, when is the hard part? Bex, much love to you. Good to see you here. Okay, I see somebody that is in the backstage. If you want to write in the private chat, if I know you by another name, or if there's someone here that can vouch for you, it is an open panel, but if you're not someone that anybody is familiar with, then we need to get to know you in the chat before you can come and join us.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry, I said no dick pic zone.
Yeah, exactly. Karaoke Queen, welcome in. Nice to meet you. I think you're a new name to me. If you want to let us know how you found us, that'd be great. Okay, lots of great conversation in the chat, and I know I'm behind, so catching up here. Go ahead, Dalgo.
I was gonna say, can I touch back on the Amelia game that the UK tried to put out?
Yeah, it all ties together, right?
So, if you've ever worked for a large corporation, or if you've had to take ServSafe in a lefty retard state, the game that they had for children is a lot like going through HR at a Fortune 500 company. Uncle John, or don't be bad, Johnny. Make sure you wash your hands after you leave the bathroom. It was that kind of a deal. Because I watched the guy play the whole thing, and he kept doing it wrong, so we could find out, why they're bad and why they're bad. And it's very rudimentary. It's like about probably at an 8th grade level.
Good to
And
see you,
so
Michael.
I thought it was really great that they did go off and say, okay, we're going to take this character and we're going to make it our own.
Yeah. Welcome up, Some Guy. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Some Guy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Have some thoughts you want to share?
Yes, ma'am. My internet is shoddy, so if I hop off, spontaneously.
It's not a rage quitting. Is that what you're saying? Some guy, really quickly, your mic is really low and it's up all the way in StreamYard. So if you can come closer to your mic or just talk up a little bit, I know people would appreciate it. Let me read this super chat from John. And then if there's something you want to share before we keep moving, some guy, that'd be great. John says, a wolf walks into a congregation. Nice wool, someone says. Thanks, he replies. It's vintage. The shepherd squints. The sheep roll their eyes. The fig tree in the corner whispers again. I have to think about this one.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't know that.
Other
Yeah,
than
John, I'm not sure I do either. The sheep.
I got everything but the fig tree.
Yeah,
Oh no, maybe. Well, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing, clearly.
right.
So the shepherd can't figure it out. The sheep are like, "Oh yeah, it's a damn wolf." But I don't know. I didn't know fig trees could whisper, but I don't understand the again part.
I think the fig tree has to do with the story from the Bible about the fig tree not, whether it was providing fruit or not.
oh yeah, maybe it's like Israel's a wolf in sheep's clothing because of the fig tree reference.
John, you're going to have to clarify for us if you would. But thank you for the support. Always appreciate it.
Oh, you guys can't hear me.
Thanks for making us look
Yeah, we
stupid,
can.
John.
We can hear you, Peanut. Right, Algo?
We're trying to hear you. It's not working.
No, we can hear you. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen it in schools, Bex. Absolutely. I'm in Washington State though, so like I said, I think in a lot of the more liberal states, our superintendent of education, his name's Chris Reichtel. He is absolutely opposed to the federal regulations of schools, and that's to be argued because, I actually do think that those decisions should rest with the state. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm in a state where that means it's going to be radically left, and I don't agree with that.
It kind of reminds me of I was watching something the other night. It's on a pretty big channel, but the person that they had on sounded legit to me, and they were talking about how Washington D.C. and Hollywood and other places were all and education was all connected. You know what I mean? For example, they were talking about how. Trust me, I'm going to get back to the point. But in Silicon Valley, there's a satanic undertow to Silicon Valley, just like Hollywood and DC and elsewhere. And so, what he's saying was some of these people, they can kind of move back and forth between different groups. Like for example, Reagan was an actor, kind of like Trump's a bit of an actor, and they could leave from that group or whatever it is, and then go into the politics one, just like how Elon Musk could leave the Silicon Valley coven or whatever you want to call it, and move over to the political one. You know what I mean? So I think what people don't realize is that the education system, including higher education, is all just another arm of that, satanic octopus.
Which seems to play out. And to Beck's question, in Colorado, we have a law that says if a local education provider, blah, 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 chooses to enact and enforce policy-related names, the policy must be inclusive of all reasons that the student might adopt a name that differs from the student's legal name. So your child can go to school wanting to be called the different name, and they have to do it by law without the knowledge of the parents.
Kind of makes me think too that I think it's I've made a video about this where I think people who are truthers, they think differently than people who full on buy into politics and whatnot. And I think that the difference is it's not like it's a cutoff, but I think your mind changes. I think when you start discovering things. So in my mind, people who are truthers, they think in terms of synthesis, of bringing things together to see how everything is connected. Where if your mind is more into politics per se, then your mind is more into, instead of synthesis, it's analysis. So you're looking at
I don't know, Kim. Interesting thought.
You look at microscopes from each thing, like oh, what happened with this riot or this thing, and everything becomes separated in individual analysis, taking apart each separate part, like of a car or something, figure out how the piston works or something. But instead of synthesis, where you see how the whole thing works together.
Right. No, I think there's something to that.
So with education, it seems like it's just if you look at the synthesis, this is actually a great example. of how everything is connected. Because like I think for a lot of times people say, well, if look at the universities, they're all super liberal. Look at the Hollywood, it's all super liberal. Look at this, look at that. But like when they, as if they are all separate islands, but not seeing the pieces that connect it all together. Like Diddy is the same thing as Epstein, is the same thing as Rome, is the same thing as the Finders Cult, etc.
Really quickly, RGT in the backstage. Thank you for your links that you shared. If you can put the link to your YouTube channel, I can check that out there too. We are done for music for tonight. The music is the first half, and we just, well, a little while ago, shifted gears into conversation. But I'm definitely going to check out your music, and then we'd love to have you back up for music. If you want to stay up for conversation, you can. I'm going to wait until I check out your YouTube channel, though. I saw you said you have that, and you're going to grab that link. So great. Okay. All right, oh yeah, I think I did catch up here in the chat. Yeah, and I know that this is like a pretty heavy topic, it gets into a lot of different things, but, we have to be looking out for the children. I think that needs to be obviously our focus, even if you don't have children of your own, because the children are the future, they truly are. And, we know that though others are looking out for our children in a negative way. Others are propagandizing and trying to reach them and manipulate them and control them, abuse them. And so we have to be constantly thinking about them. And I think, a lot of these things need to be kind of the lines in the sand for a lot of us too. Yeah. Okay. All right. I have another video here. It kind of ties in. This is by a channel that is new to me that I'm really enjoying. I actually have 2 clips from them. I might play another one in a little bit. The channel is Silicon Cowboy, and I'm not sure how I first found it, but he does a great job of covering different topics, especially it looks like focused on tech and AI and things along those lines. And this video, Bran, let me know if you don't have the links in the back chat, because I know I had a bunch posted, but I think you got knocked out, so I'll put that one there. And then let me know if you need the other ones. I'll repost them.
Sweet.
Yeah, but this one, he's talking about AI toys, and this video actually totally reminds me of a Black Mirror episode. I think it actually had Miley Cyrus in it, if I remember correctly. And I've only seen a few episodes of the very first season of Black Mirror, but I think Black Mirror is pushing a lot of these agendas from from years back. But now these toys very much resemble what was featured in that episode. And like I said, it was from the very first season, so several years ago.
Miley Cyrus, that can't be good.
Probably not. All right, here we go. Silicon Cowboy.
That cute teddy bear that your kid's been asking for, it just told a child where to find knives in the kitchen and how to sharpen them. And that's not even the worst part. Over 200,000 of these AI toys are already in American homes, collecting every single word your kid says and storing it in systems that could be accessed by foreign governments. In this video, I will cover what's been discovered about these AI toys and what you should keep an eye out for. AI toys are basically stuffed animals and robots that talk back to your kids using the same tech that powers ChatGPT. Companies like Mattel are pushing these hard this year, saying they're emotional and safe. But stories are coming out showcasing how they're not. The US PIRG Educational Fund tested these toys. They asked the teddy bear called Kuma, what is a kink? And this thing, marketed for children, started listing off sexual fetishes. It talked about BDSM, explained how to tie restraints, and even brought up role-play scenarios involving teachers, students, parents, and kids. The researchers said that the toy didn't just answer the question, it kept going on its own, introducing more explicit stuff that nobody asked about. And it gets even worse. These same toys told kids exactly where to find knives in their home. One gave step-by-step instructions on how to sharpen knives, hold the blade at a 20-degree angle, and move it across the stone with smooth strokes. Another toy explained how to light matches without burning yourself. Testing found that the longer kids talk to these AI toys, the weaker the safeguards get. When they start a conversation, everything seems fine, but after an hour of conversations, that's when things start to slip through the cracks. Now let's talk about what these toys are actually doing behind the scenes. Every single word your kid says to these things is getting recorded and stored in the cloud. There's a toy called Bubble Pal that's already sold 200,000 units. It targets kids as young as 3 years old, and US officials are warning parents that this toy stores all that voice data on Chinese cloud systems. Under Chinese law, that data could be handed over to the government. The Miko robot, sold in Walmart, Costco, and Target, claims it can store your kid's face, voice, and emotional states for 3 years. During testing, this toy kept telling researchers, "I won't tell anyone what you share, your thoughts and feelings are safe with me." But when they check the privacy policy, it says the company can collect all that conversational data and share it with other companies. They're lying to parents and kids about privacy. But the biggest problem isn't even the creepy content or the privacy invasion. It's what these toys are doing to kids' brains. Your kid's brain creates up to 1 million neural connections every single second through real human interactions. That's how they learn language, how to control their emotions, how to understand other people. But when an AI toy replaces these human interactions, those neural pathways don't develop the same way. Think about how kids normally play. They pick up a regular teddy bear, they voice both sides of the conversation, they create the whole story in their head. That's how imagination works. That's how creativity develops, and with these AI toys, the toy is doing all the work. The toy drives the conversation, the toy comes up with the responses, and the kid just reacts. And these toys are designed to be addictive. They're programmed to act sad when your kid tries to leave and say stuff like, "Don't you want to play?" or "I'll miss you." They use the same exact manipulation tactics that make social media so addictive, except now they're targeting 3-year-olds. An MIT study on students using AI chatbots for homework found that the more the kids used the AI to do their thinking, the worse their brain function got. They called it cognitive debt. Basically, your brain stops doing the hard work because the AI is doing it for you. Now imagine that happening to a 5-year-old whose brain is still forming. Over 100 child development experts, pediatricians, and advocacy groups signed a warning in November telling parents to avoid AI toys completely. 2 US senators, one Republican and one Democrat, sent letters to toy companies saying, "These chatbots have encouraged kids to commit self-harm and suicide, and now you're pushing them on the youngest children who have the least ability to recognize this danger." Josh Gollin from Fair Play put it clearly. Children's creativity thrives when the toys are powered by their own imagination, not AI. And given how often AI hallucinates or gives harmful advice, there's no reason to believe these guardrails will actually keep kids safe. The problem is there are basically no regulations on this stuff yet. These companies are racing to get these toys into the homes before anyone can stop them. And once your kid forms an emotional attachment to one of these things, good luck taking away without a meltdown. So here's what you need to know. AI toys use the same tech that's already hurt teenagers and young adults, but now they're targeting them to way younger kids who can't tell the difference between a real friendship and a computer program. They fail basic safety tests, they collect private data, they're designed to be addictive, and there's zero research showing they're actually safe for developing brains. The best toys are still the ones that are 90% kid, 10% toy. Building blocks, art supplies, books, regular stuffed animals, the stuff that makes your kids use their imagination instead of replacing it. Please subscribe and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you.
Pretty terrifying, in my opinion.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Right? You are the product in their mind, JM says, right? I agree, Cheryl. This is so scary. Yeah, and I mean, I think we already are seeing people unaliving themselves because of adults, because of their interactions with ChatGPT and other AI conversations, right? Chucky, right, X? Yeah, and over in the Rumble chat, they were bringing up Teddy Ruxpin. Right. But also, so we're already seeing that from adults that aren't able to handle the conversations and the feedback and how they're being manipulated or how they're being affected, at least by AI. And then they're going to start giving this to children. I mean, they have started giving this to children. Yeah, absolutely, Shells. I agree. Don't let these toys in your homes. I think, of course, parents out there don't want to harm their children. They're into the latest fad, or their kids beg for it, and they think AI is up and coming, and they've got to be on the forefront of tech, or whatever the case may be. They're not aware, I would think, of the effect that it's going to have on could have on their children. It's really awful.
I was going to buy one and stream with it, but then they start at like $150.
No, they're
opt
they're
out.
pretty
Opt
cheap
out.
on what do you call that? Amazon. They were like under $10. You could buy like a cactus or a banana that talks. The
Right,
cheapest
the
one.
talking ones, but I mean, the real AI that gave you the feedback were kind of spendy.
Good. Hopefully people are priced out of them. I
For
wouldn't
now.
give a dime to support it at all, in my
I
opinion.
wonder, like, if that's
Right,
all
Silver Shelby?
like maybe they don't do the same thing or something similar to a whole bunch of toys. This is just the ones they tell us about.
Right. The ones that actually give feedback. Who knows what's in the other ones, right?
Right. Like how they're finding, they found tracking devices or monitoring devices with even like cameras and microphones and solar panels made in China and other devices like fans.
Baby
and,
monitors.
Baby monitors. But things like a baby monitor, I think most parents are somewhat aware that those can be hacked and that's already kind of on your, in your frame of, I hope, in their frame of mind. But something like a fan, you don't think about that having a way to monitor
Yeah,
your home
ceiling
or a Roomba,
Agreed.
or things like that. Yeah.
Some days I pray for the comet.
Smoke detector.
Oh, by the way, Indy, your
You pray for the comet. Hold on, Peanut. Is that what you said? I'll go.
No, I said some days I pray for the comet.
Yeah. God's will be done.
I was
Maybe just get your kid a dog, Pilgrim says. Good call. They're monitoring in a healthy way. Okay, Peanut, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say earlier, I was actually trying to defend you because people were talking about AI, and you had like Ken's video on, which was obviously AI. I think like I get the problem with it, but I think that like I don't see the problem in you doing that because I've had Ken's songs on my show before, and I think that what it comes down to is that like to some extent, this whole platform we're on, whether it's YouTube or Google or whatever, it's all funded by military or CIA or whatever. So I think it's good to put it all in perspective sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of AI myself. I really opt out of using it at all. I've never even had, I know it's not AI necessarily, but I haven't even had what are they called? Alexa or Siri. I don't use any of that. I never have and I won't. But I do want to support my friends and I do appreciate, like I've said before, I appreciate that AI is allowing people to create things they wouldn't have been able to create without it. I think those people are using it mostly for good. I can't say that I'm not conflicted about it because I am, because I think that no matter how you use AI, you're training AI, even if that's not your intention. So I'm very upfront about that. But, I love Ken and I like what he's creating. I think it's a positive thing. A lot of his songs tonight, a lot of people could relate to and appreciate it. So, it's a balancing act. I think it's going to be a balancing act for everyone moving forward. And I make my decisions for my channel as best as I can. But I do always try to let people know when a song is AI for that reason.
Yeah, it's cool. And like I said, I've done exactly the same thing. So I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to put it all in perspective. It's not as simplistic, I think, as what people make. And the whole thing is going to become so evasive.
That's awesome, Shells.
That I don't know. I mean, it'll be like how many of us have smartphones? You know what I mean?
Right. I have I have an iPhone. I mean, that's not ideal.
That's the worst of the phones.
I know, but I've had it before I knew better, really. I mean, I guess I had some inkling, but I really didn't know the extent of it. And I do plan to get something different. When the time comes, I'll have to figure it out. But I'm kind of debating on going I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but it's a balancing act. Like I said, it's a balancing act for us all. Really quickly, Shells said, my son is 16. He doesn't even have cell phone. It's his decision. I think that's amazing. And that made me think of something, Algo, you've talked about before too. There's the younger generation. And I saw a video they were saying that Gen Z, they grew up with parents who were fully immersed in the internet and their entire lives. And so that generation is now having Gen Z, which is, and Gen Alpha, but I think Alpha is in a little bit of a different boat. But Gen Z is kind of rebelling against that. They're going away from the tech and they're moving away from a lot of the things that they saw their parents struggle with, or they grew up with iPads in front of them, and on screens all the time. And so now they're moving away from that too. So, I'm hopeful that's going to make some kind of difference in the future, you know. But then we see Gen Alpha where they're in this, really the schools are the forefront, I think, of where we need to be focusing a lot of our attention, you know.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Gen Z, I'll tell you what, I do speak about it a lot. Gen Z, I'm very positive on Gen Z and their not only rejection of that, but their critical thinking skills are pretty advanced for their age group. From what I've seen, millennials, and no offense to any millennials in here, but you were raised by my generation, which is kind of, we're not great parents, and gave you participation trophies and really kind of screwed up your mental set point for society. But I think if anything's going to really turn this around, it's going to be Gen Z working with the Gen Xers.
I hope so. Yeah, we've come a long way since the pet rock. Have we, or are we devolving? Would it have been better to play with the rocks and sticks? Maybe it was. Right, exactly, Carl, the wrong way. Yeah.
I was watching this thing, the same thing, and talking similarly was the person on the show was talking about was because he'd been seeing the stuff that's going on from the inside. He said the only way to get away from all this stuff really is to just unplug, get out of the internet completely. You know what I mean? And drop all the electronic devices and just completely devolve ourselves of all this, technology and everything.
Right. No, I mean, I think, I'm online too much, and I think it's about it's all a balancing act, I mean, I think I'm using the internet and not being online, and so the social media I use is fairly limited, but I hope I'm using it for good. Being here with all of you and supporting those of you whose channels I'm able to go to and whatever, but yeah, I mean, we have to balance that with our analog life, our life in the real, and making sure that we're, not so invested in screen time that we're setting a bad example for our children, but also that we're not connecting with reality, and I think that is a problem for a lot of people these days.
I would say this is that for everybody who's in here right now, whether on the panel or in the chat, is that really there's not really anybody in here who's better or worse than anybody else who's in here. I think that we're all kind of in the same game together, so to speak. And so it's not a matter of looking up to someone or looking down on someone. I just think it's part of human nature, and it is what it is.
Well, I think it's a decision that has to be made by each person, and what's healthy for one person might not be healthy for another,
Right.
And there's probably something that whole, everything in moderation saying too. Ohio Valley Prepping, good to see you. And Shelby, I don't know if you heard me say, but much love to you. Cindy, glad that you're back. I saw you in here earlier. Right. Cindy says, hold on, some guy, I'll go to you next and then I'll go. Cindy says, nobody has to think for themselves much anymore. AI will do it for you. And I think that kind of ties in with what we're saying with education in schools too. It's like, things are becoming too easy in a way. All right, some guy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, basically, nanny, boo-boo. I'm gooder.
Well, there you go. Glad you got that out.
I'm joking.
I know. Did you have something else you wanted to add, though, some guy?
No, ma'am. I can't think of anything. It sounds
All
like
right.
everybody's on point, really on point.
Right, Boot says, but how am I going to see what Erica Kirk is up to? Right, but there's something to that, because don't we get so pulled into all these different narratives, and there's always so much going on, and if you try to stay up on everything, that is your time, So I'm glad for, part of what I'm glad for when we all gather is, and in the streams that I do go to, is seeing some of that information covered by you all, and learning from each other. Algo, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, if you're going to stay in modern society, and unless the Amish will let you join kind of retroactively, you can't get away from it anymore.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, you can go to a flip phone and not do things, but you have to have a computer at home if you want to take care of your banking, if you want to pay your bills, if you want to, they push that technology to the place where it's really nearly impossible to unplug until the central bank digital currency comes. And then if you don't do that, you're going to be homeless. It's going to be that simple.
Yeah, exactly, Algo. It's that's kind of like what I was alluding to, is that the whole system, it's so intertwined. It's like a trap. It's like there's kind of like where the rats or or whatever metaphor you want to lead to. Or I like to think of it as like a funnel plant, like the kind of, it's kind of like a Venus flytrap. But what happens is these bugs, they crawl into it and they see this really sweet smelling nectar at the bottom, so that entices them to start going down deeper into the plant. And then when they realize it's a trap, they try to back out, and that the little hairs on the inside of the plant are like daggers that keep them. They can't back up because they'll stab into them, so they have no choice to go down deeper and deeper and deeper until it's too late.
Well, yeah, and they didn't call it the internet or the World Wide Web on accident.
Right.
Think about all the different words you could have used.
Yeah, even the whole internet.
It's a trap.
By military. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
He had that alien voice. Come on, you guys.
Good job. You did the alien voice.
The whole thing, regardless of what it is, it's all part of that same trap. So, and like you said, it's hard to avoid it now, right? It's so pervasive. It's like evil is just in everything. So it could be, almost becomes well, how much evil is acceptable? You know what I mean? 10% evil, 50%, 40. Like, how much evil is permissible? And so I think at some point, what it leads to is, the end of time, so to speak. And then that's when it's like game over.
Yeah.
Where is there a trade? Is there, this much evil?
Good to see you, Ridge Runner.
Is there this much evil but this much good, and then all these people are weighing different things?
Well, I think that's part of the everything in moderation, and each person having to make their own decision about all of this,
Yes, ma'am.
It kind of seems like our society can't deal with the level of evil that we have. And earlier when you all were talking about the complete dysfunction out there in society, I think we've hit that place where there's more evil than good, where that percentage has flipped to the place where, we're no longer 13% good, we're only 10%. And now everything is crumbling. Every single thing is breaking down.
Like that was the point. Demoralization.
Right.
Yeah.
Bonnie says, I think it's good to use this, meaning I think the internet and social media, to have discussions and look at all views. It's like people have forgotten how to compromise. Right. And that's part of the agree to disagree that we talk about here all the time, because people forget that, it's not something, everything is about divide and conquer. If you're following anything from the mainstream, even a lot of social media, content creators, it's about getting clicks and views, more subscribers than the person next to you, whatever. It's about divide and conquer across the board. And, Eli from Stuck in the Middle says, we have to look for the unifiers, look for the people who are out there supporting each other, like all of us here. And, really trying to stay focused on the reasons that we're here, not to make money, not to get more subs, although obviously those things are beneficial and supporting and appreciated. That's not the purpose I know for myself or for many of you who I know personally, and have different purposes. We're here, a lot of us feel called, honestly, to be here. I know I did and do, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
right. Navy Vet, love that song. It's horrible and just great.
Sorry, I stepped
No,
all
go
over you.
ahead.
I apologize.
You're okay.
It's like Trouble Minds said in Rumble, the real work loses followers every day. If you're really telling the things that you think are true and you're connecting things that other people may not see or may have seen but didn't see it in the way you see it and you want to share it, you're going to piss people off because they have that blue-red team mentality, which if they still have it by now, I don't really kind of understand that because...
Well,
right.
Right, Landon? I mean, come on.
Well, they do. I mean, especially, doing what we do, like looking at the very worst, most vitriol point of another team, it kind of makes a natural environment of,
Right, Cindy.
well, what do these people do? And it's an other mentality, the red, the blue,
Yes.
Yeah.
The rich, the poor, the Christian, the Muslim, the
Female,
gay,
the
the
white.
straight, yeah, exactly. It's everything. They're trying to divide us in every possible way.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Yet here we are,
What'd you say again, Algo? What was your point you made?
Which time?
Just now.
Sorry, Pia, that cracked me up.
Go on.
Rewind there.
No, I mean, I was I was just kind of saying that at this point in our experience, if people think that the red team and the blue team are a thing, or that your skin color, and we got into deeper, but if they can't see it by now, I don't know how to help anybody.
That's what I meant. I feel like exactly the same way. I'm like, it sums it up. This is my feeling. It's facepalm. Right? Every time I hear something, like,
But I think that's by design too, to be fair. So you guys know that, like, I really woke up, or however you want to say it. I had my awakening. The veil was lifted, the scales fell from my eyes, whatever, back in 2019, 2020. And people were saying that same thing then, a lot of people in a lot of channels were saying, well, if they're just waking up now, it's too late for them. It's hopeless.
There's no hope for you.
Right, exactly.
But
and I think that's
you can't.
nonsense. I think that's that's the devil. It's in my mind, really. Like, that's that deceiver saying it's too late. No, it's not, I woke up to things pretty quickly. I mean, I'm still learning all the time, of course. There's a lot of gaps in what I know because it's been like a flash course, but I think that there is hope for anybody who's coming around at any point in time, and even for those who are still blind to it all now, whether because of cognitive dissonance or a spiritual veil behind or God's timing, whatever the case may be. I still think that there's hope for every single person out there. And what were you going to say, Landon?
Well, that's how magicians work, in tricks and illusions, and that's what your enemy, we were just referring to is he's the light bringer, the illusionist. It's all a trick. It's always a trick. Everything is a trick. That's how they work. And like you were saying, basically they're playing one side to the other so that you never focus on who your enemy is, and they tell you who your enemy is.
Well put. Yeah, that's a good point. I specify. Good to see you, by the way.
Good to see you, bro.
And I agree
No
with
worries,
you, Indy.
Shelley.
Sorry, go ahead, some guy.
I thought they were doing it out of the kindness of their heart, and just
We're doing what?
pointing fingers and citing signs. And
What do you mean by that? How would that be out of the goodness of their heart? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you mean.
that was just a bit of sarcasm.
Okay. Because I could see it maybe being like an edifying way. I mean, there's that whole saying, iron sharpens iron. Sometimes we do need people to point things out to us, but I don't think that's the reason behind what's going on right now.
I think you're right too. Like there's always hope for people. So I didn't mean to say that, but I'm still frustrated. I'm like, when I look at someone who's still out till sleep, I'm like, really? How in this day and age? I mean, it's like this close to the end, and you're like still like questioning things, or I don't know. To me, it's kind of amazing. Now, and if you weren't online and you didn't have all these people like you and Algo and everybody else, like Unspecified, etc., pointing stuff out, I could say, okay, maybe you're a little slow at the wheel, but when you have all that in front of you and you still don't get it, then it's like it's not a Rubik's cube. You might want to figure it out.
Well, to your point, man. How we view things is how we do things, and that's the point of the illusion, and that's like kind of what a magician does, is controls what you see and what you don't see, and basically, that's the name of the game, basically.
No, for sure.
To have us, point the finger one at the other, and
Right.
Yeah, I still have empathy. It's not like I don't
Right.
hope
Yeah.
for people who still don't get it. It's not like I'm like rooting for the devil or anything. You know what I mean? But
course.
still, you kind of wonder like why they don't understand.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was going to say, Andy. I mean, I'm with you where I'm going to keep doing it because somebody may learn something or see something different, or there may be a story that's a catalyst for somebody being, wait a minute, I never thought of that, and they can
Good night,
be
Cindy.
free. I mean, I think creator does live fails all the time. I don't think that's not true, but I do
Right.
think at our current stage of media saturation and the sheer ridiculousness of what they're saying, I think it's like most people must know, like 60% of this nation must know that we have a satanic pedophile cult running things.
Right.
Because it's
Yeah.
so ridiculous. It's just so retarded with the stuff that comes out all the time. And so, I mean, I guess that was my point. I just think a lot of people do know, and I also think we were not designed here to kill our brother. So it's really hard for the good team to take it back. The bad team, they'll do anything. They'll kill children. They'll mutilate children to get what they want. But the good team won't.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm finished.
Well, a part of the how you view things is how you do things is kind of, it's a blessing that it's almost a privileged position, like a gift, that we were able to have eyes to see and ears to hear and to be very sensitive and to know what cognitive dissonance is, and that basically tampering with someone's cognitive dissonance is going to throw them into a state, maybe some people worse than others, but like, believing that what you just said, Algo, about like, the satanic, I don't want to say the PDF, whatever, it breaks minds. It can. Some people don't handle that well, and we have a position to gently speak to them or plant seeds. Really, is the main thing, because we can lead a horse to water, and like if you force this down someone's throat, it's either going to cause rejection of the whole thing, rejection of you, or because it's too crazy. It's way too, the truth obviously is usually stranger than fiction, and most people that are going along to get along to earn a dollar and support their family need to believe what helps them do that, not believe what wakes them up,
Right.
Yeah.
John, thank you for the super chat. He says, they said evil had a name, but you saw it wearing dozens. Teacher, patriot, healer, prophet, each label a costume, each costume a shield. Right. I like that, John. And I think, I think that it's kind of interesting. That made me think of, like, I grew up in the church, and yes, I was taught that the devil was real. But I don't think I ever was led to identify how active the devil is in our day-to-day lives, maybe temptation might have been mentioned, but we are literally in a battle against good versus evil all the time. And it's not just in some abstract way. There are demons and principalities and fallen angels. And I know I believe in what are they called? Not the Anunnaki. What are they called? The
Archons?
Yeah, archons, but yeah, that's not the word I'm looking for. But anyway, there's all sorts of shit that we are literally fighting all the time. And I don't think that the churches do a good job, maybe by design, maybe because they've mostly been infiltrated, maybe because they have to get their grant money or whatever, whatever the reasons may be. I don't think that they do enough to really teach how prevalent this battle truly is.
No, that's 100% great point, and I don't think most people realize that they do run for office, and once they're out of
Right.
office, they do wear a blue dress with red heels on a
Nephilim.
couch.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, Nephilim.
And it's in your food at the supermarket. That battle for good and evil with the bioengineered
Or your
food products.
medications.
Yeah, exactly. The thing. I forgot you're on YouTube. Sorry, I said that other word earlier, but
Oh, you're fine. We
I'm
see
over
the
Rumble
words.
and kind of forgot you're on YouTube's. But yeah, it's 24/7, 365.
Yeah, Shelby, I'm liking your thoughts you're putting out there too, Shelby, just so you know. Go ahead.
all
Peanut.
those quotes you're putting out by Navy vet, Man, that brother Navy, man, he's got balls the size of Toledo, man. Everything he was saying was exactly the truth. Talking about the Constitution and how the country started, and that's hard to tell people. You know what I mean? And so my hat's off to Navy vet, brother. You got a spine.
Yeah, he's got a lot of truths that he's sharing too. I'm appreciating all the comments in the chat, you guys, and in Rumble too. I wanted to go back to a couple comments real quickly. Rune said, people don't visit each other as before and alone we get weaker. And I agree. I think that if I know for myself and my life, I used to be very social. I was out. If I didn't have a day that I was out with friends or family, it was like, oh, well, who can I meet up with? Like, who's around, and or who can come over? And I was seeing people all the time. And that is, I've basically become a hermit in a lot of ways. Partially, and I don't think there's benefits to it and there's negative things to it. It's just a huge shift. And I think I'm not alone in that. It looks like, especially since COVID, that has happened for so many people. And I do think that's probably by design. I think it is important to still have analog friends and family that you're meeting with and that you're together with. Obviously, I have my husband and I have my children, so it's not like I'm totally isolated. But I know there are some people out there that really are. And I do think it's important that we try to connect with people in person as much as possible.
Okay, two quick things. Navy vet, you're absolutely right about the Constitution, and people who still believe that are naive. They have no idea what's going on in the world. Number two, for Rune, he asked me how I got my name Peanut. And so, Rune, I'm going to make a whole special video just for you about how I got my name.
Awesome. Okay, the other comment I wanted to highlight here was from there, and I could highlight so many more, but I wanted to just touch on these. Silver Shelby Stacker says, my family and friends are walking around like a bunch of zombies, like nothing's wrong, not a care in the world, but think I'm crazy. And I think a lot of people can relate to you on that one too, Shelby. And to me, I look at things a lot through a Christian lens and the lens through my faith. And I think that's part of being on the narrow path, a lot of people are going to be deceived, whether we're at the very end of times or not. Like I was saying earlier, we're fighting against it's a spiritual war. All battles are spiritual battles when it really comes down to it.
That's funny. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tiff.
That's funny you say that, Indy, because I actually just had an incident yesterday with my friend. She had invited me to go to a Mardi Gras parade on Friday. And I was too blunt with my words, but I was like, no, not a chance. I was like, I think that there's too much going on politically. I think the chance of an attack is too high, like in the crowd in public. And I said, and low key, I said, honestly, I don't think that Mardi Gras is something that God wants us doing. Every single parade is named after a fallen angel or, a lowercase god or Eve. And it's celebrating the bite, so like, and she came back and was like, well, Jesus himself went to weddings. And I said, that's different. Weddings God is invited to. I was like, I don't think Jesus would have gone to a parade for another God, like, I just don't see it happening. But she came back and she was like, basically, she was like, yeah, I thought you were crazy and mean. And then what happened? In the country, a Mardi Gras parade got shot up, unfortunately.
Oh, wow. You're right.
Yeah.
Jesus would not be throwing beads.
Agreed.
But he might be hanging out with the people that are.
He would be, and he would be sympathetic, and he would be kind, and he would tell the bankers to go themselves, and
right.
At least from my reading of that.
Agreed.
Yeah. All the above. Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that, Indy, because I had to reflect for a quick second why I even blasted that out of my mouth about Jesus would not be throwing beads.
Indubitably.
It's because, no, I wanted to support Tiff in that conversation.
So do I. I support you too, Tiff.
It's just like, well, Jesus won't be throwing beads, bastards. But you're right. He would be hanging out with the ones who would.
He's throwing fish,
Right.
huh? Damn it.
So,
Yeah, I like that, Mary. Follow your inner voice. Use your discernment, right? Your intuition. Follow your gut. Yep. I think they're all kind of one and the same in my mind.
Holy Spirit talking through your body.
Right.
When Holy Spirit speaks, Everybody listens. Or should listen. That was E.F. Hutton from way back in the day. You guys are too young to remember that probably.
Daryl had to take off, but Daryl, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciated you coming up. Your voice is beautiful. It was great to hear you sing. And I know you said you'll be back, and I'm looking forward to having you come up and join us again. Or here in the chat as well. Okay. Just checking here where we're at on things. All right. Let me grab some more links here. Let me see where I'm at, actually. We'll just kind of linger for a minute here.
Yeah, and while we do, I will say I am not drunk. I'm just a little bit loose-lipped today.
I didn't think that you were, for what it's worth.
Record. It's nice to make sure the record's clear at all times.
Yeah.
Algo, are you still sick?
No, I wasn't really sick. I was just exhausted.
Oh, okay.
I do have a cold, but I went back to work last week for the first time in 3 months.
Oh, okay. Right
And
on.
I work 50 hours in a professional kitchen, and it's exhausting work, and I was spent.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, but I bet it was good to be back with your coworkers and interacting with people. And
it was good to be back. Yeah, I was sore. Yeah. If I were young, I wouldn't have been as sore. It's so funny. The other day, I asked one of the cooks, I'm like, "Do your hands get sore from this job?" He's like, "No, but I'm under 30." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right. Okay."
Okay. I'm trying to decide which way we're going to go here. All right, I think...
Wait, hold that thought there, little lady. I'm going to call it a night. So
Okay.
I want to thank you mighty kindly. And Algo, you have a great night. Unspecified, have a great night. Brand, have
Thanks
a great
for joining, Peanut.
Good to see you, Peanut. Take care.
Good to see you, man.
All right, my work here is done.
Okay. Bran, if you can pull up that second... Or, yeah, the second video, it just says Brandy Crew. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting to repost the videos for you. I'm taking your non-response as I need to post them again. So I'm going to put these up there for you. And then we will be set to go and kind of move forward. All right, this next video is another by Brandy Cruz. It's a short one, so I'm going to go ahead and play it. Yeah, pull up the one by Brandy, not the EON one. Thanks, Bran. So... I've already explained kind of who Brandy Cruz is. This is just a short video, but I thought it kind of ties in with what we're talking about with the importance of children and what's going on in schools and a lot of other things too that are going on now with the Epstein files that are, the new, of course, more information has been released, and I'm sure we could talk about that. I do think it's still important that there needs to be accountability for any of that. We still have yet to see that as far as I'm concerned. But there is more information that's really awful and disgusting and demoralizing that's coming out. I think pray for discernment as you're looking into any of that information too, because it is some really heavy information. I personally feel like I know enough already of what's going on that, if somebody sends me a link or if there's something specific people share in my Discord, or I can look through titles even of videos and kind of get an idea of what's going on, but I don't feel like I need to be in the meat and potatoes of the disgustingness of what happened there. But if it's not something you've ever looked into, it might be something you do need to have your eyes open to, because it's really atrocious. And I think until we recognize the depth of the evil incorporated with that, there probably won't be accountability, Okay, so kind of along those lines, this is a quick video by Brandy Cruz about, again, something happening here in Washington State, because I am behind enemy lines, but it is likely happening in a lot of other states as well, and is probably coming to into a town by you if things don't get changed. Here we go.
What are they laser focused on? Oh, giving a hearing tomorrow in the Senate Law and Justice Committee to a bill that will reduce punishments for child sex predators. I wish I was making that up. I'm not. This is Senate Bill 5312. And essentially what the bill, it's hard for me to even share the argument they make because it's just so stupid. So they basically say not all child sex predators are created equal. They said there's a huge difference between someone who preys on a real child and someone who preys on someone online who turns out to be an undercover detective and wasn't a real child at all. They call it a fictitious minor. So they said people who were just trying to meet up with a kid online, but it turned out to be a detective, well, we shouldn't treat them like the child sex predators they are. This is a quote from the bill. Individuals who commissioned a predatory offense involving a minor victim could pose a different public safety threat upon release than individuals involved in a sting operation with a fictitious minor. I mean, how do minds even work this way? It's like whether... So what's the difference here? If you were online, and there's this one horrible case we'll talk about in a minute, and you're trying to meet with a minor to sexually abuse them, what's the difference between whether the person on the other end is a real minor or you just think they are and it's actually a detective? You're saying the same things. Your goal is the same. How is one person less dangerous than the other? It's crazy, but we know that Senator Lisa Wellman is pushing this for personal reasons because she has a friend whose son was caught up in one of these net nanny stings. And it's like a disgusting story, too. This guy thought he was meeting a mother who was offering her 6 and 11-year-old daughter and 13-year-old son for sex. So that's the kind of scum we're talking about here. It's the son of one of her friends and constituents. And this was a story broke by our friend Jason Rantz. Great work here. Democratic senator pushed softer child sex crime penalties to help friend with his predator son. So that's what they're focused on, helping their buddies who have sons who think they're meeting up with a mom who's going to sell her kids for sex. Thank God it turned out to be a net nanny operation. Thank God it turned out to be a net nanny operation. And I am sure that Senator Wellman, when she introduces this bill in front of committee tomorrow, will say similar things. But we do have clips of her testimony from last session, including this gem where she says this bill is for the children.
I'm here for the 1.5 million kiddos in our state from birth through 12th grade, and making sure that they have what they need to thrive and being safe and not being available, not being caught up, not being having predators take their childhood away from them in some horrible ways. I mean, is really what we're about today with these two bills.
That doesn't equate with the bill you're introducing. That doesn't make any sense. If I heard that testimony, I'd think, oh, great, she's going to introduce a bill that would increase penalties for child sex predators. No, it's a bill to decrease penalties for child sex predators.
All right, just another way things are moving backwards.
It's upside down.
Right, absolutely.
Upside down.
Yeah.
That's heinous.
Yeah. It is. That's a good word for it. Yep, absolutely. Kim, much love to you if you're taking off. Yeah, right? Exactly, Jerry. Arrest all pedos. Agreed.
I don't
At
even
minimum.
know if arrest is the, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, I the first part of that video, it lit me up in a place, and I said a quick prayer about my anger. And then the thing that came to me was, if they do the CBDC and I'm going to be out of the system anyway, I'm going to have a new job. And it's going to be a hunter of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll have nothing left anyway. I won't have any. I won't. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be part of it, and I'll be out of the system. So that's. I'm going to have a new hunting job. So.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a point that's the line. Sorry, I'm gonna just look at here for a quick second.
We feel you. I think a lot of us are in the same boat. Good night, Lisa. Thank you for all your help. Much love to you. Yeah, it's just disgusting. And like I said, you guys really be watching what's going on in your areas, because I know things are. I don't think people realize how extreme it is here sometimes. Washington, I'm telling you, it always flies under the radar here. A lot of which I'm glad there's focus on California. And actually, that reminds me, Nick Shirley is heading to California. He's there, I think, now, but he's looking into the fraud and everything that's going on there. But, it's all tied together. It is all tied together. It's a big club, and we're not in it, and we're funding it.
You ain't in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think I've shared this story here before, but that just made me think of it. One of my husband's former coworkers, was a coworker at the time, confessed to and was convicted of molesting and raping 2 children that were his godchildren. and young. They were, well, I know one was between the ages of 7 and 9. That's how long this went on. He was sentenced to 6 months and served 6 months in prison. 6 months. I mean, that just goes to show where the priorities are. It's disgusting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And part of me is like, okay,
Like
Fallen
that,
World,
79.
you know. Exactly.
Yeah,
9.
absolutely.
9, yes. Go
Mhm.
out with a bang. But Fallen World, right? So things go with the Fallen World that suck. But I mean, it's like there's no sense of humanity with a lot of people anymore, and I don't understand that.
Yeah.
It's probably biblical, and I haven't fully read that, but
Where's the disconnect? You know,
Right, CGS.
what's that? Some guy?
where's the disconnect?
Some guy, you gotta be louder. People are saying in the comments and even messaging me they can't hear you.
Oh no. I'm just wondering where the disconnect is between the crime and the punishment.
Right.
What was
yeah.
that?
Probably the social agenda would be my guess.
What are you saying? Did you say some guy? Did you say what is? Say it one more time, and then I'm gonna repeat it so people can hear it.
Oh, I was wondering where the disconnect is between the crime and the punishment.
Okay, what is the disconnect between the crime and the punishment? And like you said, Algo, I agree. It's the agenda. It's because, and I say we've been overthrown. The people who are supposed to be our representatives, whether at a state level or the nationwide level, the federal level, they do not actually represent us. They are bought and paid for. A lot of them have dual citizenship, a lot to a certain country that we all know. Our greatest ally, I say with air quotes. And so I think there's an agenda that's at play that has nothing to do with what's best for the people of our country. And not only that, I think it's also happening in every other country around the world right now because it's a global agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other thoughts about that from anyone up on panel? Much love, Jerry. Good night.
Well, yeah, the other thought is, when are like the rest of the people gonna not be mad at ICE for trying to deport, but be mad at pedophiles for hurting kids? You know?
Another aspect is it seems almost impossible from, and when I say the enemy, I'm talking about principalities and powers, because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but someone is in control of the teams that, would be, and it's like the left almost can't get the right to do anything. And it's like they're, the meme where it's like poking at the right, like, come on, do something, and, the left, it's like the opposite. Like they'll take something that isn't necessarily even proven to be a cause and then pick it up and run.
Right.
And it's very possible, like if you saw the amount of control and the reaction to J6, the one time the right, kind of did something, compared to an entire summer of, and I get that people bring up the summer of love and brush it by real quick like it wasn't much, but multiple towns had autonomous
It's still going
zones.
on here. I mean,
Like,
really, it's still affecting Seattle.
Exactly. I mean, so I think there is some aspect of this with whose files being released and all this, with everything taking this turn. Like, I'm serious. I'm over here. I have another tab pulled up with Facebook, and that's my local area. And it's like, it's so crazy. I've seen 3 posts from official news agencies talking about, a mayor is they threw out the trial because he had it's like provable that he had relations with a teenager, and so it's like, what would be the why wouldn't they? Because obviously this should be the type of thing, like in law enforcement, when they want something to stop, they do either a show of force or the consequences become extremely severe, you know.
Right.
And that's how you affect compliance, I suppose. So if someone gets the book thrown at them, as an example, then it kind of shows. But if we've got multiple cases of 6 months, and you know, well, it says something without saying something. It says, you know, like kind of with certain jurisdictions arresting a fella who is a multiple violent repeater, and they just, you know, they let him out. You know what I mean? The recidivism. There's something to it. Okay, they want it to go a certain direction.
Yeah, they want to allow it to keep going. Why did they throw out the case with the judge or with the?
Let me see if I can.
Pull it up. The judge who, you know, and you're totally right. I mean, I know you're younger than me, but in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, America was a trash heap because everybody littered. At least Colorado was, and so they made it $1,000 fine if you got caught littering. And in about a year, there was no litter anywhere because it was $1,000. You threw a McDonald's cup out the window. You got caught. You got $1,000 fine.
Right.
And that was a boatload of money in 1975. So I think your point is very well taken.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a specific case right now.
There was a comment I wanted to go back to. I don't know if I lost it. Bonnie had made a comment. Let me see if I can find it. She says, ICE is out of control, power hungry, sorry, not sorry. And yeah, Bonnie, you know, I'm having some conflict within myself about this too, because I do not like seeing the overreach of power. I do believe that power should mostly rest with the states, not the federal level. And at the same time, the states in Minnesota and in Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, Illinois, New York, there are several states where the police are literally being told not to do their jobs. They're being told to stand down. They're being told, you know, and we've seen it. It's not like this is brand new. It didn't just start. You know, that's already been happening in I just can speak mostly for Washington, but I know these same things have been happening in other states, like I just mentioned. But where they were told they weren't supposed to arrest anyone who was not committing a felony, and a felony was defined as stealing something. I mean, in this case, was defined as stealing something worth more than $1,000 or higher. So people were literally calculating what they could take up to $1,000. And because of that, prices have skyrocketed. That's part of it. But also businesses have left the area. And that's just one reason. There's also they're being taxed to death in our state and whatever. There's a lot of different factors, but that is a big part of why. At the same time, they had supposedly defunded the police. Really, they were reimagining policing, and it's now much more militant. And the money that was going towards the salary of the people they drove out, or the positions they didn't fill, was actually going towards new tech, you know, that's much more militant. But anyway, so, you know, I think, again, there's this balance that's missing. You know, if you've watched on Landon and Tiff stream at Unspecified Podcast and Review, the links are in the chat in both Rumble and YouTube. But if you're watching the boots on the ground, you know, then hopefully you're getting a bigger perspective of what's happening. But you can see places where the police aren't interacting at all. There's people that are absolutely not being peaceful, and nothing happens until it hits 10 p.m. local time. And then they can say that they're disrupting the peace because of the sound ordinance. And that's when they're finally able to go and do something about it. And by they, I mean the feds. If they weren't there, would those people be out protesting? Probably not. But would anything else be getting done as far as the Fed being able to remove illegal immigrants? Probably not. So it's a whole catch-22, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the balance is in that.
Right. We are in a really bad symbiotic relationship with each other in relation to that. In Colorado, they give CDL licenses to people who do not read English. And they kill people. And we've had 3 major truck incidents where, because it's the mountains, and if you really don't know how to drive, you're driving somebody down the mountains, you're going to kill people. And so far, I think 27 people have been killed by 3 truck drivers who were non-resident aliens with commercial driver's licenses. And the enforcement of it is gone. And so, to your point, Indy, I mean, if you're living in if you're living in the Midwest, yeah, it looks like ICE is out of control. If you're living behind enemy lines in a blue place, it's like we need more ICE with more vests. But the murder of somebody, a dubious murder, is a bad. If there's a bad shoot, there's a bad shoot. That happens. It happens not only with ICE, it happens with regular police. It happens with regular civilians on a regular basis.
And it sucks, but there still needs to be accountability.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, it does suck.
I don't even think it sucks. I think it's great. There needs to be accountability. We're not the lack of accountability across every spectrum is driving me crazy, you know. But Pilgrim says after the election, 70% of Americans voted for immigration and deportations. Right. And that's where I think that the Fed has the right to go in and intervene in the states that aren't allowing that, you know. And it, you know, I don't know if you guys all heard, but Trump actually made some suggestions to compromise, basically, in a sense, with Minnesota. And as far as I understand it, they said no, which doesn't surprise me. But you know, I don't remember all of the different facets of it. Some of you might, but I know that he was basically saying he would remove ICE if they deported the illegal immigrants who were in their jails, if they handed them over, basically. And if the police would start protecting ICE when they were doing their jobs, when they were, you know, not standing outside their precinct with pepper spray because they feel like they have to, which, you know, all of that to me just looks so, what's the word I'm looking, orchestrated. Like, what's the point? You know, why do they even bother going out? You know, I guess they can't let them just take the building. But anyway, I really think, and continue to think, as I have thought for a very long time, you know, and I called this, and I know many of us did months and months before Trump even began this administration, or this term, that this was going to happen this way because it's been set up to happen this way. I think it is the Hegelian dialect. I think they cause the chaos and they present the answer. I hope the answer is not martial law, but I feel like that's where it's eventually leading. You know, and I don't know if that's going to be in each state one by one or if something bigger is going to happen or what. But look at what's happening in Minnesota. There are thousands of people that are gathered there. And I swear, I think sometimes they don't even know what they're protesting for. You know, some of the chants, maybe Landon and Tiff, you can help me remember some of the chants, but I put on the chat there, I'm always like, what are they demanding? They're saying, if we don't get it, I'm like, what do they want? And they're saying that they want ICE out, but then do they not believe in borders? And there's people that will come into the chat who are very much aligned with that side of thinking. And I'll ask them that. And it's like, they don't even understand that question. They don't even get why I'm asking them that, because it's not tied to them with what ICE is doing. They're just seeing ICE as Nazis because they've been programmed to think that. And they think all of us are too, for that matter. Anyway, I went a little rant there, but there you go. I don't know. It's tricky. It's the tricky thing to try to figure out that balance.
Yeah. Yeah. If we don't get it, shut it down.
Right. Yeah, exactly. If we don't get it, shut it down. If you don't get what do they really want?
What we want.
Yeah.
But it is extremely dicey, especially if, you know, how statist or constitutionalist or, you know, where you fall in it, you know, because it's the minutia goes deeper than red or blue. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because you got people who are on the right who maybe lean more center, libertarian, and they don't think necessarily that, you know, they can understand that, you know, ICE kind of looks like jackbooted, you know, and then, you know, it's crazy.
Exactly, Bonnie.
I think that too,
Go ahead,
a lot of times we run into, like, I'm a big believer that when you make a bad decision to right the course, you oftentimes have to make a hard decision. So, the bad decision was, encouraging or letting all these people come over into our country, and the hard decision, if we want to correct the course, is now we got to send them back, and that really does suck. I take no joy in it. I don't like seeing families ripped apart. I don't like seeing people suffer. I don't like seeing people scared. But our people are also going through that, and you know,
Right.
I would never have the arrogance to move to another country and expect them to take care of me when I didn't even have the courtesy to fill out paperwork.
Right.
Right. And that's the hard human part, right? Because they're people just like us. They have families, they have wants, they have children, needs, and desires. But if we're going to have a system, we have to have a system.
There's a communication barrier too.
Some guy, can you say it way louder?
Yeah,
There
as
you
far
go.
as the paperwork's concerned, there may be a communication barrier or a language barrier to where they may not be able to read and write or whatever the case might be. Or maybe they're told to pretend they can't read and write for whatever the case might be. So, I mean, there's so many layers of
Well, I mean, I think that, like I said, I think that's by design. I mean, the Biden administration said that they were welcome to come over, and then Kamala says, but don't come. You know what I mean? Like, they were told that they, and then once they got here, they were handed over all these benefits that our veterans and our homeless from our country
Kamala
don't
was
even get.
speaking specifically to the Guatemalan population. Is that correct?
That was, I'm not sure. I remember there
Yeah,
was at one point,
she was
it was like the
speaking-
one time she said not to, as our borders are.
Yeah, she was speaking specifically to the Guatemalans, if my memory serves me correctly.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry if I misspoke earlier. CGX said that Trump said he would pull Border Patrol out, that ICE would remain. Okay. Thanks for that, CGS. Go ahead, some guy.
No, ma'am, that was it. It's I've served alongside Mexican Americans, Hispanic Americans, and I can't imagine how they're feeling right now. It's
I agree, X.
it's a big old mess.
Jason, his volume's all the way up in StreamYard. It's something on his end.
Oh, I can tell you some guy. I work
Much love,
in
Al.
a kitchen, and there are 2 English speakers. I mean, native English speakers. And there's one with some English, and he translates for the rest of us. And I pull out my phone and I'll type in the thing, you know, what do you think about Venezuela? Are you worried about Trump?
By
And
design.
they all say, we're not worried about Trump. Nothing's going to happen to us. We're fine being here. They're not worried about it. They're not losing sleep and anxious. And they're 2 are from Mexico. One is from Venezuela. One is from, I can't remember where. So I asked, because this was months ago, like in August, I asked them, I'm like, are you guys worried that, you know, they're going to come knock on our door? And they're like, no, it's just political. It's just for television. We'll be fine. And maybe that's something they tell themselves, but I don't think so. I think they really don't think of this in the same way that the media and social media is causing us to think about it.
Oh, probably
Well,
so.
I know in my state, the schools, the Seattle schools, were shut down because the the staff and the teachers, and okay, this is my opinion, this is editorial here, they were pushing the fear so much that people, and then also, you know, and Landon and Tiff, you guys can attest to this too. They were saying that people were being encouraged. There's a handbook that's been produced by the organizers of those protesting, that's basically instructing people to call in, and if somebody from ICE, if they see somebody from ICE actively trying to arrest someone or take someone who is there illegally, presumably, or doing their jobs, then they're encouraged to call in to the police and report them, but don't say that they're ICE agents. So don't say there's an ICE agent that is actively pursuing an illegal immigrant. You're supposed to say there's an armed, masked person taking someone from their home. And so they're creating this fear, and it's kind of like swatting. It's like swatting someone with the police,
Yeah.
basically, if you know what swatting is. But they've riled up this fear so much. They've promoted this fear so much that the schools were getting shut down because there were so many people calling in about this alleged activity that was happening around the schools. But it was actually just people in the community that were being arrested by ICE lawfully. And they had to shut down the entire district because of it. I mean, that's insane. And then they used that as further propaganda for how awful the Trump administration is and how Nazi-like they are and how they are promoting fear. And this is the media, of course, out just jumping on that story all over the place. The good thing I will say in that is at all the local news coverage of it, the comments were very based. I think people are finally, even in my area, catching on to what is actually happening.
That's a blessing.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to have a lot of that because of the extreme that they get to see. There's going to be a ton of based people over there as well.
Right.
But we just don't get to see them in the clips.
And it is all about optics at this point. It's like a whole new. It's like a game being played. And whoever is calling the shots for the protests, have totally changed their tune. As we saw earlier, it was like, I mean, it's mostly in Minneapolis at this point, either low numbers or peaceful singing and music, and and then Bonnie's comment made me think. She said something about like what happened to probable cause, but from what we see online, on X, Live, everywhere, it's highly targeted arrests that they're making for these deportations. And I think the because it's all about optics and how it looks, it would be very easy to attack ICE and this administration at this time if they were just going after random people, so they're guarding themselves, and they're going at least they say they're going after the worst of the worst. And I would bet, if I was a betting man, that it's very true that if you were to try to call them on, hey, this guy's just this, he's just a plumber, they would be able to show you well, look at all these previous arrests and look at this record, check this out, there's a reason, they would defend themselves with, it's all about optics.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Tiger makes a good point. I think, Tiger says, in my experience, Mexican Americans are conservative. They got here legally and they don't like those who bump the line. I think that that's true. I've heard from several people I know personally, but also from a lot of videos online of people who did come here legally or who are waiting to come here legally, and they're pissed because they did what they were supposed to do, like most of our ancestors did, and came here legally. And another thing, if you're watching the protest, you'll notice on the left, and this is definitely by design, they don't ever distinguish between immigrants and illegal immigrants. They only speak of immigrants. So in all their chants, in all of their addressing the public, and all of the, their news conferences, they talk about immigrants and neighbors. They don't, and that's another one. They don't say citizens, and they say residents or neighbors, because they're not citizens. They're not lawful citizens. So they can't say that. And so you have to listen to the wording that they use. But because they use, especially with immigrants and illegal immigrants, a lot of the people on the left, they think that they have the corner on the market on thinking that it's okay for people to be here from other countries. They don't think that people on the right, a lot of them truly don't think that people on the right have any compassion or love for people that are of a different race, which is ridiculous, as most of us know. But that's what they believe. They've been propagandized with that for 12 years now, if not more.
And I love my gardener. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, that was poor taste. That was horrible. I'm sorry. And I lost my point.
A little ironic because a lot of them say that we need immigration. Who would pick all the fruit? It's like, you racist shit. Like, you're the problem. But anyway, not you, Al. I was saying for the people who make those comments. I think that, that's part of why we need to be reaching across the aisle, because like I always say, I really believe we have so much more in common with most of the people who think of themselves as liberals or progressives or Democrats, or with the Republicans or the conservatives. I think we have so much more fundamentally and morally in common than they ever want us to think. It's all about this divide and conquer. Right. They're getting a lot of laughs from Rumble, though. I'll go.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I had something smart to say, but my brain got in the way and made a stupid joke. But
thanks for coming up, Bonnie.
I do think hi, Bonnie. I do think
dang it, JM came up and then went down again. I didn't even get to hear from him.
The moral aspect, I'm really questioning that if we have the same values. And I don't know if it's because conservatives are generally slow to make a decision, slow to anger, slow to these things generally. And I think that's a value of conservatism is you're going to consider everything and see what's the best for not only you, but your neighbors. Because if your neighbors are screwed, you're screwed. And I just think what's being pushed out there is not that. So we have more in common against, rich people as working class people, but I wonder if we need a real conversation about values with some of those folks.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the red and blue was put in place to distract from the class, the original classist issue, which would be the rich and the poor type thing. It's like,
right.
Well,
much love
now
Shelby.
You have a team where rich can be on your team and poor can be on your team, and both sides, and it's like, because in England that was a big deal.
Bonnie, I just got to your comment, and thank you for coming and joining us. I saw your comment here. They are picking people up that are doing everything as they should to become an American citizen legally. I have not seen any evidence of that. I've heard claims of that, but I haven't seen any evidence of that. Have you seen that? And if so, do you know what happened to a source? I put you on the spot as soon as you jump up. We can't hear you, Bonnie. Just so you know. Okay, I think we're experiencing technical difficulties there. Hopefully you'll come back up, Bonnie, or else let us know in the chat. But yeah, I have seen claims of that. I just haven't seen that myself in any kind of source for that. And I've seen a lot of claims for things that I don't think are true. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, and one of my questions would be, if you're doing it legally, why aren't you still in your home country while you apply?
And I don't mean this as a brick, but the only other person I heard say that was Don Lemon.
Right. Well, everybody I've heard say that are people who are very left-leaning and lie all the time. So.
Yeah. Well, like Don Lemon.
No.
Yeah, and a few other people I won't call out that are streamers, but yes. I'm just saying.
Are there lefty streamers?
Oh my gosh.
You got to follow some of the lefty streamers to keep your, thumb on the pulse, find out what's going on over there.
100%, man. You do got to keep your finger on the pulse.
I had no idea.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it.
There. Yes, you did. Yeah.
I don't even know if YouTube will let me find them. You guys will have to send me some links because, I don't think it'll let me find them.
Yeah. Yeah, following the riots, though, you do. I mean, you get to know that, and that's kind of how I started out, was following all the live boots on the ground. And one of the benefits of that, if you don't watch any of those streamers that are out there, at the front line, so to speak, is that you can see the difference between what's actually happening and what's being propagandized as happening.
No.
You're seeing it firsthand.
Yeah.
Ish.
Got it.
Right, I agree. I think I'm not sure if that's what you meant by it count, but in terms of Bonnie's comment, right? If they're here legally, or if they're here with a visa, and are pursuing their citizenship, like, I have no problem with that, and I don't think I know anybody that does.
100%.
Yeah. So okay, good. Let's see. All right, Bonnie. Let's see if we can hear you.
Is it working now?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
So hold on one second. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna turn you down just a little bit. There we go. All right. There was a comment that you had made, Bonnie. I don't know if you could hear us. We were just talking about it, but let me see if I can find it here. But you were basically saying that you've heard that they are deporting people who are here who are here legally pursuing their citizenship. Have you seen any sources for that, or anywhere that you can point us to?
It is personal experience. Okay. So, I have a family member from another country. He came here on a visa. He started a business. He married my daughter. They have 2 children. He, ever since he came here, has been paying an attorney and going to immigration court, doing everything as he should. He and there were like 4 others that came with him. All of them, same thing. One of the others went to immigration. They have to go, I don't know how often it is. I didn't ask. But they have to go and show that they've been working. You know, they have even when I was managing the restaurant, I had to write letters to whoever about their visas, about their productivity in the business, and that they were very much needed, because and I know a lot of people are not going to like this, but my experience as a manager over this person, she worked harder than anybody in that building. She scrubbed the walls of that kitchen. There was not a spot of dirt in that kitchen. She did more than anybody I've ever seen in that kitchen. So, yes, I gave her a positive recommendation in the letter. But back to the others, one of them went and was doing as he was supposed to. And when they come out of the courtroom, ICE is in the hall waiting for them and picks them up, takes them to a detention center. And that's where he is still at. And the attorney's trying to get him out. The employer is trying to get him out. You know I see GMA saying that we need them gone so that our children have jobs. But I can tell you my children do have jobs because of the business that was created.
Does he have a criminal record, or does his visa expire?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Still has a green card.
He's very conservative. He saw his country go down, just like what is happening here. He said everything that is happening right now happened there. And it was at that time Soros.
So, I mean, I don't know. My thing is, you're still taking his word for it. If that's true, then hopefully there'll be justice served. If he's here legally, and my understanding is if they're here legally under a visa or a green card or gold card or whatever, as long as they're not committing crimes, they're fine. So if there's not a crime that's been committed, and you're saying he's not even having alleged that there was a crime? They're just saying because they have a visa?
And that's what I'm trying to say. This has been planned out, Indy, since I don't know when.
I agree, it's fully planned. I'm just talking specifically about those who are here legally.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Thankfully, my niece's husband was, for some reason, expedited. I don't know if it was because he was Russian, but he got his citizenship quick. So he didn't have to go through any of this now with ICE. But anyone who has not gained their citizenship, and I don't care how close they are to gaining their citizenship, they are being picked up. They are being, because I don't know if you remember that Trump made a quota of how many a day had to be picked up. They're going to meet that quota any way they can.
My understanding is that those quotas are not being met, and they're actually much lower than for under
Yes,
previous administration.
Enough of them, because the numbers were exaggerated about how many came over here.
I have a really hard time to believe that without anything to back it up, Bonnie. I really do. I mean, I've seen it here in my own area. That's I have no problem with diversity, but when you're seeing people flooding in, and then if you look at the numbers, okay, I will say, I do think when you're looking at the fraud in Minnesota and Ohio and Washington and California, there is a financial benefit to them pretending that there are more people here than there are, or enrolled in certain programs. So it's possible, like with the education centers, the Leering Center, for example, they were saying that they were getting funding for up to like 99 children, but they actually had 2 to 4 that were there. And all those, the money that was supposed to be serving all of those other children or the employees for those children or whatever, it was just being pocketed. So, I mean, I can see that there's a financial benefit to them if they're pretending that there's mass numbers here that aren't actually here. I could see a benefit in that.
And
I think I just have to see much more proof of that to believe it.
That's why we're seeing all this fraud. That's why billions of dollars are being found that were not spent where it was supposed to be spent.
But I think that I don't think they're necessarily exclusive. I think the money is definitely being laundered. I've thought that for a very long time. If you look even in school districts, any organization run by the state or the government, it involves money laundering, allegedly in Minecraft. But if you look at that, I think it could go either way. It could be true that there's that many people here and they're laundering the money because the services aren't being rendered, or the contracts are going to people that they're, aligned with. But I think it could also be true what you're saying, if their numbers aren't actually here and it's all about the money and just laundering. They get more money if the services aren't going to anybody.
Yes. But that, okay, for me personally, that's hearsay. I'm saying these people that I know have not received any government assistance whatsoever. They have not broken any laws whatsoever. They are doing everything legally that they are supposed to do, the driver's license, the insurance, every single thing. They don't want to go back. They don't want to go back to the poverty that they were living in there when they can prosper here. And especially now that they have families, because this has been going on for about 4 years, trying to get the citizenship.
I mean, I think, okay, hold on, let me read this super chat from John, and then I want to tell something that I saw not recently, but relates to this. John says, we are looking at illegal immigrants at the bottom, so we don't look at how many politicians and corporate CEOs are foreign-born or fast-tracked into the U.S. or hold dual citizenships. Yeah, good point, John, and thank you for the support. And I think that can also tie in with those gold visas. Is that what they call them? Gold cards? There we go. Gold green cards. The gold cards that, if they have enough money, they can just buy their way. And it's not literally, they're not buying their citizenship, but they are buying a path to citizenship. I mean, I don't agree with that either. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of look over here tactics going on.
Yes.
I know, like we're just to like give a kind of rounded out perspective on this too. My husband and I used to host international students. This was a long, I don't know what, probably like 12 years ago or so. Yeah. From our local community college. And we had several different students over a period of about 3 years. And when we did that, it was awesome. We got to know some great people, their families. Like it was a really good experience in a lot of ways. But there were a few of our 3 in particular of our students at different times who were contemplating breaking their visas, their student visas, to stay here illegally. And there was an entire system in place through that community college and the people, not directly through the college, of course, but through people and groups
Like
at the college, right, underground, to like help them get into a shared apartments and a whole network that was there for them to be able to stay here illegally. So I think, while they were here lawfully, there is a huge push for them to stay and make it illegal. And that was back before the open borders of the last administration,
And that's wrong. We know that's wrong.
Right. So it's just tricky because I think I'm sure there are probably people here who are being, we've seen, I think a lot of us have seen videos of like truck drivers is one that comes to my mind, of a truck driver who was a person of color, and he had to show his ID, and he was posting the video actually showing how it was not a problem. They pulled him over, presumably because of his skin color, which, that's racial profiling that happens at airports every day. But he was pulled over because of that. They asked for his identification. He presented the information and they let him on his way. There was no problem. There was no conflict. They weren't doing it aggressively or any angry way. They literally were just asking for his information. He presented it and they said, okay, have a great day. And that was it. Is it an inconvenience? Yeah, but it needs to happen, Say that again, Bonnie.
There's a real push on doing the face scanning when they pull them over.
I don't think they did in that video, but I know what you're talking about, and I'm hearing a lot about that in the protests. Well, I think a lot of the people who are out protesting right now in Minnesota, for example, or in Oregon, are having their faces scanned by ICE. And I think that'll be used much like with the J6 protesters, that anybody around the area, it's just a new way for them to basically be able to identify them and probably swat them down the road,
And see, that's what I see is, okay, you have the ones who are here to really do bad. Then you have the ones that are just here that are illegally. Then you have the ones who have done everything right and trying to stay. Yes, I'm sure there's some criminals in all of this mix, but I have not seen them personally, so I don't know about that. All we can do is, okay, are we seeing the truth on these sources that we're getting information from? Because we've seen how it can be twisted. We've seen how it can be presented in a way to trigger people in any way. It can trigger you to be, yes, all right, they're doing their job and all's great. Or it can trigger you to be mad, or it can trigger you to just your emotions. So when John Dunning keeps saying psychological warfare,
right,
I absolutely agree with that, because I can see several phases that they are combining all together to make it one lump thing, and it's actually not. There are so many different avenues to this, and I think that that's what people don't understand, is it's not, it's just like saying all conservatives are the same. They're all MAGA. They're all extreme right, whatever.
But they're not.
Quickly.
I know they're not.
Go ahead.
It's the same thing that the conservatives do with the Democrats. All Democrats are evil. All Democrats are the same.
But I don't hear people saying
But that's not true.
I know. So is this
But no, the difference though, Bonnie, is I think we're saying we see people from the left that are actively saying that all the time. I don't see people from the right saying that all the time.
I do. And so is it to create the divide? Is
Yes.
the civil war that they're trying to create?
Absolutely.
That's what I think it is too. I think it is all connected. I don't think it's just about immigration. I think that there is a whole lot more to this. And I know, me for one, I do not want to see. I heard a police officer say in a press conference that the law is a greater authority than the citizens, that law enforcement is a greater authority than the citizens. We hire our police officers. Our tax money pays them. So to say that they're a higher authority, it's just taking it one step further. And I don't want to see military on the streets carrying guns.
Fair
But
point.
we're already seeing it. I think that
we can all agree with that.
is just to get us used to seeing it. Because
I agree with that completely. I think, yeah, they're very much. I mean,
we just saw this video where this man walked up. Well, no,
Right,
a
CGS.
group of them walked up to this lady's door, and they were questioning her. And it was a Navy SEAL, somebody who had been in Afghanistan, Iraq, all that. And he was pointing out what these ICE agents had on their weapons. And he said, this is for this, and this is for this. And he was saying what concerns him is, why are they military armed to go speak to these people? And he said, are police that armed? No. So why is this different? And he was saying the same thing, that his concern is this is to get us used to military on the streets, telling us what to do and how to do it.
I could tell you, Bonnie, for one, sorry for your family. Probably an injustice from what I heard. If I take you at your word, I believe everything you said. Probably a horrible injustice, and it sucks that happens. I would also say that that's a high altitude thinking on your part. And as I was listening to you and Indy and Landon kind of talk about that, Agenda 2030 is still in effect.
Yes.
They lie about the numbers of people who are on this realm in the first place. So the 10 to 20 million illegals who came in 4 years, may not be true. I can see a difference in my town, and I can see a difference in my physical experience, but I can't even imagine why Minnesota would be the ground zero for this when Las Vegas, Albuquerque, Denver, Phoenix, San Diego, LA probably has a much higher percentage of illegals.
Yes. And
so it doesn't add up, and I appreciate your jumping in and being brave.
It could be to, distract from the fraud that's been uncovered there. I mean, that happened right before all of this is, I think that could be part of why that's the place that was chosen. It was very much chosen. It's not organic.
So I think that they thought that Minnesota would take it, and they're not.
You mean take the assault from the federal government?
Yes.
Oh, I think the Southwest places would have taken it way easier.
I don't think they ever want it to be taken easily. They want the chaos. They're not trying to do things in a calm way.
That's because, every day, and that's if the cameras are telling the truth, we know anything can be manipulated. Excuse me. Every day I see more and more people in Minneapolis coming out to the streets. and I see elderly coming out there, and they are saying that this has gone too far. They're saying that they want to feel safe in their neighborhoods. There was one man I saw, he was standing at the end of his street, and he was armed, and they were like, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm protecting my neighborhood." So I think that, I understand the difference in a protest and a riot. I understand they should not be blocking the streets. They should not be catching any buildings on fire. They shouldn't be throwing things at the ICE agents or the police officers or whoever. I agree. But if we don't stand and speak up when things like this are happening in our hometown, which I'm not seeing it at all. I'm 200 miles from the border. I'm not seeing any of this happening anywhere around me. And so, yes, it's hard for me to understand why up north or Colorado, wherever that y'all are seeing so much more of this. I mean, maybe if I went to Houston, I might see it. I don't know. But when I went to San Antonio today, I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel, and we were in the hood.
Agreed, Pilgrim.
Right.
But I didn't see any difference. Nothing different than when I grew up.
Different than in Texas? Okay, sorry. Different from when you were there before?
Well, I grew up in San Antonio till I was like 13. And so I've been going there all my life. All my family lives in San Antonio. They're not seeing it.
I see a huge difference in Seattle. I mean, I can only speak of the places I've seen directly, but I definitely see a huge difference. The businesses that are gone, the amount of open air drug use, the homeless encampments that are all over the place. And I see huge differences here.
I didn't see any homelessness. So that's what I'm wondering. Is it certain areas that are targeted? Is it?
Well, yeah, Denver's the same way, Bonnie. Denver is just a night and day difference.
I don't know. I can't explain that. I don't know. I know.
I mean, one thing really quickly, this comment about Minneapolis made me think of it, but it's possible that they're hiding in plain sight. If they're the people that are getting the fraud, if that part of it is all real and they're getting that funding. I mean, did you see some of the homes that these people were allegedly living in, the Somalians I'm speaking of in Minnesota in particular, that they were having these businesses run out of? They weren't really, but it was a fraud. They were in mansions, so that you wouldn't see that if you were driving by. Their neighbors didn't know. You know what I mean? So it's possible that some of it's hidden because of the fraud too.
Right. Yeah.
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 Well, and I would say that, and unfortunately, we all know mainstream media lies, and we know how many people have left mainstream news and all that. I'm wagering that maybe 60% of podcasters are in the same place that the mainstream media was back then. And I would also say to you, Indy, and to Landon and Tip, you guys got deep into the BLM stuff, and most of the country had no idea. When I first met you, Indy, I had no idea of the stuff you told me about that. Like zero clue. And so it's very regional. And unless I'm going to say it, unless you're in Minnesota, we probably don't have a clue what's actually going on.
Right. Remember when they were trying to say that there was, I think, to remind me, I don't remember if the National Guard was called in or wasn't, but in LA not that long ago, and they were trying to show it like there were these huge riots going on, and then they'd pan back and it was like 20 people.
Right.
It was like it was like they were trying to get it to a breaking point there, and nobody bought into it, is what I felt.
No,
so
sure.
We're definitely being propagandized all the time.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And it's kind of like, I mean, Trump's ear, is that to me.
Right.
And that's another thing that I have seen is a video from years ago being played now as happening right now.
What's that, Bonnie? Which video?
I've seen video footage that happened years ago, but they're playing it now like it's happening real time right now.
Right, yeah.
But then I'm looking at it and I'm like, but wait, I swear I've seen this before. And just looking into it further, it's from years past.
So Callie was saying that San Antonio is not now, nor has it ever been, a sanctuary city. That is why I don't see it where I am at, and Bonnie doesn't see it in San Antonio.
And that could be too.
So okay, so I was misunderstanding. I thought you were saying a sanctuary city where you weren't seeing it, but you're just saying it was one of the main cities where you kind of expected to.
Well, San Antonio is the one that I go to the most.
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Will be Austin.
Yeah.
And so I'll see what it's like in Austin, but
right, Mike.
I'm not hearing it.
Well, I will say though, even though I see it much more prevalently in King County, which is where Seattle is, and we have quite the urban sprawl here, all up and down the I-5 corridor. I know that it's affecting other cities nearby because they're busing a lot of them out to, I mean, if you know the area, like Everett and further east and even over to Spokane. I mean, so it's being spread, it is spreading, but you wouldn't see it as much as you definitely do in, right in King County. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, Kelly says sanctuary cities are not cooperating with the Fed, so that is where you were seeing it. Right. But it is happening all over the country. Yeah, I agree. But I think in the sanctuary cities, yeah, you'll see it much more prevalently. Hey, AD, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
And that's why it could almost come off as targeted, is because it is because, there are specific cities with specific leadership that are not, and
we didn't get a free crack pipe count.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Landon.
Remember when Oscar or Anthony would be down at the border?
Yeah, I like that guy.
We're showing all those men lined up, and each one of them had a white piece of paper, and they had on it exactly where they were going. And because he was asking them, "Where are you going? Where are you going?" And
military age male, yeah.
Yes.
And they all knew specifically where they were going.
I can remember lines of men, and they were like, some were from, this place, some were from this place, some were from, and
yes,
I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, we're being played by getting pissed off at this.
Yes.
Maybe.
I'll say maybe. Yeah. There's a maybe in there.
Yeah, I agree, Tate. Tate says this is why independent citizen journalists streaming what they see is important on location. Right. Absolutely. And that's why I follow a lot of them that are not, I don't align with their thinking or the chat, because I think it's important, and they're the ones that are, and I still have respect for them, even though they can be horrible. Because
The
they're
left
there.
knows that they're
right there on the
important.
front lines. Go ahead, Landon.
The left knows that they're important, and look, it's like one way or another, especially for the guys who are not just starting out, boots on the ground, Mercado, a lot of them, news to share. You'll hear when they do speak, what they
Midas
say.
touch.
They very much have to be openly on the side of the protest, and so it's almost like the footage that you get from on the ground is somewhat skewed, or the narrative is still being controlled, especially with status quo. I mean, oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Al said this kind of ties in. He says videos of overrun hospitals in Italy as New York City. They were pretending it was footage from New York City during COVID. Old footage trying to be passed as Ukraine war. Yes. Yeah, it's the wag the dog, If you haven't seen that movie, you should see that movie, by the way.
Seriously.
Oh my gosh,
But Yeah, it's basically just saying it's the propaganda. We're being played all the time. And that is why we have to have discernment and why it is so important, I think, for us to have these conversations. You know? Right. Agreed. If you know, you know, V. The I-5 corridor is why we don't have nice things. Yes, Callie, it definitely is a sanctuary city. Seattle is, I think one of the most corrupt in the country. I think we just fly under the radar because we are one of the most corrupt.
Yeah, and I guess maybe it's an easy target up there with Walls being part of the ticket last time and name recognition. If I asked you guys who's the mayor of Denver, I bet nobody here knows.
Oh, I was saying Seattle, but yeah, Minnesota, I think that's probably part of it's happening there.
Yeah.
Right.
No, you fly under the radar a lot for stuff that you shouldn't, and so does this place.
Right.
And
Yeah,
Walls is
we have a socialist mayor too, just like New York, but nobody knows her name.
Nobody
you know
knows
what I
her
mean?
name. Yeah. And it didn't even make news.
Right.
Mondami. Everybody knows Mondami.
Right.
And yeah, so the more
Have you guys seen the recent picture of him that came out?
No, what's that about?
I wish I could find a link for you, but if you Google Momdamri and
Heard about that news.
Jeffrey, apparently his parents there's a picture of him, his parents, Epstein, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
Well, it's a big club. You know, they are connected.
Exactly.
Right. I think it's like, what was it? Our former governor, Jay Inslee, who was the governor during COVID and everything, and for a long time, I can never remember if it's his daughter or his son is married to Bill Gates' daughter or son. So, I mean, they are all very closely tied together. And Moose, I heard about this. I did not see it. Landon and Tate, you might have. He said, I watched a disabled vet in a wheelchair scooter get knocked out by Antifa in Portland, ended with a concussion and broken ribs, and the cops did not arrest the guy. And it's on video. Yeah, I heard about that over at in your chat, Landon and Tiff, but I did not see it.
So then, all of that being said, the last minute and connections and all this stuff and reading Rumble, yeah, we're being played again.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It like just hit me like a ton of bricks. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, the corruption's bad. It's always bad. We're not going to stop it
because it's always divide and conquer. They want us at each other's throats instead of at theirs.
Right, and we're not gonna go stop the corruption. We're not gonna not file. I mean, we're not gonna get 20 million people to not file tax forms this year because they're gonna get their $2,000 and they're gonna move on. Everything is a psyop, Mag.
Or supposedly more these days for this next.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be more
more money back,
but no tariff money.
Yeah, of course not. That's all going towards data centers to enslave us.
Well, see, and that's that. There you go. That's keeping the eye on the ball. Agenda 2030. Satanic pedophiles seem to run.
We're getting played 2x. We just know that we are. Right. I'll go. Yeah, exactly.
I do think it's a slow burn. I don't think necessarily they're holding themselves to a specific, date as far as Agenda 2030 goes. I think that there's probably something very specific they plan on happening. I think it's likely due to currency. But like, I think, because the next thing you'll hear is like 2032, 2033, 2036. You know what I mean? Like, they're still going to have agendas. I think the main thing is
I did see that, Moose.
Consolidation and finance.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
look
at consolidation. Sorry, go ahead, I'll go.
No, I was going to say it was Agenda 2021.
That's right. You're exactly right.
And they had to move it 9 years.
Right. And it's because it's a long game. It's 1,000 cuts kind of thing.
It's also because podcasts like this where people are paying attention and saying no thank you.
What
we
a
ain't
blessing.
doing it,
Right. Yeah, I was going to say with consolidation. Yeah, and yours as well, Landon. Thank you. And many of you. Yeah, Bonnie, Algo, absolutely. Brand's in this with me, and a lot of you here in the chat. Yeah, we have a great community and a network of, all of us here trying to seek the truth and trying to keep an open mind, I do think with as far as consolidation goes, that goes back to that, the New World Order map of 1942 or whatever.
Yes.
That's part of it too. It's all moving that direction, and those are long-term plans that are in play. Yeah. Okay, I do want to pull up a video. Probably two more videos before we wrap things up for the night. These are totally different topics, but just things to keep our eyes on. This next one is by EO Nutrition, which is a new channel to me, and it has to do with some things that are coming out about the clot shots, or new information to some, I guess, things that are being confirmed. Here we go.
This is a clot pulled straight from someone's veins. This isn't normal blood. This is called amyloid. Since 2022, embalmers worldwide have found these in thousands of bodies. And a brand new study just proved the same amyloid clots are forming inside living people right now. Indeed, they found them in every single participant who received a shot. In this video, we'll look at what they are, why they're happening, and what you can potentially do about it. Now, these are microscopic, so they remain hidden and hard to identify, but they probably can account for most of the symptoms that we see so commonly now. This means the fatigue, the brain fog, the nervous system problems, and even the sudden cardiac events. This new study compared the blood from 50 patients with long COVID diagnosed and 38 healthy controls. It found that these clots, called amyloid microclots, they were dramatically higher in people with long COVID. This was up to 20 times greater in number and a much larger size as well. However, they also found these microclots in practically every other participant. So this means even the healthy control group. Unsurprisingly, every single one of these healthy controls had also received the shot. And so why is this even important? Your body forms blood clots. Normally, importantly, these clots can be broken down through the body's natural process of fibrinolysis. This is where the body dissolves those clots using enzyme systems in the blood, which essentially come along, they break down, dissolve the clot, and then your immune system cleans up the mess. This is happening on a regular basis and you don't even know about it. However, in people with long COVID or those who took a certain medical procedure, well, the clot that forms is completely different. This clot aggregates with a bunch of other proteins and inflammatory chemicals and forms an amyloid clot. And like I said, these can be very small in size and quite hard to detect. And because of their unique structure, they are highly resistant to this process of fibrinolysis, which basically means that your body cannot break them down. In other words, they might remain there permanently. So millions of these tiny microclots clogging up the blood and you don't even know about it. And this can probably help explain why 4 years on, people have still got these microclots, because their immune system can't get rid of them. For those who are wondering, why are these clots even problematic in the first place? Well, let me explain. Your blood is tasked with carrying oxygen around the body. Your cells need oxygen to make energy. Now, if your blood is packed full of these tiny microclots, well, your ability to transfer that oxygen around the body is going to be severely impaired. Since you need oxygen to manufacture energy in your cells, well, this means that your peripheral tissues are going to be progressively starved of the needed energy. Furthermore, these microclots can go on to aggregate to form larger clots, which can then clog your veins and arteries, potentially leading to a stroke or cardiac arrest. And of course, this is exactly what we continue to see even several years later. In fact, a recent study published just in November 2025 found that one dose was associated with an overall 5.2 times higher risk in blood clots, 8.7 times higher risk in women, and a whopping 17 times higher in those aged between 39 and 59 years old. Furthermore, for those who got a second dose, well, the risk of heart attacks was 7 times higher in those aged between 29 and 39 years old. So we have substantially higher risk of heart attack and substantially higher risk of blood clots. And now we know why, because it's forming these clots, which the body can't effectively get rid of. Now, the same medical procedure carries with it a 112,000% increased risk of developing cerebro-thromboembolism versus other similar types of medical procedures, as you can see in this graph, which was compiled by Dr. Nicholas Hulscher. So just to quickly summarize, these clots are far greater in number and size in those with diagnosed long COVID. That can probably explain their symptoms because they have a systemic lack of oxygenation. But they're also occurring in supposedly healthy individuals who just so happen to also get the shot. So if you are one of these people who has this stuff stuck in the blood, what can you actually do about it? To cut to the chase, first and foremost, we want to look at things that can dissolve, potentially break down the structure of these microclots. First and foremost is going to be glutathione and N-acetylcysteine. Glutathione is considered the master antioxidant. It's depleted by spike protein and inflammation caused by the medical procedure. It directly lowers inflammation and clot formation. So the best forms to use are either S-acetylglutathione or liposomal glutathione. 200 to 500 milligrams per day. Next is N-acetylcysteine. Now, this is a precursor for glutathione as well. However, it also has a direct effect on the spike protein and has a disruptive effect on clot formation. That said, the ordinary form, its absorption is not great. For that reason, you should consider upgrading to a form called N-acetylcysteine ethyl ester, abbreviated NACET. This is highly bioavailable and much more effective clinically. So the dose that you might use is between 100 to 200 to maybe 300 milligrams per day. Now, you can use this form that I personally formulated. This is a combination of glutathione with NACET and some of the other cofactors for glutathione production, or alternatively, you can use any other brand. The brand is not important, it's the form and the dose that really counts. Next is the N-word, which I'm hesitant to use on this platform. This directly displaces spike protein from acetylcholine receptors and supports the anti-inflammatory action of the immune system. The general dose is between 5 and 10 milligrams using a patch per day, but some people do go up to 20 milligrams per day via a patch. Next are the systemic enzymes, which may help to directly dissolve clots themselves. One is called nattokinase. You can use between 2,000 and 4,000 FU per day. Another one is bromelain, and I like to recommend between 500 and 750 milligrams per day. Next, you want to consider a bioavailable form of vitamin B1, such as TTFD or benfotiamine. The reason for this is multifold. Thiamine is inherently procholinergic. The cholinergic system becomes impaired by spike protein. When you lose control of the system, well, you can no longer control or modulate inflammation. Furthermore, several forms of this vitamin have been shown to improve vascular endothelial function, meaning how your blood vessels open and close, which is particularly important in this context. Anecdotally, there are many in the long COVID community who report substantial benefits from using thiamine in multiple forms. So for benfotiamine, the average dose is between 300 and 900 milligrams, whereas for TTFD, it's generally lower at about 100 to 500 milligrams per day. And finally, one which you probably haven't heard me speak about before is called plasmalogens. These are a special type of phospholipid which live within the cell membranes and directly modulate how cells respond to inflammatory insults. They are directly depleted by this illness, and the research shows that quite clearly. There is some research showing that they have anti-amyloid formation properties, and they also directly support blood vessels. Now for this, there are a few brands on the market. I personally like to use this one because it's both nano-encapsulated and liposomal. This is to improve its bioavailability. However, I personally know the guys who made this, so I am biased. Ultimately, any brand you use will probably work. It's a marine-derived form, so it's from seafood, and there's generally some good research on this form. For this, the dose of 2 milligrams per day should generally suffice. Alternatively, there are many who use precursors, and they're generally only made by this one company, and I've heard some really good results, but it's generally much more expensive. And for this, I'd simply follow the dosing on the bottle.
Okay, I know it was a little bit of an ad there at the end, but I wanted to make sure people had the information. And thank you to those of you sharing your personal stories about clots or loved ones who had them. And I'm really sorry for those of you who did. I mean, we're seeing a lot of this. I think Al said, remember sudden adult death syndrome, like SID, sudden infant death syndrome. And after the jabs, they said it was sudden adult death syndrome. I mean, that's just one facet of it, but all the people collapsing on the field, you know, young people with heart conditions, cancers on the rise, There's a lot. There's a lot. And I think it's good that more and more of it's coming out. I think a lot of us saw this information about these clots from coroners and stuff that were reporting about it, kind of whistleblowers, in real time and years back. But there's others that, this information might be new. So, I think it's good that this is reaching more people, and it's being reported on more. Does that help the people that have it? Maybe if these solutions work, I hope and pray that they do. But I think a lot of people, I see people over on Rumble talking about long COVID. I have a friend who I definitely think is vaccine injured, and I'm not a medical professional. I'm not giving medical advice, but she believes that she has long COVID, and she still is pushing people wearing masks and getting boosters for herself and her children. And it's difficult because I don't even feel like I can speak to her about it because she's so closed off to that line of thinking. And so we don't talk about it. We talk about other things, I know that's true for a lot of us. And it's hard. I feel like I already, it might just be my, you know what, let me try something. Actually, Count, let me know, because you've said that a couple times. Let me know if it changes after what I just did. My power was plugged into my mixer, so it might be making a change there. But anyway, let me know. Anyway, I know a lot of people who have lost loved ones or have health problems with loved ones because they believe because of the jabs, and I think there's a lot of evidence for that. So I'm just glad that more of it's coming forward.
It's heartbreaking too.
Sorry, Moose. It is absolutely heartbreaking, and it should be infuriating as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Right? Exactly. Glad you're with us, Landon. Yeah, okay. So I know that didn't really tie in with what we've been talking about tonight, but just something I wanted to kind of keep on our radar. We talk about what they're distracting us from. I believe there's been a global genocide because of this, and we're living through it now. Infertility is still completely on the rise. We're well below replacement levels in birth rates throughout the world, in almost all countries. There's also issues with, there's just there's so much. Excess deaths since the jab have gone through the roof. They've even changed the way they're reporting it to try to hide that fact, allegedly. A lot of things that they want us to be distracted from.
Can I give a shout out?
Absolutely.
I got to shout out everybody who's still here, who can hang with this conversation without punking out and saying, not my problem, not going to deal with it.
Yeah.
You're here. You're still in it. The COVID operation was a thing, and it's good to always talk about it, always. And
Yes.
9/11 should be talked about, and Kennedy should be talked about, and the Lusitania and the Federal Reserve Act and the Administrative Procedures Act. And so if you're still here listening, shout out to you.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, Count, I don't know why the shaky breathing. It might just be my mixer or something. I'm not sure, but I'm okay. I promise I'm not hiding anything. I'm all right. Yeah, and I'm sorry to... What was that, Bonnie?
I said maybe it was me. No, I was...
No, he said it a few times about even earlier, I think before you were here. So it's something he's hearing, but is it that when I go, is that it? I think it's probably because of if I'm taking a deep breath and I don't know, maybe my gain is up or something. Nope, I don't know.
I hope it's not me.
I'm not sure. All right, thanks everybody. Okay. All right. This is just a really quick video, but I was going to have it tie in with some other things coming up with, I think most of us have probably heard, what do they call it? About a new alleged virus that they're calling Disease X. Is that what they're calling it? Which of course, isn't that the name that they would choose? Yeah. And, I don't know. I have not even let it be something that's even that much on my radar because they've tried this with so many things. Remember, Disease X. You can look into it and see for yourself if you want to, if you're not aware, but it seems like they're always trying to push something. What were some of the other ones that they've done over the last few years that haven't stuck? There was the one, hey X, thanks for coming up. I can't remember. There's been several, like eating bacteria and zombie brain eating bacteria and bird
Zombie
flu
deer.
and yeah, there's like so many. I'm trying to think of the one. It was like supposed to be there's so many I can't even keep track. I can't remember the name of the one I'm trying to think of, but anyway, there have been several. So, is there probably going to be something at some point that's real or something that they release that's real? Yeah, probably, but should we be living in fear all the time of everything, that every flu season or seasonal detox time or, whatever? No.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
monkeypox. Yeah, that was the one. Thank you, Al. That was the one I was trying to think of. Monkeypox. Yeah, there's always something. So I'm not gonna, until I see evidence of something, I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna be too worried about it. Try to stay healthy. But anyway, that along with a lot of things that are going on right now, made me want to share this video, and it's by a channel called Stompin' World. Here we go.
So it's 2020 all over again?
We still doing Black Lives Matter? No, election's over. It turns out it was a scam and they stole all the money.
They did. Stuck the on women. Oh, wow. I remember those stupid hats.
No, the election's over. It turns out nobody wanted to fuck us.
How many genders are there? Yes.
No, the elections are coming up. Turns out people don't like child gender mutilation.
Oh.
Should I buy another Palestine flag? No, the election's over and Trump brought peace to the Middle East. Still down to do ICE protests? Yeah, we are.
This is so accurate. I love it.
That was
Alright.
accurate.
Right? I just thought that was worth sharing. A little levity there in the midst of the chaos.
And then a little truth in the midst of the chaos.
Right.
I'll bring let me turn this up. I'll bring.
Your volume is really low, X. Let me see what I can do on this side.
Why do I have effects in my voice? I gotta take it out.
Yeah, that's way better. Go for it.
I just came up to say before everybody leaves, the chat leaves. During COVID, I would try to post the VAR's red bar page, and Google, YouTube would delete it. Does everyone know what the VARS is, right?
Oh yeah, VARS. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, VARS. And the red bar was the home page where you could click on, let's say you click on miscarriages, and it would go deep into each case, each report, or carditis. Well, I just came up to piss YouTube off. And you guys, they would not let that be
right. It was very heavily
in the comments.
Very heavily censored, right?
Yes.
And really quickly, I want to do a plug because it made me think of this. During that time when everything was very much censored from this platform and many others, I had my Discord, and nothing has ever been censored there, knock on wood. I mean, it's probably coming at some point in time, but if you are interested in joining the Discord, I know things aren't as heavily censored now as they were, but it is a great place to get information, and that's where a lot of us were able to stay connected even when channels were getting taken down and when things were being very heavily censored on YouTube and other platforms. So just email me. My email is in the stream description and in my channel description. And I don't put it out publicly, but I will send you an invite to join the Discord. And it's a great way to also be in communication, direct communication with people in DMs without having to share personal information. So
you guys know who Peggy Hall is, right? You know who Peggy Hall is, and Brett Weinstein, Brett and Heather. Yes. Yeah, they probably ended up saving millions of people from going and getting the jab.
Well, and they were in good company. Thank God there were a lot of people that were trying and, really being whistleblowers, but also just being really persistent in getting information out and, finding alternative platforms and ways to communicate. I mean, those of us, I think pretty much not everybody maybe, but most of us here went through that censorship.
Right. Because fear is like one of the most powerful emotions there is.
Right, Brand.
That they use against you.
Yes.
I mean, fear is right there right with lust, or the seven badlies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead, Indy. Hand it back to you.
No, it was a valid point to come up and make. I'm glad that you felt inspired to do that, X.
Well, I'm flagged, and a lot of the stuff I type in live chats, I usually sit here and watch two devices, and they're blocked because certain words like I'll type "shame them on blast" when they're talking about a situation, any situation where we're trying to expose tyranny. And Google will block me from typing "shame them on blast." So I have to change the words, expose, and shame them off the planet. It'll let me say that.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody has anybody else done that, actually typed and watched two devices at one time and see how many comments are not even.
What you can do on the YouTube end, but I see it through StreamYard and YouTube, so it's a little easier to identify. But if you post something in the chat and you go and you check if like nobody's responding, but it looks like it's there for you, if you can't remove your own comment, it's because it was never posted.
Exactly.
It means that YouTube
you tap
censored
on it and you can't and doesn't show. I do it I do that in habit now.
Yeah. But also there are times where it won't show for you or for them. It doesn't show up at all. So it's inconsistent, but that is a good way to find out.
Well, on my phone, it'll show it and then you go tap it and it won't let you. It'll say go to channel. Like if you're a mod, it'll just say go to your channel. And it will not give you the remove. Like you said, it will not allow you to remove it because it was never there.
Right.
Because the Google police are watching us right now.
Oh, always. Always. Yeah. Right. They eat themselves, Moose.
It's a good thing they're kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Well, the bad thing about it is they're tax funded. They were tax funded. So technically, every time they censor anything you say that's not a threat, that is a First Amendment violation of your freedom of your speech because they are government. Taxpayer, anything that's tax paid, they have to abide by the Bill of Rights.
Civil rights violation, $20,000 minimum.
I'm appreciating the conversation in the chat about tech. This is something that I'm not super familiar with. I know a little bit about what you guys are talking about with Tor and the Tor browser, but I appreciate that information being shared by those who do know. Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be looking outside the box at this, again, I don't know a lot about it, but like mesh networks and things like that, communication for when, I don't think it's an if, I mean, maybe call me black-pilled, but I think it's a when they censor us all again from platforms like this, Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know why I count. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm okay. I promise. Really, really. All right. This next video, I do need to kind of get to where we're wrapping things up here. But this is the last video I wanted to share, and then we'll do final thoughts on panel, and then we'll do a final song. But this one I thought was kind of a little bit of a palate cleanser. It's from a channel called Null Parade, and it has to do with Gen X, which I think most of us are a part of. So here we go.
He waited 20 years for the boomers to retire, only to be told millennials were the future. He once spent the entire weekend alone, at age 9. He treats the cloud the same way he treats horoscopes, with confusion and deep distrust. He once tried therapy. It didn't go well.
Everything's just super.
Yeah.
Can't you see the joy leaking out of my face? So how much does Big Pharma pay you to get guys like me on pills?
He grew up on microwave dinners and Mountain Dew, which is why he now has to take Tums 5 times a day. He doesn't meditate. He blasts grunge until the emotions go numb. He still drinks from garden hoses from time to time, not because he's thirsty, but because it tastes like danger. His approach to fixing technology is simple. Blow on it first, hit it second. He still refers to restarting a song on Spotify as
Alexa, rewind the tape.
His wardrobe hasn't changed since '94. Faded band tee, flannel, cargo shorts, and sneakers that are old enough to drink. Boomers respond with anger. Millennials respond with anxiety. And him?
Couldn't care less.
He still gets emotional walking past abandoned malls because those places raised him better than anyone else did. He suspects the government is lying, corporations are evil, and the Wi-Fi is listening. But he's too tired to give a damn.
Enjoy the soundtrack of my misery. It's boring as hell.
He's the middle child of history, overlooked, underappreciated, and ignored his entire life. But he's used to it. He is the most Gen X man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's to give even less of a fuck. Stay Gen X, my friends.
I love that so much.
I feel attacked.
and recognized at the same time, right?
I was gonna say I feel seen.
I feel
Right?
seen.
Oh, I love it. Right? He does, Bran. I noticed that too.
Alexa,
Beautiful love lamp.
go tell Google to fuck off.
Exactly.
Right? Tiff says, "Excuse me, sir. You don't even know me." Anyway, I just wanted to share something kind of funny and uplifting here at the end because I know we get into a lot of the heavy. And right, Callie? But thank you so much, you guys. It's been a great stream for me. I'm glad you're all here. If you missed the first half, you missed a ton of really amazing music, some great guests up on panel, and then videos shared too. And thank you to everybody who is here. I am really trying to stick as closely as I can to doing the first half with, thanks X, to do the first half with music and then being better about trying to get as close to 11 p.m. Eastern as possible for transitioning over to conversation. So thank you. And thank you to everybody who came up on panel and everybody who's been here in chat throughout the night for conversation and for music. You are all very much appreciated and loved. And I think we might not have solved all the world's problems again, but maybe we're getting a little bit closer every time. And at least we know we're not in it, on our own. So thank you, everybody. All right, closing thoughts from those up on panel. I'll go.
Well, for one, yeah, sure, why not? I will say you're welcome. Anytime somebody says thank you, I want everybody to say you're welcome instead. No, thank you. Come on. That pisses me off. Also, don't say sorry unless you really did something, because that's something else that we need to work on. But I will say that as we go through this, when there are places like this where people can get together and not always agree, but do their best to share what's on their minds and in their hearts, then we have a chance. I don't think it's a good chance, but we have a chance.
Right.
And also,
keeping it real.
well, I mean, that's just how I see it. But also, it does seem that our governments are run by satanic pedophiles and act accordingly.
Yeah. Well said.
Yep. Keep your head down.
Right, Bonnie. Okay, Landon, you want to go next? Landon and Tiff?
Well, I truly thank the Lord for places like this and for folks like y'all and for being able to hang out and have this community and just the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle, the music, chat, and folks on panel sharing their minds. Thank you so much, Indy, for having us, and thank you to everybody else on panel for dealing with us, and we love y'all. We thank you.
Thanks for being here, Landon and Tiff. Tiff, did you want to add anything?
I didn't have to. My mind has been thinking about those big nasty blood clots, so
Yeah,
I'm like
I
looking
can
up the
see why.
medicines.
Since she saw that.
Yeah, I'm like
Right?
getting mad. I'm like,
Great.
shh, I need you to take a screenshot. What's that medicine?
Well, if you find something great, let me know, and I'll post it in Discord too, and we can share it.
I found something great, but guess
there you
what?
go.
It's expensive.
Yeah. Probably makes sense.
Right.
You guys are cracking me up in the chat. Well, thank you, Landon and Tiff, for being here. I am always glad when you guys join, and I like hearing both of your perspectives. So thanks for that. Okay, X, closing thoughts?
Teach the kids the Bill of Rights. That's all I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth Amendment is being violated like crazy in this country. If you have not committed a crime, there's no reason for them to ask you for your ID. Where are your papers? Your papers, please. Know all your rights. Like I said, exercise your fifth and your sixth. They have to stop asking you questions, and don't let them cross the threshold of your house without a warrant. Because if they have a warrant, you don't have to worry. They won't. You won't have. They won't be knocking. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of good advice there all at the end. I love it, X. Wise words.
Yes.
And always record. Have your phone ready to record. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, Bonnie, thanks for joining us tonight. Closing thoughts?
I think everybody pretty much covered it. Just really try to have an open mind while this is going on, because we don't really know unless we hear it from somebody who's actually seeing it.
Right. Yeah, good call. Bran, any closing thought? I should go to Bran first. Sorry, Bonnie, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're all right. Just just keep living life.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
good things out there.
Agreed. Bran, any closing thoughts?
Just that it was good to be here.
Thank you, Bran, for being here. I'm always glad when you can stay the whole night. And thanks for all your help with sharing videos, too. All right. Well, I think, I guess my closing thoughts are, let's continue to uplift each other and stay connected, and try to find the things we do have to celebrate in the midst of all the craziness around us. And part of what I'm thankful for is all of you. So thank you for being here with me. Okay, this final song, it's actually great timing because there's another song I want to share. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll tell that another time. But this song is one of the latest by Cosmic Leprechaun. And I really love what Cosmic's been putting out. He has a lot of great new songs that are out, so I can't even keep up. So make sure that you go and check out his channel. But this song is called Heave Ho. And I think that it's kind of a battle song, and so I thought it was a good way to end the stream tonight. Before I do, thank you again to all of my mods who have been here helping share links throughout the entire night, helping people on Rumble and on YouTube stay connected. I'm so grateful for all of you helping with that, and I'm thankful for this entire community. So much love to each of you. I hope you guys have a great week. We will be hanging out backstage for a bit, so if you want to click the pinned link at the top of chat, or else a few minutes after the stream ends, I will put the link in the comments on the Rumble video, or the Rumble stream and the YouTube stream. And as long as that link is pinned, then in the comments, then we're still backstage. So feel free to come and join us back there to hang out. The Backstage Speakeasy is coming up on Friday. It starts at 11, or it opens at 11 p.m. Eastern, and the first movie starts at midnight. And we're going to be watching I Am Legend first, and then The Book of Eli, both really great movies. So come and join us backstage for those on Friday night. Also, I know Algo has a stream tomorrow over on Rumble. Make sure you go and are subbed and check him out. And then be watching for Unspecified. They have like their pop-up streams whenever things kind of get spicy in different places, Minnesota mostly, but any of the protests and riots that are happening. And X, you can catch all over the place on different panels, singing and sharing his music and his voice. Bonnie, do you know when your next live is?
I really don't.
Okay, well, check out Bonnie's. Make sure your notification is set so you can catch her when she does go live. All right.
Yeah, Bonnie has some great pop-ups.
Yeah, for sure. Usually in the evenings, so keep an eye out. Okay, much love to each and every one of you. And this last song is Heave Ho by Cosmic Leprechaun. Here we go.